Chapter 30. Old Ways and New Ways. Mr. Preston was now installed in his new house at Hollingford, Mr. Sheepshanks having entered into dignified idleness at the house of his married daughter, who lived in the county town. His successor had plunged with energy into all manner of improvements, and among others, he fell to draining a piece of outlying waste and unreclaimed land of Lord Cumnor's, which was close to Squire Hamley's property, that very piece for which he had had the government grant, but which now lay neglected, and only half drained, with stacks of mossy tiles and lines of upturned furrows telling of abortive plans. It was not often that the squire rode in this direction nowadays, but the cottage of a man who had been the squire's gamekeeper in those more prosperous days when the Hamleys could afford to preserve, was close to the rush-grown ground. This old servant and tenant was ill, and had sent a message up to the hall, asking to see the squire. Not to reveal any secret, or to say anything particular, but only from the feudal loyalty, which made it seem to the dying man as if it would be a comfort to shake the hand, and look once more into the eyes of the lord and master whom he had served, and whose ancestors his own forbears had served for so many generations. And the squire was as fully alive as old Sealers to the claims of the tie that existed between them, though he hated the thought, and still more should hate the sight of the piece of land, on the side of which Sealers' cottage stood. The squire ordered his horse, and rode off within half an hour of receiving the message. As he drew near the spot, he thought he heard the sound of tools, and the hum of many voices, just as he used to hear them a year or two before. He listened with surprise. Yes. Instead of the still solitude he had expected, there was the clink of iron, the heavy gradual thud of the fall of barrows full of soil, the cry and shout of labourers. But not on his land better worth expense and trouble by far than the reedy clay common on which the men were, in fact, employed. He knew it was Lord Cumnor's property, and he knew Lord Cumnor and his family had gone up in the world, the Whig rascals, both in wealth and in station, as the Hamleys had gone down. But all the same, in spite of long-known facts, and in spite of reason, the squire's ready anger rose high at the sight of his neighbour doing what he had been unable to do, and he a Whig, and his family only in the county since Queen Anne's time. He went so far as to wonder whether they might not the labourers he meant avail themselves of his tiles, lying so conveniently close to hand. All these thoughts, regrets, and wonders were in his mind as he rode up to the cottage he was bound to, and gave his horse in charge to a little lad, who had hitherto found his morning's business and amusement in playing at houses with a still younger sister, with some of the squire's neglected tiles. But he was old Sealers' grandson, and he might have battered the rude red earthenware to pieces a whole stack one by one, and the squire would have said little or nothing. It was only that he would not spare one to a labourer of Lord Cumnor's. No, not one. Old Sealers lay in a sort of closet, opening out of the family living room. The small window that gave it light looked right on to the moor, as it was called, and by day the check curtain was drawn aside so that he might watch the progress of the labour. Everything about the old man was clean, if coarse, and with death, the leveller, so close at hand, it was the labourer who made the first advances and put out his horny hand to the squire. "I thought you'd come, squire. Your father came for to see my father as he lay a-dying." "Come, come, my man," said the squire, easily affected, as he always was. "Don't talk of dying. We shall soon have you out, never fear. They've sent you up some soup from the hall, as I bade 'em, haven't they?" Aye, I've had all as I could want for to eat and to drink. The young squire and Master Roger was here yesterday." "Yes, I know. But I'm a deal nearer heaven today, I am. I should like you to look off to T.H. Covers in T.H. West Spinney, squire, them goss, you know, where T.H. old fox had her hole her as give 'em so many a run. You'll mind it, squire, though you was but a lad. I could laugh to think on her tricks yet." And with a weak attempt at a laugh, he got himself into a violent fit of coughing, which alarmed the squire, who thought he would never get his breath again. His daughter-in-law came in at the sound, and told the squire that he had these coughing bouts very frequently, and that she thought he would go off in one of them before long. This opinion of hers was spoken simply out before the old man, who now lay gasping and exhausted upon his pillow. Poor people acknowledge the inevitableness and the approach of death in a much more straightforward manner than is customary among more educated folk. The squire was shocked at her hard-heartedness, as he considered it, but the old man himself had received much tender kindness from his daughter-in-law, and what she had just said was no more news to him than the fact that the sun would rise tomorrow. He was more anxious to go on with his story. Them navvies I call 'em navvies because some on 'em is strangers, though some on 'em is men as was turned off your own works, squire, when there came orders to stop 'em last fall there a pulling up goss and brush to light their fire for warming up their messes. It's a long way off to their homes, and they mostly dine here, and there'll be nothing of a cover left if you don't see after 'em. I thought I should like to tell ye afore I died. Parson's been here, but I did not tell him. He's all for the Earl's folk, and he'd not ha heeded. It's the Earl as put him into his church, I reckon, for he said what a fine thing it were for to see so much employment given to the paw, and he never said not sought when your works were agate, squire. This long speech had been interrupted by many a cough and gasp for breath, and having delivered himself of what was on his mind, he turned his face to the wall and appeared to be going to sleep. Presently he roused himself with a start. I know I flogged him well, I did, but he were off to pheasant's eggs, and I didn't know he were an orphan. Lord, forgive me. He's thinking on David Martin, the cripple, as used to go about trapping vermin, whispered the woman. Why, he died long ago 20 year, I should think, replied the squire. Aye, but when grandfather goes off this way to sleep after a bout of talking, he seems to be dreaming on old times. He'll not waken up yet, sir. You'd best sit down if you'd like to stay, she continued, as she went into the house-place and dusted a chair with her apron. He was very particular in bidding me wake him if he were asleep, and you or Mr. Roger was to call. Mr. Roger said he'd be coming again this morning, but he'll likely sleep an hour or more if he's let alone. I wish I'd said goodbye, I should like to have done that. He drops off so sudden, said the woman, but if you'd be better pleased to have said it, squire, I'll waken him up a bit. No, no, the squire called out as the woman was going to be as good as her word. I'll come again, perhaps tomorrow, and tell him I was sorry, for I am indeed. And be sure and send to the hall for anything you want. Mr. Roger is coming, is he? He'll bring me word how he is later on. I should like to have bidden him goodbye. So, giving sixpence to the child who had held his hoss, the squire mounted. He sate still a moment, looking at the busy work going on before him, and then at his own half-completed drainage. It was a bitter pill. He had objected to borrowing from government, in the first instance, and then his wife had persuaded him to the step, and after it was once taken, he was as proud as could be of the only concession to the spirit of progress he ever made in his life. He had read and studied the subject pretty thoroughly, if also very slowly, during the time his wife had been influencing him. He was tolerably well up in agriculture, if in nothing else, and at one time he had taken the lead among the neighboring landowners when he first began tile drainage. In those days, people used to speak of Squire Hamley's hobby, and at market ordinaries or county dinners, they rather dreaded setting him off on long repetitions of arguments from the different pamphlets on the subject which he had read. And now the proprietors all around him were draining. His interest to government was running on all the same, though his works were stopped and his tiles deteriorating in value. It was not a soothing consideration, and the squire was almost ready to quarrel with his shadow. He wanted a vent for his ill humor, and suddenly remembering the devastations on his covers, which he had heard about not a quarter of an hour before, he rode towards the men busy at work on Lord Cumnor's land. Just before he got up to them, he encountered Mr. Preston, also on horseback, come to overlook his labourers. The squire did not know him personally, but from the agent's manner of speaking, and the deference that was evidently paid to him, Mr. Hamley saw that he was a responsible person. So he addressed the agent. I beg your pardon, I suppose you are the manager of these works. Mr. Preston replied, certainly. I am that and many other things besides, at your service. I have succeeded Mr. Sheepshanks in the management of my lord's property. Mr. Hamley of Hamley, I believe? The squire bowed stiffly. He did not like his name to be asked or presumed upon in that manner. An equal might conjecture who he was or recognize him, but till he announced himself, an inferior had no right to do more than address him respectfully as sir. That was the squire's code of etiquette. I am Mr. Hamley of Hamley. I suppose you are as yet ignorant of the boundary of Lord Cumnor's land, and so I will inform you that my property begins at the pond yonder just where you see the rise in the ground. I am perfectly acquainted with that fact, Mr. Hamley, said Mr. Preston, a little annoyed at the ignorance attributed to him. But may I inquire why my attention is called to it just now? The squire was beginning to boil over, but he tried to keep his temper in. The effort was very much to be respected, for it was a great one. There was something in the handsome and well-dressed agent's tone and manner inexpressibly irritating to the squire, and it was not lessened by an involuntary comparison of the capital roadster on which Mr. Preston was mounted with his own ill-groomed and aged cob. "I have been told that your men out yonder do not respect these boundaries, but are in the habit of plucking up goss from my covers to light their fires. It is possible they may," said Mr. Preston, lifting his eyebrows, his manner being more nonchalant than his words. "I dare say they think no great harm of it. However, I'll inquire." "Do you doubt my word, sir?" said the squire, fretting his mare till she began to dance about. "I tell you I've heard it only within this last half-hour. I don't mean to doubt your word, Mr. Hamley. It's the last thing I should think of doing. But you must excuse my saying that the argument which you have twice brought up for the authenticity of your statement, that you have heard it within the last half-hour, is not quite so forcible as to preclude the possibility of a mistake. I wish you'd only say in plain language that you doubt my word," said the squire, clenching and slightly raising his horsewhip. "I can't make out what you mean you use so many words. Pray don't lose your temper, sir. I said I should inquire. You have not seen the men pulling up goss yourself, or you would have named it. I surely may doubt the correctness of your information until I have made some inquiry. At any rate, that is the course I shall pursue, and if it gives you offense, I shall be sorry, but I shall do it just the same. When I am convinced that harm has been done to your property, I shall take steps to prevent it for the future, and of course, in my lord's name, I shall pay you compensation it may probably amount to half a crown." He added these last words in a lower tone, as if to himself, with a slight contemptuous smile on his face. "Quiet, mare, quiet," said the squire, totally unaware that he was the cause of her impatient movements by the way he was perpetually tightening her reins, and also, perhaps, he unconsciously addressed the injunction to himself. Neither of them saw Roger Hamley, who was just then approaching them with long, steady steps. He had seen his father from the door of old Silas's cottage, and as the poor fellow was still asleep, he was coming to speak to his father, and was near enough now to hear the next words. "I don't know who you are, but I've known land agents who were gentlemen, and I've known some who were not. You belong to this last set, young man," said the squire. "That you do. I should like to try my horsewhip on you for your insolence." "Pray, Mr. Hamley," replied Mr. Preston, coolly, "curb your temper a little and reflect. I really feel sorry to see a man of your age in such a passion." Moving a little farther off, however, but really more with a desire to save the irritated man from carrying his threat into execution, out of a dislike to the slander and excitement it would cause, than from any personal dread. Just at this moment, Roger Hamley came close up. He was panting a little, and his eyes were very stern and dark, but he spoke quietly enough. "Mr. Preston, I can hardly understand what you mean by your lost words, but remember, my father is a gentleman of age and position, and not accustomed to receive advice as to the management of his temper from young men like you. I desired him to keep his men off my land," said the squire to his son, his wish to stand well in Roger's opinion restraining his temper a little. But though his words might be a little calmer, there were all other signs of passion present: the discolored complexion, the trembling hands, the fiery cloud in his eyes. "He refused and doubted my word." "Mr. Preston turned to Roger, as if appealing from Philip drunk to Philip sober, and spoke in a tone of cool explanation, which, though not insolent in words, was excessively irritating in manner. "Your father has misunderstood me, perhaps it is no wonder," trying to convey, by a look of intelligence at the son, his opinion that the father was in no state to hear reason. "I never refused, but in the county of which he was Lord Lieutenant, the old party distinction was still a shibboleth, by which men were tested as to their fitness for social intercourse, as well as on the hustings. If by any chance a Whig found himself at a Tory dinner-table or vice versa, the food was hard of digestion, and wine and viands were criticized rather than enjoyed. A marriage between the young people of the separate parties was almost as unheard of and prohibited an alliance as that of Romeo and Juliet's. And of course, Mr. Preston was not a man in whose breast such prejudices would die away. They were an excitement to him, for one thing, and called out all his talent for intrigue on behalf of the party to which he was allied. Moreover, he considered it as loyalty to his employer to scatter his enemies by any means in his power. He had always hated and despised the Tories in general, and after that interview on the marshy common in front of Silas's cottage, he hated the Hamleys and Roger especially with a very choice and particular hatred. "That prig," as hereafter he always designated Roger, "he shall pay for it yet," he said to himself by way of consolation, after the father and son had left him. What a lout it is! Watching the receding figures, the old chap has twice as much spunk, as the squire tugged at his bridle reins. The old mare could make her way better without being led, my fine fellow, but I see through your dodge. You're afraid of your old father turning back and getting into another rage. Position indeed. A beggarly squire man who did turn off his men just before winter, to rot or starve, for all he cared. It's just like a brutal old Tory. And under the cover of sympathy with the dismissed labourers, Mr. Preston indulged his own private pique very pleasantly. Mr. Preston had many causes for rejoicing. He might have forgotten this discomfiture, as he chose to feel it, in the remembrance of an increase of income, and in the popularity he enjoyed in his new abode. All Hollingford came forward to do the Earl's new agent honour. Mr. Sheepshanks had been a crabbed, crusty old bachelor, frequenting inn parlours on market days, not unwilling to give dinners to 3 or 4 chosen friends and familiars, with whom, in return, he dined from time to time, and with whom, also, he kept up an amicable rivalry in the matter of wines. But he did not appreciate female society, as Miss Browning elegantly worded his unwillingness to accept the invitations of the Hollingford ladies. He was even unrefined enough to speak of these invitations to his intimate friends aforesaid as those old women's worrying. But of course, they never heard of this. Little quarto of sheet notes, without any envelopes. That invention was unknown in those days, but sealed in the corners when folded up instead of gummed, as they are fastened at present, occasionally passed between Mr. Sheepshanks and the Miss Brownings, Mrs. Goodenough, or others. From the first mentioned, ladies, the form ran as follows. Miss Browning and her sister, Miss Phoebe Browning, present their respectful compliments to Mr. Sheepshanks, and beg to inform him that a few friends have kindly consented to favour them with their company at tea on Thursday next. Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe will take it very kindly if Mr. Sheepshanks will join their little circle. Now for Mrs. Goodenough. Mrs. Goodenough's respects to Mr. Sheepshanks, and hopes he is in good health. She would be very glad if he would favour her with his company to tea on Monday. My daughter, in Camermia, has sent me a couple of guinea fowls, and Mrs. Goodenough hopes Mr. Sheepshanks will stay and take a bit of supper. No need for the dates of the days of the month. The good ladies would have thought that the world was coming to an end if the invitation had been sent out a week before the party therein named. But not even guinea fowls for supper could tempt Mr. Sheepshanks. He remembered the made wines he had tasted in former days at Hollingford parties, and shuddered. Bread and cheese, with a glass of bitter beer, or a little brandy and water partaken of in his old clothes, which had worn into shapes of loose comfort and smelt strongly of tobacco, he liked better than roast guinea fowl and birch wine, even without throwing into the balance the stiff, uneasy coat and the tight neckcloth and tighter shoes. So the ex-agent had been seldom, if ever, seen at the Hollingford tea parties. He might have had his form of refusal stereotyped, it was so invariably the same. Mr. Sheepshanks' duty to Miss Browning and her sister, to Mrs. Goodenough, or to others, as the case might be. Business of importance prevents him from availing himself of their polite invitation, for which he begs to return his best thanks. But now that Mr. Preston had succeeded and come to live in Hollingford, things were changed. He accepted every civility right and left and won golden opinions accordingly. Parties were made in his honour, just as if he had been a bride, Miss Phoebe Browning said, and to all of them he went. "What's the man after?" said Mr. Sheepshanks to himself when he heard of his successor's affability and sociability and amiability and a variety of other agreeable illities, from the friends whom the old steward still retained at Hollingford. "Preston's not a man to put himself out for nothing. He's deep. He'll be after something solider than popularity." The sagacious old bachelor was right. Mr. Preston was after something more than mere popularity. He went wherever he had a chance of meeting Cynthia Kirkpatrick. It might be that Molly's spirits were more depressed at this time than they were in general, or that Cynthia was exultant, unawares to herself, in the amount of attention and admiration she was receiving from Roger by day, from Mr. Preston in the evening, but the two girls seemed to have parted company in cheerfulness. Molly was always gentle, but very grave and silent. Cynthia, on the contrary, was merry, full of pretty mockeries, and hardly ever silent. When first she came to Hollingford, one of her great charms had been that she was such a gracious listener. Now her excitement, by whatever caused, made her too restless to hold her tongue, yet what she said was too pretty, too witty, not to be a winning and sparkling interruption, eagerly welcomed by those who were under her sway. Mr. Gibson was the only one who observed this change and reasoned upon it. "She's in a mental fever of some kind," thought he to himself. She's very fascinating, but I don't quite understand her. If Molly had not been so entirely loyal to her friend, she might have thought this constant brilliancy a little tiresome when brought into everyday life. It was not the sunshiny rest of a placid lake, it was rather the glitter of the pieces of a broken mirror, which confuses and bewilders. Cynthia would not talk quietly about anything now. Subjects of thought or conversation seemed to have lost their relative value. There were exceptions to this mood of hers, when she sank into deep fits of silence that would have been gloomy had it not been for the never-varying sweetness of her temper. If there was a little kindness to be done to either Mr. Gibson or Molly, Cynthia was just as ready as ever to do it. Nor did she refuse to do anything her mother wished, however fidgety might be the humor that prompted the wish. But in this latter case, Cynthia's eyes were not quickened by her heart. Molly was dejected, she knew not why. Cynthia had drifted a little apart, that was not it. Her stepmother had whimsical moods, and if Cynthia displeased her, she would oppress Molly with small kindnesses and pseudo-affection. Or else everything was wrong, the world was out of joint, and Molly had failed in her mission to set it right, and was to be blamed accordingly. But Molly was of too steady a disposition to be much moved by the changeableness of an unreasonable person. She might be annoyed or irritated, but she was not depressed. That was not it. The real cause was certainly this. As long as Roger was drawn to Cynthia and sought her of his own accord, it had been a sore pain and bewilderment to Molly's heart, but it was a straightforward attraction, and one which Molly acknowledged, in her humility and great power of loving, to be the most natural thing in the world. She would look at Cynthia's beauty and grace and feel as if no one could resist it. And when she witnessed all the small signs of honest devotion which Roger was at no pains to conceal, she thought, with a sigh, that surely no girl could help relinquishing her heart to such tender, strong keeping as Roger's character ensured. She would have been willing to cut off her right hand, if need were, to forward his attachment to Cynthia, and the self-sacrifice would have added a strange zest to a happy crisis. She was indignant at what she considered to be Mrs. Gibson's obtuseness to so much goodness and worth, and when she called Roger a country lout, or any other depreciative epithet, Molly would pinch herself in order to keep silent. But after all, those were peaceful days compared to the present, when she, seeing the wrong side of the tapestry, after the wont of those who dwell in the same house with a plotter, became aware that Mrs. Gibson had totally changed her behavior to Roger from some cause unknown to Molly. But he was always exactly the same. Steady as old time, as Mrs. Gibson called him, with her usual originality. A rock of strength under whose very shadow there is rest, as Mrs. It does me good to see thee laugh a bit, after Osborne's long face, which always grows longer at sight o' me. Look here, father, said Roger suddenly, I'll manage somehow about the money for the works. You trust me, give me 2 months to turn myself in, and you shall have some money, at any rate, to begin with. The squire looked at him, and his face brightened as a child's does at the promise of a pleasure made to him by someone on whom he can rely. He became a little graver, however, as he said, But how will you get it? It's hard enough work. Never mind, I'll get it 100 or so at first. I don't yet know how, but remember, father, I'm a senior wrangler and a very promising young writer, as that review called me. Oh, you don't know what a fine fellow you've got for a son. You should have read that review to know all my wonderful merits. I did, Roger. I heard Gibson speaking of it, and I made him get it for me. I should have understood it better if they could have called the animals by their English names and not put so much of their French jingo into it. But it was an answer to an article by a French writer, pleaded Roger. I'd let him alone, said the squire earnestly. We had to beat 'em, and we did it at Waterloo, but I'd not demean myself by answering any of their lies if I was you. But I got through the review, for all their Latin and French I did, and if you doubt me, you just look at the end of the great ledger, turn it upside down, and you'll find I've copied out all the fine words they said of you. Careful observer, strong nervous English, rising philosopher. Oh, I can nearly say it all off by heart, for many a time when one frabbed by bad debts, or Osborne's bills, or moited with accounts, one turned the ledger wrong way up, and smoke a pipe over it, while one read those pieces out of the review which speak about you, lad. Chapter 32. Coming Events. Roger had turned over many plans in his mind, by which he thought that he could obtain sufficient money for the purpose he desired to accomplish. His careful grandfather, who had been a merchant in the city, had so tied up the few thousands he had left to his daughter, that although, in case of her death before her husband's, the latter might enjoy the life interest thereof, yet, in case of both their deaths, their second son did not succeed to the property until he was 25. And if he died before that age, the money that would then have been his went to one of his cousins on the maternal side. In short, the old merchant had taken as many precautions about his legacy as if it had been for tens, instead of units of thousands. Of course, Roger might have slipped through all these meshes by ensuring his life until the specified age. And, probably, if he had consulted any lawyer, this course would have been suggested to him. But he disliked taking anyone into his confidence on the subject of his father's want of ready money. He had obtained a copy of his grandfather's will at Doctors' Commons, and he imagined that all the contingencies involved in it would be patent to the light of nature and common sense. He was a little mistaken in this, but not the less resolved that money in some way he would have in order to fulfill his promise to his father, and for the ulterior purpose of giving the squire some daily interest to distract his thoughts from the regrets and cares that were almost weakening his mind. It was Roger Hamley, senior wrangler and fellow of Trinity, to the highest bidder, no matter what honest employment, and presently it came down to any bidder at all. Another perplexity and distress at this time weighed upon Roger. Osborne, heir to the estate, was going to have a child. The Hamley property was entailed on heirs male born in lawful wedlock. Was the wedlock lawful? Osborne never seemed to doubt that it was never seemed, in fact, to think twice about it. And if he, the husband, did not, how much less did Ame, the trustful wife? Yet who could tell how much misery any shadows of illegality might cost into the future? One evening Roger, sitting by the languid, careless, dilettante Osborne, began to question him as to the details of the marriage. Osborne knew instinctively at what Roger was aiming. It was not that he did not desire perfect legality and justice to his wife. It was that he was so indisposed at the time that he hated to be bothered. It was something like the refrain of Gray's Scandinavian prophetess, leave me to repose. But do try and tell me how you managed it." "How tiresome you are, Roger," put in Osborne. "Well, I dare say I am. Go on." "I've told you Morrison married us. You remember old Morrison at Trinity?" "Yes, as good and blunderheaded a fellow as ever lived." "Well, he's taken orders, and the examination for priest's orders fatigued him so much that he got his father to give him 100 or 2 for a tour on the continent. He meant to get to Rome because he heard that there were such pleasant winters there. So he turned up at Metz in August. I don't see why. No more did he. He never was great in geography, you know, and somehow he thought that Metz, pronounced French fashion, must be on the road to Rome. Someone had told him so in fun. However, it was very well for me that I met with him there, for I was determined to be married, and that without loss of time. But Ame is a Catholic. That's true, but you see I am not. You don't suppose I would do her any wrong, Roger?" asked Osborne, sitting up in his lounging chair and speaking rather indignantly to Roger, his face suddenly flushing red. "No, I'm sure you would not mean it, but you see there's a child coming and this estate is entailed on heirs male. Now I want to know if the marriage is legal or not, and it seems to me it's a ticklish question." "Oh," said Osborne, falling back into repose, "if that's all, I suppose you're next heir male, and I can trust you as I can myself. You know my marriage is bona fide in intention, and I believe it to be legal in fact. We went over to Strasbourg. Ame picked up a friend, a good middle-aged Frenchwoman who served half as bridesmaid, half as chaperone, and then we went before the maire PR fête, what do you call them? I think Morrison rather enjoyed the spree. I signed all manner of papers in the prefecture. I did not read them over, for fear lest I could not sign them conscientiously. It was the safest plan. Ame kept trembling, so I thought she would faint, and then we went off to the nearest English chaplaincy, Karlsruhe, and the chaplain was away, so Morrison easily got the loan of the chapel, and we were married the next day. But surely some registration or certificate was necessary. Morrison said he would undertake all those forms, and he ought to know his own business. I know I tipped him pretty well for the job." "You must be married again," said Roger after a pause, "and that before the child is born. Have you got a certificate of the marriage?" "I dare say Morrison has got it somewhere, but I believe I'm legally married according to the laws both of England and France. I really do, old fellow. I've got the PR Fet's papers somewhere." "Never mind. You shall be married again in England. Ame goes to the Roman Catholic chapel at Prestham, doesn't she?" "Yes. She is so good I wouldn't disturb her in her religion for the world." "Then you shall be married both there and at the church of the parish in which she lives as well," said Roger decidedly. "It's a great deal of trouble, unnecessary trouble, and unnecessary expense, I should say," said Osborne. "Why can't you leave well alone?" Neither aim nor I are of the sort of stuff to turn scoundrels and deny the legality of our marriage. And if the child is a boy and my father dies, and I die, why I'm sure you'll do him justice, as sure as I am of myself, old fellow. But if I die into the bargain, make a hecatomb of the present Hamleys all at once while you are about it. Who succeeds as Emile? Osborne thought for a moment. One of the Irish Hamleys, I suppose. I fancy they are needy chaps. Perhaps you're right. But what need to have such gloomy forebodings? The law makes one have foresight in such affairs, said Roger. So I'll go down to Amy next week when I'm in town, and I'll make all necessary arrangements before you come. I think you'll be happier if it is all done. I shall be happier if I've a chance of seeing the little woman that I grant you. But what is taking you up to town? I wish I'd money to run about like you, instead of being shut up forever in this dull old house. Osborne was apt occasionally to contrast his position with Roger's in a tone of complaint, forgetting that both were the results of character, and also that out of his income, Roger gave up so large a portion for the maintenance of his brother's wife. But if this ungenerous thought of Osborne's had been set clearly before his conscience, he would have smote his breast and cried mea culpa with the best of them. It was only that he was too indolent to keep an unassisted conscience. I shouldn't have thought of going up, said Roger, reddening as if he had been accused of spending another's money instead of his own, if I hadn't had to go up on business. Lord Hollingford has written for me. He knows my great wish for employment and has heard of something which he considers suitable. There's his letter if you care to read it, but it does not tell anything definitely. Osborne read the letter and returned it to Roger. After a moment or two of silence, he said, Why do you want money? Are we taking too much from you? It's a great shame of me, but what can I do? Only suggest a career for me, and I'll follow. It is Sterne, I think, who says, Thine own and thy mother's friends forsake not. But dear Lady Harriet, you'll stop till she comes home, won't you? I know how fond you are of her. In fact, with a little surface playfulness, I sometimes say you come more to see her than your pa old Clare. To Molly it had previously been, Lady Harriet is coming here this morning. I can't have anyone else coming in. Tell Maria to say I'm not at home. Lady Harriet has always so much to tell me. Dear Lady Harriet, I've known all her secrets since she was 12 years old. You two girls must keep out of the way. Of course she'll ask for you out of common civility, but you would only interrupt us if you came in, as you did the other day. Now addressing Molly, I hardly like to say so, but I thought it was very forward. Maria told me she had asked for me, put in Molly simply. Very forward indeed. Continued Mrs. Gibson, taking no further notice of the interruption, except to strengthen the words to which Molly's little speech had been intended as a correction. I think this time I must secure her ladyship from the chances of such an intrusion, by taking care that you are out of the house, Molly. You had better go to the Holly Farm and speak about those damsons I ordered, and which have never been sent. I'll go, said Cynthia. It's far too long a walk for Molly. She's had a bad cold, and isn't as strong as she was a fortnight ago. I delight in long walks. If you want Molly out of the way, Mamma, send her to the Miss Brownings. They are always glad to see her. I never said I wanted Molly out of the way, Cynthia, replied Mrs. Gibson. You always put things in such an exaggerated, I should almost say, so coarse a manner. I am sure, Molly, my love, you could never have so misunderstood me. It is only on Lady Harriet's account. I don't think I can walk as far as the Holly Farm. Papa would take the message. Cynthia need not go. Well, I'm the last person in the world to tax anyone's strength. I'd sooner never see damson preserve again. Suppose you do go and see Miss Browning. You can pay her a nice long call, you know she likes that, and ask after Miss Phoebe's cold from me, you know. They were friends of your mother's, my dear, and I would not have you break off old friendships for the world. Constancy above everything is my motto, as you know, and the memory of the dead ought always to be cherished. Now, Mamma, where am I to go? Asked Cynthia. Though Lady Harriet doesn't care for me as much as she does for Molly indeed, quite the contrary I should say, yet she might ask after me, and I had better be safely out of the way. True, said Mrs. Gibson, meditatively, yet unconscious of any satire in Cynthia's speech. She is much less likely to ask for you, my dear. I almost think you might remain in the house, or you might go to the Holly Farm. I really do want the damsons. Or you might stay here in the dining room, you know, so as to be ready to arrange lunch prettily if she does take a fancy to stay for it. She is very fanciful, is dear Lady Harriet. I would not like her to think we made any difference in our meals because she stayed. Simple elegance, as I tell her, always is what we aim at. But still, you could put out the best service and arrange some flowers and ask cook what there is for dinner that she could send us for lunch and make it all look pretty and impromptu and natural. I think you had better stay at home, Cynthia, and then you could fetch Molly from Miss Browning's in the afternoon, you know, and you two could take a walk together. After Lady Harriet was fairly gone, I understand, Mamma. Off with you, Molly. Make haste, or Lady Harriet may come and ask for you as well as Mamma. I'll take care and forget where you are going to, so that no one shall learn from me where you are, and I'll answer for Mamma's loss of memory. Child. What nonsense you talk. You quite confuse me with being so silly, said Mrs. Gibson, fluttered and annoyed as she usually was with the Lilliputian darts Cynthia flung at her. She had recast to her accustomed feckless piece of retaliation bestowing some favor on Molly, and this did not hurt Cynthia one whit. Molly, darling, there's a very cold wind, though it looks so fine. You had better put on my Indian shawl, and it will look so pretty, too, on your gray gown scarlet and gray. It's not everybody I would lend it to, but you're so careful. Thank you, said Molly, and she left Mrs. Gibson in careless uncertainty as to whether her offer would be accepted or not. Lady Harriet was sorry to miss Molly, as she was fond of the girl, but as she perfectly agreed with Mrs. Gibson's truism about constancy and old friends, she saw no occasion for saying any more about the affair, but sat down in a little low chair with her feet on the fender. This said fender was made of bright steel, and was strictly tabooed to all household and plebeian feet. Indeed, the position, if they assumed it, was considered low-bred and vulgar. That's right, dear Lady Harriet. You can't think what a pleasure it is to me to welcome you at my own fireside, into my humble home. Humble? Now, Claire, that's a little bit of nonsense, begging your pardon. I don't call this pretty little drawing-room a bit of a humble home. It's as full of comforts, and of pretty things, too, as any room of its size can be. Ah, how small you must feel it. Even I had to reconcile myself to it at first. Well, perhaps your schoolroom was larger, but remember how bare it was, how empty of anything but deal tables and forms and mats. Oh, indeed, Claire, I quite agree with Mamma, who always says you have done very well for yourself. And Mr. Gibson, too. What an agreeable, well-informed man. Yes, he is, said his wife, slowly, as if she did not like to relinquish her allure of a victim to circumstances quite immediately. He is very agreeable, very, only we see so little of him, and of course he comes home tired and hungry and not inclined to talk to his own family and apt to go to sleep. Come, said Lady Harriet, I'm going to have my turn now. We've had the complaint of a doctor's wife, now hear the moans of a peer's daughter. Our house is so overrun with visitors, and literally today I have come to you for a little solitude. Solitude, exclaimed Mrs. Gibson. Would you rather be alone? Slightly aggrieved. No, you dear silly woman, my solitude requires a listener to whom I may say, how sweet is solitude. But I am tired of the responsibility of entertaining. Papa is so open-hearted, he asks every friend he meets with to come and pay us a visit. Mamma is really a great invalid, but she does not choose to give up her reputation for good health, having always considered illness a want of self-control. So she gets wearied and worried by a crowd of people who are all of them open-mouthed for amusement of some kind, just like a brood of fledglings in a nest. So I have to be parent bird and pop morsels into their yellow leathery bills to find them swallowed down before I can think of where to find the next. Oh, it's entertaining in the largest, literalist, dreariest sense of the word. So I have told a few lies this morning and come off here for quietness and the comfort of complaining. Lady Harriet threw herself back in her chair and yawned. Mrs. Gibson took one of her ladyship's hands in a soft, sympathizing manner and murmured, "Poor Lady Harriet." And then she purred affectionately. After a pause, Lady Harriet started up and said, "I used to take you as my arbiter of morals when I was a little girl. Tell me, do you think it wrong to tell lies?" "Oh, my dear, how can you ask such questions? Of course it is very wrong, very wicked indeed, I think I may say." "But I know you were only joking when you said you had told lies." "No, indeed, I wasn't. I told as plump fat lies as you would wish to hear. I said I was obliged to go into Hollingford on business, when the truth was there was no obligation in the matter, only an insupportable desire of being free from my visitors for an hour or two, and my only business was to come here and yawn and complain and lounge at my leisure. I really think I'm unhappy at having told a story, as children express it. But, my dear Lady Harriet," said Mrs. Gibson, a little puzzled as to the exact meaning of the words that were trembling on her tongue, "I am sure you thought that you meant what you said when you said it." "No, I didn't," put in Lady Harriet. "And besides, if you didn't, it was the fault of the tiresome people who drove you into such straits, yes. It was certainly their fault, not yours, and then you know the conventions of society are, what trammels they are." Lady Harriet was silent for a minute or two, then she said, "Tell me, Claire, you've told lies sometimes, haven't you?" Lady Harriet, I think you might have known me better, but I know you don't mean it, dear. Yes, I do. You must have told white lies at any rate. How did you feel after them? I should have been miserable if I ever had. I should have died of self-reproach. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth has always seemed to me such a fine passage. But then I have so much that is unbending in my nature, and in our sphere of life there are so few temptations. If we are humble, we are also simple and unshackled by etiquette. Then you blame me very much. If somebody else will blame me, I shan't be so unhappy at what I said this morning. I am sure I never blamed you, not in my innermost heart, dear Lady Harriet. Blame you indeed, that would be presumption in me. I think I shall set up a confession. Gibson in reply gave an intelligent and very expressive glance at Cynthia, who however did not perceive it. Oh, no, not at all, and Mrs. Gibson nodded a little at her daughter, as much as to say, if anyone that. Lady Harriet began to look at the pretty Miss Kirkpatrick with fresh interest. Her brother had spoken in such a manner of this young Mr. Hamley that every one connected with the Phoenix was worthy of observation. Then, as if the mention of Molly's name had brought her afresh into her mind, Lady Harriet said, "And where is Molly all this time? I should like to see my little mentor. I hear she is very much grown since those days." "Oh, when she once gets gossiping with the Miss Brownings, she never knows when to come home," said Mrs. Gibson. "The Miss Brownings? Oh, I'm so glad you named them. I'm very fond of them. Pecksy and Flapsy, I may call them so in Molly's absence. I'll go and see them before I go home, and then perhaps I shall see my dear little Molly too. Do you know, Claire, I've quite taken a fancy to that girl." So Mrs. Gibson, after all her precautions, had to submit to Lady Harriet's leaving her half an hour earlier than she otherwise would have done in order to make herself common, as Mrs. Gibson expressed it, by calling on the Miss Brownings. But Molly had left before Lady Harriet arrived. Molly went the long walk to the Holly farm to order the damsons, out of a kind of penitence. She had felt conscious of anger at being sent out of the house by such a palpable maneuver as that which her stepmother had employed. Of course she did not meet Cynthia, so she went alone along the pretty lanes, with grassy sides and high hedge banks not at all in the style of modern agriculture. At first she made herself uncomfortable with questioning herself as to how far it was right to leave unnoticed the small domestic failings, the webs, the distortions of truth which had prevailed in their household ever since her father's second marriage. She knew that very often she longed to protest, but did not do it, from the desire of sparing her father any discord. And she saw by his face that he, too, was occasionally aware of certain things that gave him pain, as showing that his wife's standard of conduct was not as high as he would have liked. It was a wonder to Molly whether this silence was right or wrong. With a girl's one of toleration, and one of experience to teach her the force of circumstances and of temptation, she had often been on the point of telling her stepmother some forcible home truths. But possibly her father's example of silence, and often some piece of kindness on Mrs. Gibson's part, for after her way, and when in a good temper she was very kind to Molly, made her hold her tongue. That night at dinner, Mrs. Gibson recounted the conversation between herself and Lady Harriet, giving it a very strong individual coloring, as was her wont, and telling nearly the whole of what had passed, although implying that there was a great deal said which was so purely confidential that she was bound in honor not to repeat it. Her three auditors listened to her without interrupting her much indeed, without bestowing extreme attention on what she was saying, until she came to the fact of Lord Hollingford's absence in London and the reason for it. "Roger Hamley going off on a scientific expedition?" exclaimed Mr. Gibson, suddenly awakened into vivacity. "Yes, at least it is not settled finally, but as Lord Hollingford is the only trustee who takes any interest and being Lord Cumnor's son, it is next to certain." "I think I must have a voice in the matter," said Mr. Gibson, and he relapsed into silence, keeping his ears open, however, henceforward. "How long will he be away?" asked Cynthia. "We shall miss him sadly." Molly's lips formed an acquiescing yes to this remark, but no sound was heard. There was a buzzing in her ears as if the others were going on with the conversation, but the words they uttered seemed indistinct and blurred. They were merely conjectures and did not interfere with the one great piece of news. To the rest of the party, she appeared to be eating her dinner as usual, and, if she were silent, there was one listener the more to Mrs. Gibson's stream of prattle and Mr. Gibson's and Cynthia's remarks. Chapter 33. Brightening Prospects. It was a day or two afterwards that Mr. Gibson made time to ride round by Hamley, desirous to learn more exact particulars of this scheme for Roger than he could obtain from any extraneous source, and rather puzzled to know whether he should interfere in the project or not. The state of the case was this: Osborne's symptoms were, in Mr. Gibson's opinion, signs of his having a fatal disease. Dr. Nichols had differed from him on this head, and Mr. Gibson knew that the old physician had had long experience and was considered very skillful in the profession. Still, he believed that he himself was right, and, if so, the complaint was one which might continue for years in the same state as at present, or might end the young man's life in an hour a minute. Supposing that Mr. Gibson was right, would it be well for Roger to be away where no sudden calls for his presence could reach him away for 2 years? Yet if the affair was concluded, the interference of a medical man might accelerate the very evil to be feared, and after all, Dr. Nichols might be right, and the symptoms might proceed from some other cause. Might? Yes, probably did. No, Mr. Gibson could not bring himself to say yes to this latter form of sentence. So he rode on, meditating, his reins slack, his head a little bent. It was one of those still and lovely autumn days when the red and yellow leaves are hanging pegs to dewy, brilliant gossamer webs, when the hedges are full of trailing brambles, loaded with ripe blackberries, when the air is full of the farewell whistles and pipes of birds, clear and shot not the long, full-throated wobbles of spring, when the whir of the partridge's wings is heard in the stubble fields, as the sharp hoof-blows fall on the paved lanes, when here and there a leaf floats and flutters down to the ground, although there is not a single breath of wind. The country surgeon felt the beauty of the seasons perhaps more than most men. He saw more of it by day, by night, in storm and sunshine, or in the still, soft, cloudy weather. He never spoke about what he felt on the subject. Indeed, he did not put his feelings into words, even to himself, but if his mood ever approached to the sentimental, it was on such days as this. He rode into the stable-yard, gave his horse to a man, and went into the house by a side entrance. In the passage he met the squire. "That's capital, Gibson. What good wind blew you here? You'll have some lunch. It's on the table. I only just this minute left the room." And he kept shaking Mr. Gibson's hand all the time till he had placed him, nothing loth, at the well-covered dining table. "What's this I hear about Roger?" said Mr. Gibson, plunging at once into the subject. "Aha. So you've heard, have you? It's famous, isn't it? He's a boy to be proud of, is old Roger. Steady Roger, we used to think him slow, but it seems to me that slow and sure wins the race. But tell me, what have you heard? How much is known? Nay, you must have a glass full. It's old ale, such as we don't brew nowadays. It's as old as Osborne. We brewed it that autumn, and we called it the young squire's ale. I thought to have tapped it on his marriage, but I don't know when that will come to pass, so we've tapped it now in Roger's honour." The old squire had evidently been enjoying the young squire's ale to the verge of prudence. It was indeed, as he said, as strong as brandy, and Mr. Gibson had to sip it very carefully as he ate his cold roast beef. "Well, and what have you heard? There's a deal to hear, and all good news, though I shall miss the lad, I know that." "I did not know it was settled. I only heard that it was in progress." "Well, it was only in progress, as you call it, till last Tuesday. He never let me know anything about it, though. He says he thought I might be fidgety with thinking of the pros and cons, so I never knew a word on't till I had a letter from my Lord Hollingford. Where is it?" Pulling out a great black leathern receptacle for all manner of papers, and putting on his spectacles, he read aloud their headings. "Measurement of timber, new railings, drench for cows from Farmer Hayes, Dobson's account sum, here it is. Now read that letter," handing it to Mr. Gibson. It was a manly, feeling, sensible letter, explaining to the old father in very simple language the services which were demanded by the terms of the will to which he and 2 or 3 others were trustees, the liberal allowance for expenses, the still more liberal reward for performance, which had tempted several men of considerable renown to offer themselves as candidates for the appointment. Lord Hollingford then went on to say that, having seen a good deal of Roger lately, since the publication of his article in reply to the French osteologist, he had had reason to think that in him the trustees would find united the various qualities required in a greater measure than in any of the applicants who had at that time presented themselves. Roger had deep interest in the subject, much acquired knowledge, and at the same time great natural powers of comparison. "I don't believe Osborne will ever earn a farthing to keep a wife during my life, and if I were to die tomorrow, she would have to bring some money to clear the estate. And if I do speak as I shouldn't have done formerly a little sharp or so, why, it's because I've been worried by many a care no one knows anything of." "I'm not going to take offense," said Mr. Gibson, But let us understand each other clearly. If you don't want your sons to come as much to my house as they do, tell them so yourself. I like the lads and am glad to see them. But if they do come, you must take the consequences, whatever they are, and not blame me or them either, for what may happen from the frequent intercourse between 2 young men and 2 young women. And what is more, though, as I said, I see nothing whatever of the kind you fear at present, and have promised to tell you of the first symptoms I do see, yet farther than that I won't go. If there's an attachment at any future time, I won't interfere. I shouldn't so much mind if Roger fell in love with your Molly. He can fight for himself, you see, and she's an uncommon nice girl. My poor wife was so fond of her, answered the squire. It's Osborne and the estate I'm thinking of. Well then, tell him not to come near us. I shall be sorry, but you will be safe. I'll think about it, but he's difficult to manage. I've always to get my blood well up before I can speak my mind to him. Mr. Gibson was leaving the room, but at these words he turned and laid his hand on the squire's arm. Take my advice, squire. As I said, there's no harm done as yet, as far as I know. Prevention is better than cure. Speak out, but speak gently to Osborne, and do it at once. I shall understand how it is if he doesn't show his face for some months in my house. If you speak gently to him, he'll take the advice as from a friend. If he can assure you there's no danger, of course he'll come just as usual, when he likes. It was all very fine giving the squire this good advice, but as Osborne had already formed the very kind of marriage his father most deprecated, it did not act quite as well as Mr. Gibson had hoped. The squire began the conversation with unusual self-control, but he grew irritated when Osborne denied his father's right to interfere in any marriage he might contemplate. Denied it with a certain degree of doggedness and weariness of the subject that drove the squire into one of his passions. And although, on after reflection, he remembered that he had his son's promise and solemn word not to think of either Cynthia or Molly for his wife, yet the father and son had passed through one of those altercations which help to estrange men for life. Each had said bitter things to the other, and, if the brotherly affection had not been so true between Osborne and Roger, they too might have become alienated, in consequence of the squire's exaggerated and injudicious comparison of their characters and deeds. But as Roger in his boyhood had loved Osborne too well to be jealous of the praise and love which the eldest son, the beautiful, brilliant lad, had received, to the disparagement of his own plain awkwardness and slowness, so now Osborne strove against any feeling of envy or jealousy with all his might. But his efforts were conscious. Roger's had been the simple consequence of affection, and the end to poor Osborne was that he became moody and depressed in mind and body. But both father and son concealed their feelings in Roger's presence. When he came home just before sailing, busy and happy, the squire caught his infectious energy, and Osborne looked up and was cheerful. There was no time to be lost. He was bound to a hot climate, and must take all advantage possible of the winter months. He was to go first to Paris, to have interviews with some of the scientific men there. Some of his outfit, instruments, and sea were to follow him to Havre, from which pot he was to embark, after transacting his business in Paris. The squire learnt all his arrangements and plans, and even tried in often conversations to penetrate into the questions involved in the researches his son was about to make. But Roger's visit home could not be prolonged beyond 2 days. The last day he rode into Hollingford earlier than he needed to have done to catch the London coach, in order to bid the Gibsons goodbye. He had been too actively busy for some time to have leisure to bestow much thought on Cynthia, but there was no need for fresh meditation on that subject. Her image as a prize to be worked for, to be served for 7 years, and 7 years more, was safe and sacred in his heart. It was very bad, this going away, and wishing her goodbye for 2 long years. And he wondered much during his ride how far he should be justified in telling her mother, perhaps in telling her own sweet self, what his feelings were without expecting, nay, indeed reprobating, any answer on her part. Then she would know at any rate how dearly she was beloved by one who was absent, how in all difficulties or dangers the thought of her would be a polar star, high up in the heavens, and so on and so on. For with all a lover's quickness of imagination and triteness of fancy, he called her a star, a flower, a nymph, a witch, an angel, or a mermaid, a nightingale, a siren, as one or another of her attributes rose up before him. Chapter 34. A Lover's Mistake. It was afternoon. Molly had gone out for a walk. Mrs. Gibson had been paying some calls. Lazy Cynthia had declined accompanying either. A daily walk was not a necessity to her as it was to Molly. On a lovely day, or with an agreeable object, or when the fancy took her, she could go as far as anyone. But these were exceptional cases. In general, she was not disposed to disturb herself from her indoor occupations. Indeed, not one of the ladies would have left the house, had they been aware that Roger was in the neighborhood, for they were aware that he was to come down but once before his departure, and that his stay at home then would be but for a short time, and they were all anxious to wish him goodbye before his long absence. But they had understood that he was not coming to the hall until the following week, and therefore they had felt themselves at full liberty this afternoon to follow their own devices. Molly chose a walk that had been a favorite with her ever since she was a child. Something or other had happened just before she left home that made her begin wondering how far it was right for the sake of domestic peace to pass over, without comment, the little deviations from right that people perceive in those whom they live with. Or whether, as they are placed in families for distinct purposes, not by chance merely, there are not duties involved in this aspect of their lot in life, whether, by continually passing over failings, their own standard is not lowered, the practical application of these thoughts being a dismal sort of perplexity on Molly's part as to whether her father was quite aware of her stepmother's perpetual lapses from truth, and whether his blindness was willful or not. Then she felt bitterly enough that although she was sure as could be that there was no real estrangement between her and her father, yet there were perpetual obstacles thrown in the way of their intercourse. And she thought with a sigh that if he would but come in with authority, he might cut his way clear to the old intimacy with his daughter, and that they might have all the former walks and talks, and quips and cranks, and glimpses of real confidence once again. Things that her stepmother did not value, yet which she, like the dog in the manger, prevented Molly's enjoying. But after all, Molly was a girl, not so far removed from childhood, and in the middle of her grave regrets and perplexities, her eye was caught by the sight of some fine ripe blackberries flourishing away high up on the hedge-bank among scarlet hips and green and russet leaves. She did not care much for blackberries herself, but she had heard Cynthia say that she liked them, and besides there was the charm of scrambling and gathering them. So she forgot all about her troubles and went climbing up the banks and clutching at her almost inaccessible prizes and slipping down again triumphant to carry them back to the large leaf which was to serve her as a basket. One or two of them she tasted, but they were as vapid to her palate as ever. The skirt of her pretty print gown was torn out of the gathers, and even with the fruit she had eaten, her pretty lips with blackberries were all besmeared and dyed. When having gathered as many and more than she could possibly carry, she set off home, hoping to escape into her room and mend her gown before it had offended Mrs. Gibson's neat eye. The front door was easily opened from the outside, and Molly was out of the clear light of the open air and in the shadow of the hall when she saw a face peep out of the dining room before she quite recognized whose it was. And then Mrs. Gibson came softly out, sufficiently at least to beckon her into the room. When Molly had entered, Mrs. Gibson closed the door. Poor Molly expected a reprimand for her torn gown and untidy appearance, but was soon relieved by the expression of Mrs. Gibson's face, mysterious and radiant. "I've been watching for you, dear." He took her hand in silent pledge of his reply. Molly felt as if she could never bring herself to name the affair as a common piece of news, so it was only Mrs. Gibson that answered aloud, "My dear child, why especially to paw me? You know I'm the most trustworthy person alive." The little pendule on the chimney-piece struck the half-hour. "I must go," said Roger in dismay. "I had no idea it was so late. I shall write from Paris. The coach will be at the George by this time and will only stay 5 minutes. Dearest Cynthia," he took her hand, and then, as if the temptation was irresistible, he drew her to him and kissed her. "Only remember you are free," said he, as he released her and passed on to Mrs. Gibson. "If I had considered myself free," said Cynthia, blushing a little, but ready with her repartee to the last, "if I had thought myself free, do you think I would have allowed that?" Then Molly's turn came, and the old brotherly tenderness came back into his look, his voice, his bearing. "Molly, you won't forget me, I know. I shall never forget you, nor your goodness to her." His voice began to quiver, and it was best to be gone. Mrs. Gibson was pouring out, unheard and unheeded, words of farewell. Cynthia was rearranging some flowers in a vase on the table, the defects in which had caught her artistic eye, without the consciousness penetrating to her mind. Molly stood, numb to the heart, neither glad nor sorry, nor anything but stunned. She felt the slackened touch of the warm, grasping hand. She looked up, for till now her eyes had been downcast, as if there were heavy weights to their lids and the place was empty where he had been. His quick step was heard on the stair. The front door was opened and shut, and then as quick as lightning Molly ran up to the front attic, the lumber room, whose window commanded the street down which he must pass. The window clasp was unused and stiff. Molly tugged at it unless it was open, and her head put out. That last chance would be gone. "I must see him again. I must, she wailed out as she was pulling. There he was, running hard to catch the London coach. His luggage had been left at the George before he came up to wish the Gibsons goodbye. In all his hurry, Molly saw him turn round and shade his eyes from the level rays of the westering sun, and rake the house with his glances in hopes, she knew, of catching one more glimpse of Cynthia. But apparently he saw no one, not even Molly at the attic casement, for she had drawn back when he had turned, and kept herself in shadow, for she had no right to put herself forward as the one to watch and yearn for farewell signs. None came another moment he was out of sight for years. She shut the windows softly and shivered all over. She left the attic and went to her own room, but she did not begin to take off her out-of-door things till she heard Cynthia's foot on the stairs. Then she hastily went to the toilet table and began to untie her bonnet strings, but they were in a knot and took time to undo. Cynthia's step stopped at Molly's door. She opened it a little and said, "May I come in, Molly?" "Certainly," said Molly, longing to be able to say no all the time. Molly did not turn to meet her, so Cynthia came up behind her and, putting her 2 hands round Molly's waist, peeped over her shoulder, putting out her lips to be kissed. Molly could not resist the action, the mute entreaty for a caress. But in the moment before, she had caught the reflection of the 2 faces in the glass. Her own, red-eyed, pale, with lips dyed with blackberry juice, her curls tangled, her bonnet pulled awry. Her gown torn and contrasted it with Cynthia's brightness and bloom and the trim elegance of her dress. "Oh, it is no wonder," thought poor Molly as she turned round and put her arms round Cynthia and laid her head for an instant on her shoulder, the weary, aching head that sought a loving pillow in that supreme moment. The next she had raised herself and taken Cynthia's 2 hands and was holding her off a little, the better to read her face. "Cynthia, you do love him dearly, don't you?" Cynthia winced a little aside from the penetrating steadiness of those eyes. "You speak with all the solemnity of an adjuration, Molly," said she, laughing a little at first to cover her nervousness and then looking up at Molly. "Don't you think I've given a proof of it? But you know I've often told you I've not the gift of loving. I said pretty much the same thing to him. I can respect, and I fancy I can admire, and I can like, but I never feel carried off my feet by love for anyone, not even for you, little Molly, and I'm sure I love you more than—" "No, don't," said Molly, putting her hand before Cynthia's mouth in almost a passion of impatience. Don't, I won't hear you. I ought not to have asked you. It makes you tell lies." "Why, Molly?" said Cynthia, in her turn seeking to read Molly's face. "What's the matter with you? One might think you cared for him yourself." "I," said Molly, all the blood rushing to her heart suddenly. Then it returned, and she had courage to speak, and she spoke the truth as she believed it, though not the real actual truth. "I do care for him. I think you have won the love of a prince amongst men. Why, I am proud to remember that he has been to me as a brother, and I love him as a sister, and I love you doubly because he has honored you with his love." "Come, that's not complimentary," said Cynthia, laughing, but not ill-pleased to hear her lover's praises, and even willing to depreciate him a little in order to hear more. "He's well enough, I dare say, and a great deal too learned and clever for a stupid girl like me, but even you must acknowledge he's very plain and awkward, and I like pretty things and pretty people. Cynthia, I won't talk to you about him. You know you don't mean what you are saying, and you only say it out of contradiction, because I praise him. He shan't be run down by you, even in joke." "Well, then, we won't talk of him at all." I was so surprised when he began to speak so, and Cynthia looked very lovely, blushing and dimpling up as she remembered his words and looks. Suddenly she recalled herself to the present time, and her eye caught on the leaf full of blackberries, the broad, green leaf, so fresh and crisp when Molly had gathered it an hour or so ago, but now soft and flabby and dying. Molly saw it too, and felt a strange kind of sympathetic pity for the poor inanimate leaf. "Oh, what blackberries!" "You've gathered them for me, I know," said Cynthia, sitting down and beginning to feed herself daintily, touching them lightly with the ends of her taper fingers and dropping each ripe berry into her open mouth. When she had eaten about half, she stopped suddenly short. "How I should like to have gone as far as Paris with him," she exclaimed. "I suppose it wouldn't have been proper, but how pleasant it would have been. I remember at Boulogne, another blackberry, how I used to envy the English who were going to Paris. It seemed to me then as if nobody stopped at Boulogne but dull, stupid schoolgirls." "When will he be there?" asked Molly. On Wednesday, he said. I'm to write to him there. At any rate, he's going to write to me. Molly went about the adjustment of her dress in a quiet, businesslike manner, not speaking much. Cynthia, although sitting still, seemed very restless. Oh. How much Molly wished that she would go. Perhaps, after all, said Cynthia, after a pause of apparent meditation, we shall never be married. Why do you say that? Said Molly, almost bitterly. You have nothing to make you think so. I wonder how you can bear to think you won't, even for a moment. Oh, said Cynthia, you mustn't go and take me au grand esria. I dare say I don't mean what I say, but you see everything seems a dream at present. Still, I think the chances are equal the chances for and against our marriage, I mean. 2 years, it's a long time. He may change his mind, or I may, or someone else may turn up and I may get engaged to him. What should you think of that, Molly? I'm putting such a gloomy thing as death quite on one side, you see, yet in 2 years how much may happen. Don't talk so, Cynthia, please don't, said Molly piteously. One would think you didn't care for him, and he cares so much for you. Why did I say I didn't care for him? I was only calculating chances. I'm sure I hope nothing will happen to prevent the marriage. Only, you know it may, and I thought I was taking a step in wisdom, in looking forward to all the evils that might befall. I'm sure all the wise people I've ever known thought it a virtue to have gloomy prognostics of the future. But you're not in a mood for wisdom or virtue, I see, so I'll go and get ready for dinner and leave you to your vanities of dress. She took Molly's face in both her hands before Molly was aware of her intention and kissed it playfully. Then she left Molly to herself. Chapter 35. The Mother's Maneuver. Mr. Gibson was not at home at dinner, detained by some patient, most probably. This was not an unusual occurrence, but it was rather an unusual occurrence for Mrs. Gibson to go down into the dining room and sit with him as he ate his deferred meal when he came in an hour or two later. In general, she preferred her easy chair, or her corner of the sofa, upstairs in the drawing-room, though it was very rarely that she would allow Molly to avail herself of her stepmother's neglected privilege. Molly would fain have gone down and kept her father company every night that he had these solitary meals, but for peace and quietness she gave up her own wishes on the matter. Mrs. Gibson took a seat by the fire in the dining-room and patiently waited for the auspicious moment when Mr. Gibson, having satisfied his healthy appetite, turned from the table and took his place by her side. She got up, and with unaccustomed attention moved the wine and glass. You should not talk your medical secrets so loud, then, if you don't want people to hear them. I had to go into the storeroom that day Dr. Nichols was here. Cook wanted a jar of preserve, and stopped me just as I was going out. I am sure it was for no pleasure of mine, for I was sadly afraid of sticking my gloves. It was all that you might have a comfortable dinner. She looked as if she was going to cry again, but he gravely motioned her to go on, merely saying, "Well, you overheard our conversation, I suppose?" "Not much," she answered eagerly, almost relieved by being thus helped out in her forced confession. "Only a sentence or two." "What were they?" he asked. "Why, you had just been saying something, and Dr. Nichols said, if he has got aneurysm of the aorta, his days are numbered." "Well, anything more?" "Yes, you said, I hope to God I may be mistaken, but there is a pretty clear indication of symptoms, in my opinion." "How do you know we were speaking of Osborne Hamley?" he asked, perhaps in hopes of throwing her off the scent. But as soon as she perceived that he was descending to her level of subterfuge, she took courage and said in quite a different tone to the cowed one which she had been using, "Oh, I know. I heard his name mentioned by you both before I began to listen." "Then you own you did listen?" "Yes," said she, hesitating a little now. "And pray how do you come to remember so exactly the name of the disease spoken of? Because I went now, don't be angry, I really can't see any harm in what I did. Then, don't deprecate anger. You went into the surgery and looked it out, why might not I, Mr. Gibson did not answer, did not look at her. His face was very pale, and both forehead and lips were contracted. At length he roused himself, sighed, and said, "Well, I suppose as one brews one must bake." "I don't understand what you mean," pouted she. "Perhaps not," he replied. "I suppose that it was what you heard on that occasion that made you change your behavior to Roger Hamley. I've noticed how much more civil you were to him of late. If you mean that I have ever got to like him as much as Osborne, you are very much mistaken. No, not even though he has offered to Cynthia and is to be my son-in-law. Let me know the whole affair." "You overheard. I will own that it was Osborne about whom we were speaking, though I shall have something to say about that presently, and then, if I understand you rightly, you changed your behavior to Roger, and made him more welcome to this house than you had ever done before, regarding him as proximate heir to the Hamley estates." "I don't know what you mean by proximate." "Go into the surgery and look into the dictionary, then," said he, losing his temper for the first time during the conversation. "I knew," said she through sobs and tears, "that Roger had taken a fancy to Cynthia. Anyone might see that. And as long as Roger was only a younger son with no profession and nothing but his fellowship, I thought it right to discourage him, as anyone would who had a grain of common sense in them. For a clumsier, more common, awkward, stupid fellow I never saw to be called county, I mean. Take care, you'll have to eat your words presently when you come to fancy he'll have Hamley some day." "No, I shan't," said she, not perceiving his exact drift. "You are vexed now because it is not Molly he's in love with, and I call it very unjust and unfair to my poor fatherless girl. I am sure I have always tried to further Molly's interests as if she was my own daughter." Mr. Gibson was too indifferent to this accusation to take any notice of it. He returned to what was of far more importance to him. "The point I want to be clear about is this. Did you, or did you not alter your behavior to Roger in consequence of what you overheard of my professional conversation with Dr. Nichols? Have you not favored his suit to Cynthia since then, on the understanding gathered from that conversation that he stood a good chance of inheriting Hamley?" "I suppose I did," said she, sulkily. "And if I did, I can't see any harm in it, that I should be questioned as if I were in a witness box. He was in love with Cynthia long before that conversation, and she liked him so much. It was not for me to cross the path of true love. I don't see how you would have a mother show her love for her child if she may not turn accidental circumstances to her advantage. Perhaps Cynthia might have died if she had been crossed in love. Her poor father was consumptive. Don't you know that all professional conversations are confidential? That it would be the most dishonorable thing possible for me to betray secrets which I learn in the exercise of my profession? Yes, of course, you. Well, and are not you and I one in all these respects? You cannot do a dishonorable act without my being inculpated in the disgrace. If it would be a deep disgrace for me to betray a professional secret, what would it be for me to trade on that knowledge?" He was trying hard to be patient, but the offense was of that class which galled him insupportably. "I don't know what you mean by trading. Trading in a daughter's affections is the last thing I should do, and I should have thought you would be rather glad than otherwise to get Cynthia well married and off your hands." Mr. Gibson got up and walked about the room, his hands in his pockets. Once or twice he began to speak, but he stopped impatiently short without going on. "I don't know what to say to you," he said at length. "You either can't or won't see what I mean. I'm glad enough to have Cynthia here. I have given her a true welcome, and I sincerely hope she will find this house as much a home as my own daughter does. But for the future, I must look out of my doors and double-lock the approaches if I am so foolish as to, however, that's past and gone, and it remains with me to prevent its recurrence as far as I can for the future. Now let us hear the present state of affairs. I don't think I ought to tell you anything about it. It is a secret just as much as your mysteries are. Very well, you have told me enough for me to act upon, which I most certainly shall do. It was only the other day I promised the squire to let him know if I suspected any love affair or entanglement, much less an engagement, between either of his sons and our girls. But this is not an engagement. He would not let it be so. If you would only listen to me, I could tell you all. Only I do hope you won't go and tell the squire and everybody. Cynthia did so beg that it might not be known. It is only my unfortunate frankness that has led me into this scrape. I never could keep a secret from those whom I love. I must tell the squire. I shall not mention it to anyone else. And do you quite think it was consistent with your general frankness to have overheard what you did, and never to have mentioned it to me? I could have told you then that Dr. Nichols' opinion was decidedly opposed to mine, and that he believed that the disturbance about which I consulted him on Osborne's behalf was merely temporary. Dr. Nichols would tell you that Osborne is as likely as any man to live and marry and beget children. If there was any skill used by Mr. Gibson so to word this speech as to conceal his own opinion, Mrs. Gibson was not sharp enough to find it out. She was dismayed, and Mr. Gibson enjoyed her dismay. It restored him to something like his usual frame of mind. "Let us review this misfortune, for I see you consider it as such," said he. "No, not quite a misfortune," said she. "But certainly, if I had known Dr. Nichols' opinion," she hesitated. "You see the advantage of always consulting me," he continued gravely. "Here is Cynthia engaged. Not engaged, I told you before. He would not allow it to be considered an engagement on her part. Well, entangled in a love affair with a lad of 23, with nothing beyond his fellowship and a chance of inheriting an incumbent estate, no profession even, abroad for 2 years, and I must go and tell his father all about it tomorrow. Oh dear. Pray say that, if he dislikes it, he has only to express his opinion. I don't think you can act without Cynthia in the affair, and if I am not mistaken, Cynthia will have a pretty stout will of her own on the subject. Oh, I don't think she cares for him very much. She is not one to be always falling in love, and she does not take things very deeply to heart. But of course, one would not do anything abruptly. 2 years' absence gives one plenty of time to turn oneself in. But a little while ago we were threatened with consumption and an early death if Cynthia's affections were thwarted. Oh, you dear creature, how you remember all my silly words. It might be, you know. Poor dear Mr. Kirkpatrick was consumptive, and Cynthia may have inherited it, and a great sorrow might bring out the latent seeds. At times I am so fearful, but I dare say it is not probable, for I don't think she takes things very deeply to heart. Then I'm quite at liberty to give up the affair, acting as Cynthia's proxy if the squire disapproves of it. Poor Mrs. Gibson was in a strait at this question. No, she said at last, we cannot give it up. I am sure Cynthia would not, especially if she thought others were acting for her, and he really is very much in love. I wish he were in Osborne's place. Shall I tell you what I should do? Said Mr. Gibson in real earnest. However it may have been brought about, here are 2 young people in love with each other. One is as fine a young fellow as ever breathed, the other a very pretty, lively, agreeable girl. As it was, he said, coldly, telling Roger's father is not making it public. I don't like this exaggerated desire for such secrecy, Cynthia. It seems to me as if something more than is apparent was concealed behind it. Come, Molly, said Cynthia, suddenly. Let us sing that duet I've been teaching you. It's better than talking as we are doing. It was a little lively French duet. Molly sang it carelessly, with heaviness at her heart, but Cynthia sang it with spirit and apparent merriment. Only she broke down in hysterics at last, and flew upstairs to her own room. Molly, heeding nothing else, neither her father nor Mrs. Gibson's words, followed her, and found the door of her bedroom locked, and for all reply to her entreaties to be allowed to come in, she heard Cynthia sobbing and crying. It was more than a week after the incidents just recorded before Mr. Gibson found himself at liberty to call on the squire, and he heartily hoped that long before then Roger's letter might have arrived from Paris, telling his father the whole story. But he saw at the first glance that the squire had heard nothing unusual to disturb his equanimity. He was looking better than he had done for months past. The light of hope was in his eyes. His face seemed of a healthy, ruddy color, gained partly by his resumption of outdoor employment in the superintendence of the works, and partly because the happiness he had lately had through Roger's means caused his blood to flow with regular vigor. He had felt Roger's going away, it is true, but whenever the sorrow of parting with him pressed too heavily upon him, he filled his pipe and smoked it out over a long, slow, deliberate reperusal of Lord Hollingford's letter, every word of which he knew by heart, but expressions in which he made a pretense to himself of doubting that he might have an excuse for looking at his son's praises once again. The first greetings over, Mr. Gibson plunged into his subject. Any news from Roger yet? Oh, yes, here's his letter, said the squire, producing his black leather case, in which Roger's missive had been placed along with the other very heterogeneous contents. Mr. Gibson read it, hardly seeing the words after he had by one rapid glance assured himself that there was no mention of Cynthia in it. I see he doesn't name one very important event that has befallen him since he left you, said Mr. Gibson, seizing on the first words that came. I believe I'm committing a breach of confidence on one side, but I'm going to keep the promise I made the last time I was here. I find there is something of the kind you apprehended you understand between him and my stepdaughter, Cynthia Kirkpatrick. He called at our house to wish us goodbye, while waiting for the London coach, found her alone, and spoke to her. They don't call it an engagement, but of course it is one. Give me back the letter, said the squire in a constrained kind of voice. Then he read it again, as if he had not previously mastered its contents, and as if there might be some sentence or sentences he had overlooked. No, he said at last, with a sigh. He tells me nothing about it. Lads may play at confidences with their fathers, but they keep a deal back. The squire appeared more disappointed at not having heard of this straight from Roger than displeased at the fact itself, Mr. Gibson thought. But he let him take his time. He's not the eldest son, continued the squire, talking as it were to himself. But it's not the match I should have planned for him. How came you, sir, said he, firing round on Mr. Gibson, suddenly, to say when you were lost here that there was nothing between my sons and either of your girls? Why, this must have been going on all the time. I'm afraid it was, but I was as ignorant about it as the babe unborn. I only heard of it on the evening of the day of Roger's departure. And that's a week ago, sir. What's kept you quiet ever since? I thought that Roger would tell you himself. That shows you've no sons. More than half their life is unknown to their fathers. Why, Osborne there, we live together, that's to say. We have our meals together, and we sleep under the same roof, and yet, well, life is as God has made it. You say it's not an engagement yet, but I wonder what I'm doing. Hoping for my lad's disappointment in the folly he set his heart on, and just when he's been helping me. Is it a folly, or is it not? I ask you, Gibson, for you must know this girl. She hasn't much money, I suppose. About £30 a year at my pleasure during her mother's life. Hugh, it's well he's not Osborne. They'll have to wait. What family is she of? None of 'em in trade, I reckon, from her being so poor. I believe her father was grandson of a certain Sir Gerald Kirkpatrick. Her mother tells me it is an old baronetcy. I know nothing of such things. That's something. I do know something of such things, as you are pleased to call them. I like honourable blood. Mr. Gibson could not help saying, but I'm afraid that only 1/8 of Cynthia's blood is honourable. I know nothing further of her relations excepting the fact that her father was a curate. Professional. That's a step above trade at any rate. How old is she? 18 or 19. Pretty? Yes, I think so. Most people do, but it's all a matter of taste. Come, squire, judge for yourself. Ride over and take lunch with us any day you like. I may not be in, but her mother will be there, and you can make acquaintance with your son's future wife. This was going too fast, however, presuming too much on the quietness with which the squire had been questioning him. Mr. Hamley drew back within his shell and spoke in a surly manner as he replied, Roger's future wife. He'll be wiser by the time he comes home. 2 years among the black folk will have put more sense in him. Possible, but not probable, I should say, replied Mr. Gibson. Black folk are not remarkable for their powers of reasoning, I believe, so that they haven't much chance of altering his opinion by argument, even if they understood each other's language. And certainly if he shares my taste, their peculiarity of complexion will only make him appreciate white skins the more. But you said it was no engagement, growled the squire. If he thinks better of it, you won't keep him to it, will you? If he wishes to break it off, I shall certainly advise Cynthia to be equally willing, that's all I can say, and I see no reason for discussing the affair further at present. I've told you how matters stand because I promised you I would if I saw anything of this kind going on. But in the present condition of things, we can neither make nor mar, we can only wait. And he took up his hat to go, but the squire was discontented. Don't go, Gibson. Don't take offense at what I've said, though I'm sure I don't know why you should. What's the girl like in herself? I don't know what you mean, said Mr. Gibson. But he did, only he was vexed and did not choose to understand. Is she well? Is she like your Molly? Sweet-tempered and sensible, with her gloves always mended and neat about the feet, and ready to do anything one asks her, just as if doing it was the very thing she liked best in the world. Mr. Gibson's face relaxed now, and he could understand all the squire's broken sentences and unexplained meanings. She is much prettier than Molly to begin with, and has very winning ways. She's always well-dressed and smart-looking, and I know she hasn't much to spend on her clothes, and always does what she's asked to do, and is ready enough with her pretty, lively answers. I don't think I ever saw her out of temper, but then I'm not sure if she takes things keenly to heart, and a certain obtuseness of feeling goes a great way towards a character for good temper, I've observed. Altogether, I think Cynthia is 1 in 100. The squire meditated a little. Your Molly is 1 in 1,000, to my mind. But then, you see, she comes of no family at all, and I don't suppose she'll have a chance of much money. This he said as if he were thinking aloud, and without reference to Mr. Gibson, but it nettled the latter, and he replied somewhat impatiently, well, but as there's no question of Molly in this business, I don't see the use of bringing her name in, and considering either her family or her fortune. No, to be sure not, said the squire, rousing up. My wits had gone far afield, and I'll own I was only thinking what a pity it was she wouldn't do for Osborne. But of course, it's out of the question. Yes, said Mr. Gibson, and if you will excuse me, squire, I really must go now, and then you'll be at liberty to send your wits afield uninterrupted. This time he was at the door before the squire called him back. He stood impatiently hitting his top boots with his riding whip, waiting for the interminable lost words. I say, Gibson, we're old friends, and you're a fool if you take anything I say as an offense. Madam, your wife, and I didn't hit it off the only time I ever saw her. I won't say she was silly, but I think one of us was silly, and it wasn't me. However, we'll pass that over. Suppose you bring her, and this girl Cynthia, which is as outlandish a Christian name as I'd wish to hear, and little Molly out here to lunch some day. I'm more at my ease in my own house, and I'm more sure to be civil too. We need say nothing about Roger neither the lass nor me, and you keep your wife's tongue quiet if you can. It will only be like a compliment to you on your marriage, you know, and no one must take it for anything. Gibson did not like this trick of her husband's. It was not refined, she thought, not even artistic. If she could have called it by this fine word, it would have compensated her for the want of refinement. Tonight it was particularly irritating to her nerves, but since her conversation with Mr. Gibson about Cynthia's engagement, she had not felt herself in a sufficiently good position to complain. Mr. Gibson began, "Well, Cynthia, I've seen the squire today and made a clean breast of it." Cynthia looked up quickly, questioning with her eyes. Molly stopped her netting to listen. No one spoke. "You're all to go there on Thursday to lunch. He asked you all, and I promised for you." Still no reply, natural perhaps, but very flat. "You'll be glad of that, Cynthia, shan't you?" asked Mr. Gibson. "It may be a little formidable, but I hope it will be the beginning of a good understanding between you." "Thank you," said she with an effort. But won't it make it public?" "I do so wish not to have it known or talked about, not till he comes back or close upon the marriage." "I don't see how it should make it public," said Mr. Gibson. "My wife goes to lunch with my friend and takes her daughters with her. There's nothing in that, is there?" "I am not sure that I shall go," put in Mrs. Gibson. She did not know why she said it, for she fully intended to go all the time, but having said it, she was bound to stick to it for a little while, and, with such a husband as hers, the hard necessity was sure to fall upon her of having to find a reason for her saying. Then it came, quick and sharp. "Why not?" said he, turning round upon her. "Oh, because I think he ought to have called on Cynthia first. I've that sort of sensitiveness, I can't bear to think of her being slighted because she is Pa." "Nonsense," said Mr. Gibson. "I do assure you, no slight whatever was intended. He does not wish to speak about the engagement to anyone, not even to Osborne. That's your wish, too, isn't it, Cynthia? Nor does he intend to mention it to any of you when you go there. But naturally enough, he wants to make acquaintance with his future daughter-in-law. If he deviated so much from his usual course as to come calling here—" "I am sure I don't want him to come calling here," said Mrs. Gibson, interrupting. "He was not so very agreeable the only time he did come. But I am that sort of a character that I cannot put up with any neglect of persons I love, just because they are not smiled upon by fortune." She sighed a little ostentatiously as she ended her sentence. "Well then, you won't go," said Mr. Gibson, provoked, but not wishing to have a long discussion, especially as he felt his temper going. "Do you wish it, Cynthia?" said Mrs. Gibson, anxious for an excuse to yield. But her daughter was quite aware of this motive for the question, and replied quietly, "Not particularly, mamma. I am quite willing to refuse the invitation." "It is already accepted," said Mr. Gibson, almost ready to vow that he would never again meddle in any affair in which women were concerned, which would effectually shut him out from all love affairs for the future. He had been touched by the squire's relenting, pleased with what he had thought would give others pleasure, and this was the end of it. "Oh, do go, Cynthia," said Molly, pleading with her eyes as well as her words. "Do. I am sure you will like the squire, and it is such a pretty place, and he'll be so much disappointed." "I should not like to give up my dignity," said Cynthia demurely. "And you heard what Mamma said. It was very malicious of her. She fully intended to go, and was equally sure that her mother was already planning her dress for the occasion in her own mind." Mr. Gibson, however, who, surgeon though he was, had never learnt to anatomize a woman's heart, took it all literally, and was excessively angry both with Cynthia and her mother, so angry that he did not dare to trust himself to speak. He went quickly to the door, intending to leave the room, but his wife's voice arrested him. She said, "My dear, do you wish me to go? If you do, I will put my own feelings on one side." "Of course I do," he said, short and stern, and left the room. "Then I'll go," said she, in the voice of a victim. Those words were meant for him, but he hardly heard them. "And we'll have a fly from the George, and get a livery coat for Thomas, which I've long been wanting, only dear Mr. Gibson did not like it, but on an occasion like this I'm sure he won't mind, and Thomas shall go on the box, and—" "But mamma, I've my feelings too," said Cynthia. "Nonsense, child, when all is so nicely arranged too." So they went on the day appointed. Mr. Gibson was aware of the change of plans, and that they were going after all, but he was so much annoyed by the manner in which his wife had received an invitation that appeared to him so much kinder than he had expected from his previous knowledge of the squire, and his wishes on the subject of his son's marriage, that Mrs. Gibson heard neither interest nor curiosity expressed by her husband as to the visit itself, or the reception they met with. Cynthia's indifference as to whether the invitation was accepted or not had displeased Mr. Gibson. He was not up to her ways with her mother, and did not understand how much of this said indifference had been assumed in order to countervent Mrs. Gibson's affectation and false sentiment. For all his annoyance on the subject, he was, in fact, very curious to know how the visit had gone off, and took the first opportunity of being alone with Molly to question her about the lunch of the day before at Hamley Hall. "And so you went to Hamley yesterday after all?" "Yes, I thought you would have come. The squire seemed quite to expect you." "I thought of going there at first, but I changed my mind like other people. I don't see why women are to have a monopoly of changeableness." "Well, how did it go off?" "Pleasantly, I suppose, for both your mother and Cynthia were in high spirits last night." "Yes, the dear old squire was in his best dress and on his best behavior, and was so prettily attentive to Cynthia, and she looked so lovely, walking about with him and listening to all his talk about the garden and farm. Mamma was tired and stopped indoors, so they got on very well and saw a great deal of each other." "And my little girl trotted behind?" "Oh, yes. You know I was almost at home, and besides, of course," Molly went very red and left the sentence unfinished. "Do you think she's worthy of him?" asked her father, just as if she had completed her speech. "Of Roger, papa? Oh, who is? But she is very sweet and very, very charming." "Very charming, if you will, but somehow I don't quite understand her. Why does she want all this secrecy? Why was she not more eager to go and pay her duty to Roger's father?" "She took it as coolly as if I'd asked her to go to church." "I don't think she did take it coolly. I believe I don't quite understand her either, but I love her dearly all the same." I like to understand people thoroughly, but I know it's not necessary to women. Do you really think she's worthy of him?" "Oh, papa," said Molly, and then she stopped. She wanted to speak in favor of Cynthia, but somehow she could form no reply that pleased her to this repeated inquiry. He did not seem much to care whether he got an answer or not, for he went on with his own thoughts, and the result was that he asked Molly if Cynthia had heard from Roger. "Yes, on Wednesday morning." "Did she show it to you?" "But of course not. Besides, I read the squire's letter, which told all about him." Now Cynthia, rather to Molly's surprise, had told her that she might read the letter if she liked, and Molly had shrunk from availing herself of the permission for Roger's sake. She thought that he would probably have poured out his heart to the one sole person, and that it was not fair to listen, as it were, to his confidences. "Was Osborne at home?" asked Mr. Gibson. "The squire said he did not think he would have come back, but the young fellow is so uncertain. No, he was still from home." Then Molly blushed all over crimson, for it suddenly struck her that Osborne was probably with his wife, that mysterious wife, of whose existence she was cognizant, but of whom she knew so little, and of whom her father knew nothing. Mr. Gibson noticed the blush with anxiety. What did it mean? It was troublesome enough to find that one of the squire's precious sons had fallen in love within the prohibited ranks, and what would not have to be said and done if anything fresh were to come out between Osborne and Molly? He spoke out at once to relieve himself of this new apprehension. "Molly, I was taken by surprise by this affair between Cynthia and Roger Hamley. If there's anything more on the tapis, let me know at once, honestly and openly." "I know it's an awkward question for you to reply to, but I wouldn't ask it unless I had good reasons." He took her hand as he spoke. She looked up at him with clear, truthful eyes, which filled with tears as she spoke. She did not know why the tears came. Perhaps it was because she was not so strong as formerly. "If you mean that you're afraid that Osborne thinks of me as Roger thinks of Cynthia, papa, you are quite mistaken. Osborne and I are friends and nothing more, and never can be anything more. That's all I can tell you." "It's quite enough, little one. It's a great relief. I don't want to have my Molly carried off by any young man just yet. I should miss her sadly." He could not help saying this in the fullness of his heart just then, but he was surprised at the effect these few tender words produced. Molly threw her arms round him. Cynthia entered first, bright and blooming, fresh color in her cheeks and lips, fresh brilliance in her eyes. She looked startled at the sight of a stranger, and for an instant she stopped short at the door as if taken by surprise. Then in came Molly softly behind her, smiling, happy, dimpled, but not such a glowing beauty as Cynthia. "Oh, Mr. Cox, is it you?" said she, going up to him with an outstretched hand and greeting him with simple friendliness. "Yes, it seems such a long time since I saw you. You are so much grown, so much. Well, I suppose I mustn't say what," he replied, speaking hurriedly and holding her hand all the time, rather to her discomfiture. Then Mrs. Gibson introduced her daughter, and the two girls spoke of the enjoyment of their walk. Mr. Cox marred his cause in that very first interview, if indeed he ever could have had any chance, by his precipitancy in showing his feelings, and Mrs. Gibson helped him to mar it by trying to assist him. Molly lost her open friendliness of manner and began to shrink away from him in a way which he thought was a very ungrateful return for all his faithfulness to her these 2 years past. And after all, she was not the wonderful beauty his fancy or his love had painted her. That Miss Kirkpatrick was far more beautiful and much easier of access. For Cynthia put on all her pretty as her look of intent interest in what anyone was saying to her, let the subject be what it would, as if it was the thing she cared most about in the whole world, her unspoken deference. In short, all the unconscious ways she possessed by instinct of tickling the vanity of men. So while Molly quietly repelled him, Cynthia drew him to her by her soft attractive ways, and his constancy fell before her charms. He was thankful that he had not gone too far with Molly, and grateful to Mr. Gibson for having prohibited all declarations 2 years ago, for Cynthia, and Cynthia alone, could make him happy. After a fortnight's time, during which he had entirely veered round in his allegiance, he thought it desirable to speak to Mr. Gibson. He did so with a certain sense of exultation in his own correct behavior in the affair, but at the same time feeling rather ashamed of the confession of his own changeableness, which was naturally involved. Now it had so happened that Mr. Gibson had been unusually little at home during the fortnight that Mr. Cox had ostensibly lodged at the George, but in reality had spent the greater part of his time at Mr. Gibson's house, so that he had seen very little of his former pupil, and on the whole he had thought him improved, especially after Molly's manner had made her father pretty sure that Mr. Cox stood no chance in that quarter. But Mr. Gibson was quite ignorant of the attraction which Cynthia had had for the young man. If he had perceived it, he would have nipped it in the bud pretty quickly, for he had no notion of any girl, even though only partially engaged to one man, receiving offers from others, if a little plain speaking could prevent it. Mr. Cox had asked for a private interview. They were sitting in the old surgery, now called the consulting room, but still retaining so much of its former self as to be the last place in which Mr. Cox could feel himself at ease. He was red up to the very roots of his red hair, and kept turning his glossy new hat round and round in his fingers, unable to find out the proper way of beginning his sentence. So at length he plunged in, grammar or no grammar. Mr. Gibson, I dare say you'll be surprised, I'm sure I am at what I want to say. But I think it's the part of an honourable man, as you said yourself, sir, a year or 2 ago, to speak to the father first, and as you, sir, stand in the place of a father to Miss Kirkpatrick, I should like to express my feelings, my hopes, or perhaps I should say wishes, in short. Miss Kirkpatrick, said Mr. Gibson, a good deal surprised. Yes, sir, continued Mr. Cox, rushing on now he had got so far. I know it may appear inconstant and changeable, but I do assure you, I came here with a heart as faithful to your daughter as ever beat in a man's bosom. I most fully intended to offer myself and all that I had to her acceptance before I left. But really, sir, if you had seen her manner to me every time I endeavored to press my suit a little, was more than coy. It was absolutely repellent. There could be no mistaking it. While Miss Kirkpatrick, he looked modestly down and smoothed the nap of his hat, smiling a little while he did so. While Miss Kirkpatrick, repeated Mr. Gibson, in such a stern voice, that Mr. Cox, landed esquire as he was now, felt as much discomfited as he used to do when he was an apprentice, and Mr. Gibson had spoken to him in a similar manner. I was only going to say, sir, that so far as one can judge from manner, and willingness to listen, and apparent pleasure in my visits altogether, I think I may venture to hope that Miss Kirkpatrick is not quite indifferent to me, and I would wait you have no objection. Have you, sir, to my speaking to her, I mean? Said Mr. Cox, a little anxious at the expression on Mr. Gibson's face. I do assure you I haven't a chance with Miss Gibson, he continued, not knowing what to say and fancying that his inconstancy was rankling in Mr. Gibson's mind. No, I don't suppose you have. Don't go and fancy it is that which is annoying me. You're mistaken about Miss Kirkpatrick, however. I don't believe she could ever have meant to give you encouragement. Mr. Cox's face grew perceptibly paler. His feelings, if evanescent, were evidently strong. I think, sir, if you could have seen her, I don't consider myself vain, and manner is so difficult to describe. At any rate, you can have no objection to my taking my chance and speaking to her. Of course, if you won't be convinced otherwise, I can have no objection, but if you'll take my advice, you will spare yourself the pain of a refusal. I may perhaps be trenching on confidence, but I think I ought to tell you that her affections are otherwise engaged. "It cannot be," said Mr. Cox. "Mr. Gibson, there must be some mistake. I have gone as far as I dared in expressing my feelings, and her manner has been most gracious. I don't think she could have misunderstood my meaning. Perhaps she has changed her mind. It is possible that, after consideration, she has learnt to prefer another, is it not? By another, you mean yourself, I suppose." I can believe in such inconstancy. He could not help in his own mind giving a slight sneer at the instance before him, but I should be very sorry to think that Miss Kirkpatrick could be guilty of it. But she may, it is a chance. Will you allow me to see her? Certainly, my poor fellow, for, intermingled with a little contempt, was a good deal of respect for the simplicity, the unworldliness, the strength of feeling. Even though the feeling was evanescent, I will send her to you directly. "Thank you, sir. God bless you for a kind friend." Mr. Gibson went upstairs to the drawing-room, where he was pretty sure he should find Cynthia. There she was, as bright and careless as usual, making up a bonnet for her mother and chattering to Molly as she worked. "Cynthia, you will oblige me by going down into my consulting room at once. Mr. Cox wants to speak to you." "Mr. Cox?" said Cynthia. "What can he want with me?" Evidently, she answered her own question as soon as it was asked, for she colored and avoided meeting Mr. Gibson's severe, uncompromising look. As soon as she had left the room, Mr. Gibson sat down and took up a new Edinburgh lying on the table as an excuse for conversation. Was there anything in the article that made him say, after a minute or two, to Molly, who sat silent and wondering, "Molly, you must never trifle with the love of an honest man. You don't know what pain you may give." Presently Cynthia came back into the drawing-room, looking very much confused. Most likely she would not have returned if she had known that Mr. Gibson was still there. But it was such an unheard-of thing for him to be sitting in that room in the middle of the day, reading or making pretense to read, that she had never thought of his remaining. He looked up at her the moment she came in, so there was nothing for it but putting a bold face on it and going back to her work. "Is Mr. Cox still downstairs?" asked Mr. Gibson. "No, he is gone. He asked me to give you both his kind regards. I believe he is leaving this afternoon." Cynthia tried to make her manner as commonplace as possible, but she did not look up, and her voice trembled a little. Mr. Gibson went on looking at his book for a few minutes, but Cynthia felt that Ma was coming, and only wished it would come quickly, for the severe silence was very hard to bear. It came at last. "I trust this will never occur again, Cynthia," said he, in grave displeasure. "I should not feel satisfied with the conduct of any girl, however free, who could receive mocked attentions from a young man with complacency, and so lead him on to make an offer which she never meant to accept. But what must I think of a young woman in your position, engaged yet accepting most graciously?" For that was the way Cox expressed it, the overtures of another. "But I like his face 10,000 times better than Mr. Preston's handsomeness." For the first time during the conversation, Cynthia seemed thoroughly in earnest. Why Mr. Preston was introduced neither she nor Molly knew. It came up and out by a sudden impulse, but a fierce look came into the eyes, and the soft lips contracted themselves as Cynthia named his name. Molly had noticed this look before, always at the mention of this one person. "Cynthia, what makes you dislike Mr. Preston so much? Don't you? Why do you ask me? And yet, Molly," said she, suddenly relaxing into depression, not merely in tone and look, but in the droop of her limbs, "Molly, what should you think of me if I married him after all?" "Married him? Has he ever asked you?" But Cynthia, instead of replying to this question, went on, uttering her own thoughts. "More unlikely things have happened. Have you never heard of Strongwell's mesmerizing weaker ones into submission? One of the girls at Madame Lefebvre's went out as a governess to a Russian family who lived near Moscow. I sometimes think I'll write to her to find me a situation in Russia, just to get out of the daily chance of seeing that man. But sometimes you seem quite intimate with him and talk to him. How can I help it?" said Cynthia impatiently. Then recovering herself, she added, "We knew him so well at Ashcombe, and he's not a man to be easily thrown off, I can tell you. I must be civil to him. It's not from liking, and he knows it's not, for I've told him so. However, we won't talk about him. I don't know how we came to do it, I'm sure. The mere fact of his existence and of his being within half a mile of us is bad enough. Oh, I wish Roger was at home, and rich, and could marry me at once, and carry me away from that man. If I'd thought of it, I really believe I would have taken poor red-haired Mr. Cox." "I don't understand it at all," said Molly. "I dislike Mr. Preston, but I should never think of taking such violent steps as you speak of, to get away from the neighborhood in which he lives." "No, because you are a reasonable little darling," said Cynthia, resuming her usual manner and coming up to Molly and kissing her. At least you'll acknowledge I'm a good hater. Yes, but still I don't understand it. Oh, never mind. There are old complications with our affairs at Ashcombe. Money matters are at the root of it all. Horrid poverty do let us talk of something else. Better still, let me go and finish my letter to Roger, or I shall be too late for the African mail. Isn't it gone? Oh, I ought to have reminded you. It will be too late. Did you not see the notice at the post office that letters ought to be in London on the morning of the 10th instead of the evening? Oh, I am so sorry. So am I, but it can't be helped. It is to be hoped it will be the greater treat when he does get it. I've a far greater weight on my heart because your father seems so displeased with me. I was fond of him, and now he is making me quite a coward. You see, Molly, continued she a little piteously, I've never lived with people with such a high standard of conduct before, and I don't quite know how to behave. You must learn, said Molly tenderly. You'll find Roger quite as strict in his notions of right and wrong. Ah, but he's in love with me, said Cynthia, with a pretty consciousness of her power. Molly turned away her head and was silent. It was of no use combating the truth, and she tried rather not to feel it not to feel, poor girl, that she too had a great weight on her heart, into the cause of which she shrank from examining. That whole winter long she had felt as if her sun was all shrouded over with grey mist, and could no longer shine brightly for her. She wakened up in the morning with a dull sense of something being wrong. The world was out of joint, and, if she were born to set it right, she did not know how to do it. Blind herself as she would, she could not help perceiving that her father was not satisfied with the wife he had chosen. For a long time, Molly had been surprised at his apparent contentment. Sometimes she had been unselfish enough to be glad that he was satisfied, but still more frequently nature would have its way, and she was almost irritated at what she considered his blindness. Something, however, had changed him now, something that had arisen at the time of Cynthia's engagement. He had become nervously sensitive to his wife's failings, and his whole manner had grown dry and sarcastic, not merely to her, but sometimes to Cynthia, and even but this very rarely to Molly herself. He was not a man to go into passions or ebullitions of feeling. They would have relieved him, even while degrading him in his own eyes, but he became hard and occasionally bitter in his speeches and ways. Molly now learnt to long after the vanished blindness in which her father had passed the first year of his marriage, yet there were no outrageous infractions of domestic peace. Some people might say that Mr. Gibson accepted the inevitable. He told himself in more homely phrase that it was no use crying over spilt milk, and he, from principle, avoided all actual dissensions with his wife, preferring to cut short a discussion by a sarcasm or by leaving the room. Moreover, Mrs. Gibson had a very tolerable temper of her own, and her cat-like nature purred and delighted in smooth ways and pleasant quietness. She had no great facility for understanding sarcasm. It is true it disturbed her, but as she was not quick at deciphering any depth of meaning and felt it unpleasant to think about it, she forgot it as soon as possible. Yet she saw she was often in some kind of disfavor with her husband, and it made her uneasy. She resembled Cynthia in this. She liked to be liked, and she wanted to regain the esteem which she did not perceive she had lost forever. Molly sometimes took her stepmother's part in secret. She felt as if she herself could never have borne her father's hard speeches so patiently. They would have cut her to the heart, and she must either have demanded an explanation and probed the saw to the bottom, or sat down despairing and miserable. Instead of which Mrs. Gibson, after her husband had left the room, on these occasions would say in a manner more bewildered than hurt, "I think dear papa seems a little put out today. We must see that he has a dinner that he likes when he comes home. I have often perceived that everything depends on making a man comfortable in his own house." And thus she went on, groping about to find the means of reinstating herself in his good graces, really trying, according to her lights, till Molly was often compelled to pity her in spite of herself, and although she saw that her stepmother was the cause of her father's increased astringency of disposition. For indeed, he had got into that kind of exaggerated susceptibility with regard to his wife's faults, which may be best typified by the state of bodily irritation that is produced by the constant recurrence of any particular noise. Those who are brought within hearing of it are apt to be always on the watch for the repetition, if they are once made to notice it, and are in an irritable state of nerves. So that poor Molly had not passed a cheerful winter, independently of any private sorrows that she might have in her own heart. She did not look well either. She was gradually falling into low health rather than bad health. Her heart beat more feebly and slower. The vivifying stimulant of hope, even unacknowledged hope, was gone out of her life. It seemed as if there was not, and never could be in this world, any help for the dumb discordancy between her father and his wife. Day after day, month after month, year after year, would Molly have to sympathize with her father and pity her stepmother, feeling acutely for both, and certainly more than Mrs. Gibson felt for herself. Molly could not imagine how she had at one time wished for her father's eyes to be opened, and how she could ever have fancied that if they were, he would be able to change things in Mrs. Gibson's character. It was all hopeless, and the only attempt at a remedy was to think about it as little as possible. Then Cynthia's ways and manners about Roger gave Molly a great deal of uneasiness. She did not believe that Cynthia cared enough for him, at any rate, not with the sort of love that she herself would have bestowed if she had been so happy. No, that was not it if she had been in Cynthia's place. She felt as if she should have gone to him both hands held out, full and brimming over with tenderness, and been grateful for every word of precious confidence bestowed on her. Yet Cynthia received his letters with a kind of callousness and read them with a strange indifference, while Molly sat at her feet, so to speak, looking up with eyes as wistful as a dog's waiting for crumbs and such chance beneficences. She tried to be patient on these occasions, but at last she must ask, "Where is he, Cynthia? What does he say?" By this time Cynthia had put down the letter on the table by her, smiling a little from time to time, as she remembered the loving compliments it contained. "Where? Oh, I didn't look exactly somewhere in Abyssinia, Huon. I can't read the word, and it doesn't much signify, for it would give me no idea." "Is he well?" asked greedy Molly. "Yes, now, he has had a slight touch of fever, he says, but it's all over now, and he hopes he's getting acclimatized. Of fever, and who took care of him, he would want nursing and so far from home. Goodenough had had a serious illness, and the little society at Hollingford did not care to meet, while one of their habitual set was scarcely out of danger. So there had been very little visiting, and though Miss Browning said that the absence of the temptations of society was very agreeable to cultivated minds, after the dissipations of the previous autumn, when there were parties every week to welcome Mr. Preston, yet Miss Phoebe let out in confidence that she and her sister had fallen into the habit of going to bed at 9 o'clock, for they found cribbage night after night, from 5 o'clock till 10, rather too much of a good thing. To tell the truth, that winter, if peaceful, was monotonous in Hollingford, and the whole circle of gentility there was delighted to be stirred up in March by the intelligence that Mr. Kirkpatrick, the newly made QC, was coming on a visit for a couple of days to his sister-in-law, Mrs. Gibson. Mrs. Goodenough's room was the very center of gossip. Gossip had been her daily bread through her life. Gossip was meat and wine to her now. "Dear me," said the old lady, rousing herself so as to sit upright in her easy chair and propping herself with her hands on the arms. "Who would ha' thought she'd such grand relations? Why, Mr. Ashton told me once that a Queen's Counsel was as like to be a judge as a kitten is like to be a cat. And to think of her being as good as a sister to a judge. I saw one oncst, and I know I thought as I shouldn't wish for a better winter cloak than his old robes would make me if I could only find out where I could get 'em second-hand. And I know she'd her silk gowns turned and dyed and cleaned, and for aught I know turned again while she lived at Ashcombe. Keeping a school, too, and so near akin to this Queen's Counsel all the time. Well, to be sure, it wasn't much of a school, only 10 young ladies at the best o' times, so perhaps he never heard of it." "I've been wondering what they'll give him to dinner," said Miss Browning. "It is an unlucky time for visitors. No game to be had, and lambs so late this year, and chicken hardly to be had for love or money. He'll have to put up with calf's head, that he will," said Mrs. Goodenough solemnly. "If I'd got my usual health, I'd copy out a receipt of my grandmother's for a rolled calf's head, and send it to Mrs. Gibson. The doctor has been very kind to me all through this illness. I wish my daughter in Camermia would send me some autumn chickens. I'd pass 'em on to the doctor, that I would, but she's been a killing of 'em all, and a sending of them to me, and the last she sent she wrote me word was the last." "I wonder if they'll give a party for him," suggested Miss Phoebe. "I should like to see a Queen's Counsel for once in my life. I have seen javelin men, but that's the greatest thing in the legal line I ever came across." "They'll ask Mr. Ashton, of course," said Miss Browning. "The 3 black graces, law, physic, and divinity, as the song calls them. Whenever there's a second course, there's always the clergyman of the parish invited in any family of gentility." "I wonder if he's married," said Mrs. Goodenough. Miss Phoebe had been feeling the same wonder, but had not thought it maidenly to express it, even to her sister, who was the sauce of knowledge, having met Mrs. Gibson in the street on her way to Mrs. Goodenough's. Yes, he's married and must have several children, for Mrs. Gibson said that Cynthia Kirkpatrick had paid them a visit in London to have lessons with her cousins. And she said that his wife was a most accomplished woman and of good family, though she brought him no fortune. It's a very creditable connection, I'm sure. It's only a wonder to me as how we've heard so little talk of it before, said Mrs. Goodenough. At the first look of the thing, I shouldn't ha thought Mrs. Gibson was one to hide away her fine relations under a bushel. Indeed, for that matter, we are all of us fond o' turning the best breadth o' the gown to the front. I remember, speaking o' breadths, how I've undone my skirts many a time and oft to put a stain or a grease spot next to poor Mr. Goodenough. He'd a soft kind of heart when first we was married, and he said, says he, Patty, link thy right arm into my left one, then thou'lt be nearer to my heart. And so we kept up the habit, when, poor man, he'd a deal more to think on than romancing on which side his heart lay. So, as I said, I always put my damaged breadths on the right hand, and when we walked arm in arm, as we always did, no one was never the wiser. I should not be surprised if he invited Cynthia to pay him another visit in London, said Miss Browning. If he did it when he was pa, he's 20 times more likely to do it now he's a Queen's Counsel. Aye, work it by the rule o' 3, and she stands a good chance. I only hope it won't turn her head, going up visiting in London at her age. Why, I was 50 before ever I went. But she has been in France, she's quite a travelled young lady, said Miss Phoebe. Mrs. Goodenough shook her head for a whole minute before she gave vent to her opinion. It's a risk, said she, a great risk. I don't like saying so to the doctor, but I shouldn't like having my daughter, if I was him, so cheek by jowl with a girl as was brought up in the country where Robespierre and Bonaparte was born. But Buonaparte was a Corsican, said Miss Browning, who was much farther advanced both in knowledge and in liberality of opinions than Mrs. Goodenough. And there's a great opportunity for cultivation of the mind afforded by intercourse with foreign countries. I always admire Cynthia's grace of manner, never too shy to speak, yet never putting herself forwards. She's quite a help to a party, and if she has a few airs and graces, why they're natural at her age. Now as for dear Molly, there's a kind of awkwardness about her. She broke one of our best china cups last time she was at a party at our house, and spilt the coffee on the new carpet. And then she got so confused that she hardly did anything but sit in a corner and hold her tongue all the rest of the evening. She was so sorry for what she'd done, sister, said Miss Phoebe, in a gentle tone of reproach. She was always faithful to Molly. Well, and did I say she wasn't? But was there any need for her to be stupid all the evening after? But you were rather sharp, rather displeased, and I think it my duty to be sharp, aye, and cross too, when I see young folks careless. And when I see my duty clear, I do it. I'm not one to shrink from it, and they ought to be grateful to me. It's not everyone that will take the trouble of reproving them, as Mrs. Goodenough knows. I'm very fond of Molly Gibson, very, for her own sake and for her mother's too. I'm not sure if I don't think she's worth half a dozen Cynthias, but for all that she shouldn't break my best china teacup, and then sit doing nothing for her livelihood all the rest of the evening. By this time, Mrs. Goodenough gave evident signs of being tired. Molly's misdemeanors and Miss Browning's broken teacup were not as exciting subjects of conversation as Mrs. Gibson's newly discovered good luck in having a successful London lawyer for a relation. Mr. Kirkpatrick had been, like many other men, struggling on in his profession and encumbered with a large family of his own. He was ready to do a good turn for his connections, if it occasioned him no loss of time, and if, which was, perhaps, a primary condition, he remembered their existence. Cynthia's visit to Doughty Street 9 or 10 years ago had not made much impression upon him after he had once suggested its feasibility to his good-natured wife. He was even rather startled every now and then by the appearance of a pretty little girl amongst his own children, as they trooped in to dessert, and had to remind himself who she was. But as it was his custom to leave the table almost immediately, and to retreat into a small back room called his study, to immerse himself in papers for the rest of the evening, the child had not made much impression upon him. And probably the next time he remembered her existence was when Mrs. Kirkpatrick wrote to him to beg him to receive Cynthia for a night on her way to school at Boulogne. The same request was repeated on her return, but it so happened that he had not seen her either time, and only dimly remembered some remarks which his wife had made on one of these occasions, that it seemed to her rather hazardous to send so young a girl so long a journey without making more provision for her safety than Mrs. Kirkpatrick had done. He knew that his wife would fill up all deficiencies in this respect, as if Cynthia had been her own daughter, and thought no more about her until he received an invitation to attend Mrs. Kirkpatrick's wedding with Mr. Gibson, the highly esteemed surgeon of Hollingford, and see an attention which irritated instead of pleasing him. Does the woman think I have nothing to do but run about the country in search of brides and bridegrooms, when this great case of Houghton v. Houghton is coming on, and I haven't a moment to spare? He asked of his wife. Perhaps she never heard of it, suggested Mrs. Kirkpatrick. Nonsense, the case has been in the papers for days, but she mayn't know you are engaged in it. She mayn't, said he, meditatively such. I don't understand it at all, said Mrs. Gibson. Do you, Molly? No, I know she doesn't like spending money on her dress and is very careful. Molly said this much, and then was afraid she had made mischief. But then she must have got the money somewhere. It always has struck me that if you have not extravagant habits and do not live up to your income, you must have a certain sum to lay by at the end of the year. Have I not often said so, Mr. Gibson? Probably. Well then, apply the same reasoning to Cynthia's case, and then, I ask, what has become of the money? I cannot tell, said Molly, seeing that she was appealed to. She may have given it away to someone who wants it. Mr. Gibson put down his newspaper. It's very clear that she has neither got the dress nor the money necessary for this London visit, and that she doesn't want any more inquiries to be made on the subject. She likes mysteries, in fact, and I detest them. Still, I think it's a desirable thing for her to keep up the acquaintance, or friendship, or whatever it is to be called, with her father's family, and I shall gladly give her £10, and if that's not enough, why, either you must help her out, or she must do without some superfluous article of dress or another. I'm sure there never was such a kind, dear, generous man as you are, Mr. Gibson, said his wife. To think of your being a stepfather, and so good to my poor fatherless girl. But Molly, my dear, I think you'll acknowledge that you two are very fortunate in your stepmother. Are not you, love? And what happy tests we shall have together when Cynthia goes to London. I'm not sure if I don't get on better with you even than with her, though she is my own child. For, as dear papa says so truly, there is a love of mystery about her, and if I hate anything, it is the slightest concealment or reserve. £10. Why, it will quite set her up, buy her a couple of gowns and a new bonnet, and I don't know what all. Dear Mr. Gibson, how generous you are. Something very like pshaw was growled out from behind the newspaper. May I go and tell her? Said Molly, rising up. Yes, do, love. Tell her it would be so ungrateful to refuse. And tell her that your father wishes her to go. And tell her, too, that it would be quite wrong not to avail herself of an opening which may by and by be extended to the rest of the family. I am sure if they ask me, which certainly they ought to do, I won't say before they ask Cynthia, because I never think of myself, and am really the most forgiving person in the world in forgiving slights. But when they do ask me, which they are sure to do, I shall never be content till, by putting in a little hint here and a little hint there, I've induced them to send you an invitation. A month or two in London would do you so much good, Molly. Molly had left the room before the speech was ended, and Mr. Gibson was occupied with his newspaper. But Mrs. Gibson finished it to herself very much to her own satisfaction. For, after all, it was better to have some one of the family going on the visit, though she might not be the right person, than to refuse it altogether, and never to have the opportunity of saying anything about it. As Mr. Gibson was so kind to Cynthia, she too would be kind to Molly and dress her becomingly and invite young men to the house. Do all the things, in fact, which Molly and her father did not want to have done, and throw the old stumbling blocks in the way of their unrestrained intercourse, which was the one thing they desired to have, free and open, and without the constant dread of her jealousy. Chapter 39. Secret thoughts ooze out. Molly found Cynthia in the drawing-room, standing in the bow window, looking out on the garden. She started as Molly came up to her. "Oh, Molly," said she, putting her arms out towards her, "I am always so glad to have you with me." It was outbursts of affection such as these that always called Molly back, if she had been ever so unconsciously wavering in her allegiance to Cynthia. She had been wishing downstairs that Cynthia would be less reserved, and not have so many secrets, but now it seemed almost like treason to have wanted her to be anything but what she was. Never had anyone more than Cynthia the power spoken of by Goldsmith when he wrote he threw off his friends like a huntsman his pack, for he knew when he liked he could whistle them back. "Do you know, I think you'll be glad to hear what I've got to tell you," said Molly. "I think you would really like to go to London, shouldn't you?" "Yes, but it's of no use liking," said Cynthia. Don't you begin about it, Molly, for the thing is settled, and I can't tell you why, but I can't go. It is only the money, dear, and Papa has been so kind about it. He wants you to go, he thinks you ought to keep up relationships, and he is going to give you £10. How kind he is, said Cynthia, but I ought not to take it. I wish I had known you years ago. I should have been different to what I am. Never mind that. We like you as you are. We don't want you different. You'll really hurt Papa if you don't take it. Why do you hesitate? Do you think Roger won't like it? Roger, no, I wasn't thinking about him. Why should he care? I shall be there and back again before he even hears about it. Then you will go, said Molly. Cynthia thought for a minute or two. Yes, I will, said she at length. I dare say it's not wise, but it will be pleasant, and I'll go. Where is Mr. Gibson? I want to thank him. Oh, how kind he is. Molly, you're a lucky girl. Aye, said Molly, quite startled at being told this, for she had been feeling as if so many things were going wrong, almost as if they would never go right again. There he is, said Cynthia. I hear him in the hall. And down she flew, and laying her hands on Mr. Gibson's arm, she thanked him with such warm impulsiveness, and in so pretty and caressing a manner, that something of his old feeling of personal liking for her returned, and he forgot for a time the causes of disapproval he had against her. There, said he. That's enough, my dear. It's quite right you should keep up with your relations. There's nothing more to be said about it. I do think your father is the most charming man I know, said Cynthia, on her return to Molly. And it's that which always makes me so afraid of losing his good opinion, and fret so when I think he is displeased with me. And now let us think all about this London visit. It will be delightful, won't it? I can make £10 go ever so far, and in some ways it will be such a comfort to get out of Hollingford. Will it? Said Molly, rather wistfully. Oh, yes. You know, I don't mean that it will be a comfort to leave you. That will be anything but a comfort. But after all, a country town is a country town, and London is London. You need not smile at my truisms. I've always had a sympathy with M. de la Palace, M. De la Palace est mot en perdant sa vie, unquot de hura avant sa mot il tate en vie, sang she, in so gay a manner that she puzzled Molly, as she often did, by her change of mood from the gloomy decision with which she had refused to accept the invitation only half an hour ago. She suddenly took Molly round the waist, and began waltzing round the room with her, to the imminent danger of the various little tables, loaded with objets d'art, as Mrs. Gibson delighted to call them, with which the drawing-room was crowded. She avoided them, however, with her usual skill, but they both stood still at last, surprised at Mrs. Gibson's surprise, as she stood at the door, looking at the whirl going on before her. Upon my word, I only hope you are not going crazy, both of you. What's all this about, pray? Only because I'm so glad I'm going to London, Mamma, said Cynthia, demurely. I'm not sure if it's quite the thing for an engaged young lady to be so much beside herself at the prospect of gaiety. In my time, our great pleasure in our lovers' absence was in thinking about them. I should have thought that would have given you pain, because you would have had to remember that they were away, which ought to have made you unhappy. Now, to tell you the truth, just at the moment I had forgotten all about Roger. I hope it wasn't very wrong. Osborne looks as if he did all my share as well as his own of the fretting after Roger. How ill he looked yesterday. Yes, said Molly. I didn't know if anyone besides me had noticed it. I was quite shocked. Ah, said Mrs. Gibson, I'm afraid that young man won't live long, very much afraid, and she shook her head ominously. Oh, what will happen if he dies? Exclaimed Molly, suddenly sitting down, and thinking of that strange, mysterious wife who never made her appearance, whose very existence was never spoken about, and Roger away too. Well, it would be very sad, of course, and we should all feel it very much, I've no doubt, for I've always been very fond of Osborne. In fact, before Roger became, as it were, my own flesh and blood, I liked Osborne better. But we must not forget the living, dear Molly. For Molly's eyes were filling with tears at the dismal thoughts presented to her. Our dear good Roger would, I am sure, do all in his power to fill Osborne's place in every way, and his marriage need not be so long delayed. Don't speak of that in the same breath as Osborne's life, Mamma, said Cynthia hastily. Why, my dear, it is a very natural thought. For poor Roger's sake, you know, one wishes it not to be so very, very long an engagement, and I was only answering Molly's question after all. One can't help following out one's thoughts. People must die, you know. It was a mistake, thought the squire. I see it now. I was never great at making friends myself. I always thought those Oxford and Cambridge men turned up their noses at me for a country booby, and I'd get the start and have none o' them. But when the boys went to Rugby and Cambridge, I should let them have had their own friends about 'em, even though they might look down on me. It was the worst they could done to me, and now what few friends I had have fallen off from me, by death or somehow, and it is but dreary work for a young man, I grant it. But he might try not to show it so plain to me as he does. I'm getting case-hardened, but it does cut me to the quick sometimes it does. And he's so fond of his dad as he was once. If I can but get the land drained, I'll make him an allowance, and let him go to London, or where he likes. Maybe he'll do better this time, or maybe he'll go to the dogs altogether, but perhaps it will make him think a bit kindly of the old father at home. I should like him to do that, I should. It is possible that Osborne might have been induced to tell his father of his marriage during their long solitary intercourse, if the squire, in an unlucky moment, had not given him his confidence about Roger's engagement with Cynthia. It was on one wet Sunday afternoon, when the father and son were sitting together in the large, empty drawing-room. Osborne had not been to church in the morning. The squire had, and he was now trying hard to read one of Blair's sermons. They had dined early. They always did on Sundays, and either that, or the sermon, or the hopeless wetness of the day, made the afternoon seem interminably long to the squire. He had certain unwritten rules for the regulation of his conduct on Sundays. Cold meat, sermon reading, no smoking till after evening prayers, as little thought as possible as to the state of the land and the condition of the crops, and as much respectable sitting indoors in his best clothes as was consistent with going to church twice a day, and saying the responses louder than the clock. Today it had rained so unceasingly that he had remitted the afternoon church. But oh, even with the luxury of a nap, how long it seemed before he saw the hall servants trudging homewards, along the field path, a covey of umbrellas. He had been standing at the window for the last half-hour, his hands in his pockets, and his mouth often contracting itself into the traditional sin of a whistle, but as often checked into sudden gravity ending, 9 times out of 10, in a yawn. He looked askance at Osborne, who was sitting near the fire absorbed in a book. The paw squire was something like the little boy in the child's story, who asks all sorts of birds and beasts to come and play with him, and in every case receives the sober answer that they are too busy to have leisure for trivial amusements. The father wanted the son to put down his book and talk to him. It was so wet, so dull, and a little conversation would so while away the time. But Osborne, with his back to the window where his father was standing, saw nothing of all this and went on reading. He had assented to his father's remark that it was a very wet afternoon, but had not carried on the subject into all the varieties of truisms of which it was susceptible. Something more rousing must be started, and this the squire felt. The recollection of the affair between Roger and Cynthia came into his head, and without giving it a moment's consideration, he began, "Osborne, do you know anything about this attachment of Roger's?" Quite successful. Osborne laid down his book in a moment and turned round to his father. "Roger, an attachment? No. I never heard of it. I can hardly believe it, that is to say. I suppose it is too." And then he stopped, for he thought he had no right to betray his own conjecture that the object was Cynthia Kirkpatrick. "Yes, he is, though. Can you guess who to? Nobody that I particularly like, not a connection to my mind yet. She's a very pretty girl, and I suppose I was to blame in the first instance." "Is it? It's no use beating about the bush. I've gone so far, I may as well tell you all. It's Miss Kirkpatrick, Gibson's stepdaughter. But it's not an engagement, mind you. I'm very glad. I hope she likes Roger back again. Like it's only too good a connection for her not to like it. If Roger is of the same mind when he comes home, I'll be bound she'll be only too happy." "I wonder Roger never told me," said Osborne, a little hurt. Now he began to consider himself. "He never told me either," said the squire. "It was Gibson who came here and made a clean breast of it, like a man of honor. I'd been saying to him I couldn't have either of you 2 lads taking up with his lasses. I'll own it was you I was afraid of. It's bad enough with Roger, and maybe we'll come to nothing after all. But if it had been you, I'd ha broken with Gibson and every mother's son of 'em, sooner than have let it go on. And so I told Gibson. I beg your pardon for interrupting you, but once for all, I claim the right of choosing my wife for myself, subject to no man's interference," said Osborne, hotly. "Then you'll keep your wife with no man's interference, that's all. For ne'er a penny will you get from me, my lad, unless you marry to please me a little as well as yourself a great deal. That's all I ask of you. I'm not particular as to beauty, or as to cleverness and piano playing and that sort of thing. If Roger marries this girl, we shall have enough of that in the family. I shouldn't much mind her being a bit older than you, but she must be well born, and the more money she brings the better for the old place. I say again, father, I choose my wife for myself, and I don't admit any man's right of dictation. Well, well, said the squire, getting a little angry in his turn. If I'm not to be father in this matter, thou shan't be son. Go against me in what I've set my heart on, and you'll find there's the devil to pay, that's all. But don't let us get angry. It's Sunday afternoon for one thing, and it's a sin, and besides that, I've not finished my story. For Osborne had taken up his book again, and under pretense of reading, was fuming to himself. He hardly put it away even at his father's request. As I was saying, Gibson said, when first we spoke about it, that there was nothing on foot between any of you four, and that if there was, he would let me know. So by and by he comes and tells me of this. Of what I don't understand how far it has gone. There was a tone in Osborne's voice the squire did not quite like, and he began answering rather angrily. Of this, to be sure of what I'm telling you of Roger going and making love to this girl, that day he left, after he had gone away from here, and was waiting for the umpire in Hollingford. One would think you quite stupid at times, Osborne. I can only say that these details are quite new to me. You never mentioned them before, I assure you. Well, never mind whether I did or not. I'm sure I said Roger was attached to Miss Kirkpatrick and be hanged to her, and you might have understood all the rest as a matter of course. Possibly, said Osborne, politely. May I ask if Miss Kirkpatrick, who appeared to me to be a very nice girl, responds to Roger's affection? Fast enough, I'll be bound, said the squire, sulkily. A Hamley of Hamley isn't to be had every day. Now I'll tell you what, Osborne, you're the only marriageable one left in the market, and I want to hoist the old family up again. Don't go against me in this, it really will break my heart if you do. Father, don't talk so, said Osborne. I'll do anything I can to oblige you, except the only thing I've set my heart on your doing. Well, well, let it alone for the present. There's no question of my marrying just at this moment. I'm out of health, and I'm not up to going into society, and meeting young ladies and all that sort of thing, even if I had an opening into fitting society. You should have an opening fast enough. There'll be more money coming in a year or two, please God. And as for your health, why, what's to make you well if you cower over the fire all day and shudder away from a good honest tankard as if it were poison? So it is to me, said Osborne, languidly, playing with his book as if he wanted to end the conversation and take it up again. The squire saw the movements and understood them. Well, said he, I'll go and have a talk with Will about poor old Black Bess. It's Sunday work enough, asking after a dumb animal's aches and pains. But after his father had left the room, Osborne did not take up his book again. He laid it down on the table by him, leant back in his chair, and covered his eyes with his hand. He was in a state of health which made him despondent about many things, though, least of all, about what was most in danger. The long concealment of his marriage from his father made the disclosure of it far, far more difficult than it would have been at first. Unsupported by Roger, how could he explain it all to one so passionate as the squire? How tell of the temptation, the stolen marriage, the consequent happiness, and alas, the consequent suffering, for Osborne had suffered, and did suffer, greatly in the untoward circumstances in which he had placed himself. He saw no way out of it all, excepting by the one strong stroke of which he felt himself incapable. So with a heavy heart he addressed himself to his book again. Everything seemed to come in his way, and he was not strong enough in character. Molly Gibson breathes freely. That was the way in which Mrs. Gibson first broached her intention of accompanying Cynthia up to London for a few days' visit. She had a trick of producing the first sketch of any new plan before an outsider to the family circle, so that the first emotions of others, if they disapproved of her projects, had to be repressed until the idea had become familiar to them. To Molly, it seemed too charming a proposal ever to come to pass. She had never allowed herself to recognize the restraint she was under in her stepmother's presence. But all at once, she found it out when her heart danced at the idea of 3 whole days that it would be at the least of perfect freedom of intercourse with her father, of old times come back again, of meals without perpetual fidgetiness after details of ceremony and correctness of attendance. We'll have bread and cheese for dinner and eat it on our knees. We'll make up for having had to eat sloppy puddings with a fork instead of a spoon all this time by putting our knives in our mouths till we cut ourselves. Papa shall pour his tea into his saucer if he's in a hurry, and if I'm thirsty, I'll take the slop basin. And oh, if I could but get, buy, borrow, or steal any kind of an old hoss. My gray skirt isn't new, but it will do. That would be too delightful. After all, I think I can be happy again. For months and months it has seemed as if I had got too old ever to feel pleasure, much less happiness again. So thought Molly. Yet she blushed, as if with guilt, when Cynthia, reading her thoughts, said to her one day, "Molly, you're very glad to get rid of us, are not you?" "Not of you, Cynthia, at least I don't think I am. Only, if you but knew how I love Papa, and how I used to see a great deal more of him than I ever do now. Ah. I often think what interlopers we must seem and are in fact. I don't feel you as such. You, at any rate, have been a new delight to me, a sister, and I never knew how charming such a relationship could be." "But Mamma," said Cynthia, half suspiciously, half sorrowfully. "She is Papa's wife," said Molly quietly. "I don't mean to say I'm not often very sorry to feel I'm no longer first with him. But it was—" the violent color flushed into her face till even her eyes burnt, and she suddenly found herself on the point of crying. The weeping ash tree, the misery, the slow dropping comfort, and the comforter came all so vividly before her it was Roger. She went on looking up at Cynthia, as she overcame her slight hesitation at mentioning his name. "Roger, who told me how I ought to take Papa's marriage, when I was first startled and grieved at the news. Oh, Cynthia, what a great thing it is to be loved by him." Cynthia blushed and looked fluttered and pleased. "Yes, I suppose it is. At the same time, Molly, I'm afraid he'll expect me to be always as good as he fancies me now, and I shall have to walk on tiptoe all the rest of my life." "But you are good, Cynthia," put in Molly. "No, I'm not. You're just as much mistaken as he is, and some day I shall go down in your opinions with a run, just like the hall clock the other day when the spring broke." "I think he'll love you just as much," said Molly. "Could you? Would you be my friend if it turned out ever that I had done very wrong things? Would you remember how very difficult it has sometimes been to me to act rightly?" She took hold of Molly's hand as she spoke. "We won't speak of Mamma, for your sake as much as mine or hers. But you must see she isn't one to help a girl with much good advice. Or good-o, Molly. You don't know how I was neglected just at a time when I wanted friends most. Mamma does not know it. It is not in her to know what I might have been if I had only fallen into wise, good hands. But I know it, and what's more," continued she, suddenly ashamed of her unusual exhibition of feeling, "I try not to care, which I dare say is really the worst of all, but I could worry myself to death if I once took to serious thinking." "I wish I could help you, or even understand you," said Molly, after a moment or two of sad perplexity. "You can help me," said Cynthia, changing her manner abruptly. "I can trim bonnets and make head-dresses, but somehow my hands can't fold up gowns and collars like your deft little fingers. Please, will you help me to pack? That's a real, tangible piece of kindness, and not sentimental consolation for sentimental distresses, which are, perhaps, imaginary after all. In general, it is the people that are left behind stationary, who give way to low spirits at any parting. The travelers, however bitterly they may feel the separation, find something in the change of scene to soften regret in the very first hour of separation." But as Molly walked home with her father from seeing Mrs. Gibson and Cynthia off to London by the Umpire coach, she almost danced along the street. "Now, Papa," said she, "I'm going to have you all to myself for a whole week. You must be very obedient. Don't be tyrannical then. You're walking me out of breath, and we're cutting Mrs. Goodenough in our hurry." So they crossed over the street to speak to Mrs. Goodenough. "We've just been seeing my wife and her daughter off to London. Mrs. Gibson has gone up for a week." "Dearie, dearie, to London, and only for a week. Why, I can remember its being a 3 days' journey. It'll be very lonesome for you, Miss Molly, without your young companion." "Yes," said Molly, suddenly feeling as if she ought to have taken this view of the case. "I shall miss Cynthia very much. And you, Mr. Gibson, why, it'll be like being a widower over again. You must come and drink tea with me some evening. We must try and cheer you up a bit amongst us. Shall it be Tuesday?" In spite of the sharp pinch which Molly gave to his arm, Mr. Gibson accepted the invitation, much to the gratification of the old lady. "Pa, how could you go and waste one of our evenings? We have but 6 in all, and now but 5, and I had so reckoned on our doing all sorts of things together." "What sort of things?" "Oh, I don't know, everything that is unrefined and ungenteel," added she, slyly looking up into her father's face. His eyes twinkled, but the rest of his face was perfectly grave. "I'm not going to be corrupted. With toil and labor I've reached a very fair height of refinement. I won't be pulled down again." "Yes, you will, Papa. We'll have bread and cheese for lunch this very day. And you shall wear your slippers in the drawing-room every evening you'll stay quietly at home. And oh, Papa, don't you think I could ride Nora Crana? I've been looking out the old gray skirt, and I think I could make myself tidy. Where is the side saddle to come from? To be sure, the old one won't fit that great Irish mare. But I'm not particular, Papa. I think I could manage somehow." "Thank you. But I'm not quite going to return into barbarism. It may be a depraved taste, but I should like to see my daughter properly mounted." Think of riding together down the lanes. Why, the dog roses must be all out in flower, and the honeysuckles and the hay. How I should like to see Merriman's farm again. Papa, do let me have one ride with you. Please do. I'm sure we can manage it somehow. And somehow it was managed. Somehow, all Molly's wishes came to pass. There was only one little drawback to this week of holiday and happy intercourse with her father. Everybody would ask them out to tea. They were quite like bride and bridegroom, for the fact was that the late dinners which Mrs. Gibson had introduced into her own house were a great inconvenience in the calculations of the small tea drinkings at Hollingford. How ask people to tea at 6, who dined at that hour? How, when they refused cake and sandwiches at 8:30, how induce other people who were really hungry to commit a vulgarity before those calm and scornful eyes? So there had been a great lull of invitations for the Gibsons to Hollingford tea parties. Mrs. Gibson, whose object was to squeeze herself into county society, had taken this being left out of the smaller festivities with great equanimity. But Molly missed the kind homeliness of the parties, to which she had gone from time to time as long as she could remember. And though, as each three-cornered note was brought in, she grumbled a little over the loss of another charming evening with her father, she really was glad to go again in the old way among old friends. Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe were especially compassionate towards her in her loneliness. If they had had their will, she would have dined there every day, and she had to call upon them very frequently in order to prevent their being hurt at her declining the dinners. Mrs. Gibson wrote twice during her week's absence to her husband. That piece of news was quite satisfactory to the Miss Brownings, who had of late held themselves a great deal aloof from a house where they chose to suppose that their presence was not wanted. In their winter evenings, they had often talked over Mr. Gibson's household, and having little besides conjecture to go upon, they found the subject interminable, as they could vary the possibilities every day. One of their wonders was how Mr. and Mrs. Gibson really got on together. Another was whether Mrs. Gibson was extravagant or not. Now 2 letters during the week of her absence showed what was in those days considered a very proper amount of conjugal affection, yet not too much at 11 halfpenny postage. A 3rd letter, but for all that, take my word for it, he's a great flirt, and young ladies had better not have much to do with him. I dare say it was all accident their meeting in Heath Lane, said Miss Phoebe. I know nothing about it, said Molly, and I dare say I have been impertinent, only please don't talk about it any more. I have my reasons for asking you. She got up, for by the striking of the church clock she had just found out that it was later than she had thought, and she knew that her father would be at home by this time. She bent down and kissed Miss Browning's grave and passive face. How you are growing, Molly, said Miss Phoebe, anxious to cover over her sister's displeasure. As tall and as straight as a poplar tree, as the old song says. Grow in grace, Molly, as well as in good looks, said Miss Browning, watching her out of the room. As soon as she was fairly gone, Miss Browning got up and shut the door quite securely, and then sitting down near her sister, she said, in a low voice, Phoebe, it was Molly herself that was with Mr. Preston in Heath Lane that day when Mrs. Goodenough saw them together. Gracious goodness me, exclaimed Miss Phoebe, receiving it at once as gospel. How do you know? By putting 2 and 2 together. Didn't you notice how red Molly went, and then pale, and how she said she knew for a fact that Mr. Preston and Cynthia Kirkpatrick were not engaged? Perhaps not engaged, but Mrs. Goodenough saw them loitering together, all by their own 2 selves. Mrs. Goodenough only crossed Heath Lane at the Shire Oak, as she was riding in her phaeton, said Miss Browning sententiously. We all know what a coward she is in a carriage, so that most likely she had only half her wits about her, and her eyes are none of the best when she is standing steady on the ground. Molly and Cynthia have got their new plaid shawls just alike, and they trim their bonnets alike, and Molly is grown as tall as Cynthia since Christmas. I was always afraid she'd be short and stumpy, but she's now as tall and slender as anyone need be. I'll answer for it, Mrs. Goodenough saw Molly and took her for Cynthia. When Miss Browning answered for it, Miss Phoebe gave up doubting. She sate some time in silence revolving her thoughts. Then she said, It wouldn't be such a very bad match after all, sister. She spoke very meekly, awaiting her sister's sanction to her opinion. Phoebe, it would be a bad match for Mary Pearson's daughter. If I had known what I know now, we'd never have had him to tea last September. Why, what do you know? Asked Miss Phoebe. Miss Hornblower told me many things, some that I don't think you ought to hear, Phoebe. He was engaged to a very pretty Miss Gregson at Henwick, where he comes from, and her father made inquiries and heard so much that was bad about him that he made his daughter break off the match, and she's dead since." "How shocking," said Miss Phoebe, duly impressed. "Besides, he plays at billiards and he bets at races, and some people do say he keeps race horses." "But isn't it strange that the Earl keeps him on as his agent?" "No, perhaps not. He's very clever about land and very sharp in all law affairs, and my lord isn't bound to take notice if indeed he knows of the manner in which Mr. Preston talks when he has taken too much wine." "Taken too much wine? Oh, sister, is he a drunkard? And we have had him to tea." "I didn't say he was a drunkard, Phoebe," said Miss Browning pettishly. "A man may take too much wine occasionally without being a drunkard. Don't let me hear you using such coarse words, Phoebe." Miss Phoebe was silent for a time after this rebuke. Presently she said, "I do hope it wasn't Molly Gibson." "You may hope as much as you like, but I'm pretty sure it was. However, we'd better say nothing about it to Mrs. Goodenough. She has got Cynthia into her head, and they'll let her rest. Time enough to set reports afloat about Molly when we know there's some truth in them. Mr. Preston might do for Cynthia, who's been brought up in France, though she has such pretty manners, but it may have made her not particular. He must not, and he shall not, have Molly if I go into church and forbid the banns myself, but I'm afraid there's something between her and him. We must keep on the lookout, Phoebe. I'll be her guardian angel in spite of herself." Chapter 41. Gathering Clouds. Mrs. Gibson came back full of rose-colored accounts of London. Lady Cumnor had been gracious and affectionate, so touched by my going up to see her so soon after her return to England. Lady Harriet charming and devoted to her old governess, Lord Cumnor, just like his dear usual hearty self. And as for the Kirkpatricks, no Lord Chancellor's house was ever grander than theirs, and the silk gown of the QC had floated over housemaids and footmen. Cynthia, too, was so much admired, and as for her dress, Mrs. Kirkpatrick had showered down ball dresses and wreaths and pretty bonnets and mantles like a fairy godmother. Mr. Gibson's paw present of £10 shrank into very small dimensions compared with all this munificence. "And they're so fond of her, I don't know when we shall have her back," was Mrs. Gibson's winding-up sentence. "And now, Molly, what have you and Papa been doing? Very gay, you sounded in your letter." I had not time to read it in London, so I put it in my pocket and read it in the coach coming home. "But my dear child, you do look so old-fashioned with your gown made all tight and your hair all tumbling about in curls. Curls are quite gone out. We must do your hair differently," she continued, trying to smooth Molly's black waves into straightness. "I sent Cynthia an African letter," said Molly timidly. "Did you hear anything of what was in it?" "Oh, yes, poor child." It made her very uneasy, I think. She said she did not feel inclined to go to Mr. Rawson's ball, which was on that night, and for which Mrs. Kirkpatrick had given her the ball dress. But there was really nothing for her to fidget herself about. Roger only said he had had another touch of fever, but was better when he wrote. He says every European has to be acclimatized by fever in that part of Abyssinia where he is. "And did she go?" asked Molly. "Yes, to be sure." "It is not an engagement, and if it were, it is not acknowledged. Fancy her going and saying, 'A young man that I know has been ill for a few days in Africa, 2 months ago, therefore I don't want to go to the ball tonight.' It would have seemed like affectation of sentiment, and if there's one thing I hate it is that." "She would hardly enjoy herself," said Molly. "Oh, yes, but she did." Her dress was white gauze, trimmed with lilacs, and she really did look a mother may be allowed a little natural partiality most lovely. And she danced every dance, although she was quite a stranger. I am sure she enjoyed herself from her manner of talking about it next morning. "I wonder if the squire knows." "Knows what? Oh, yes, to be sure you mean about Roger. I dare say he doesn't, and there's no need to tell him, for I've no doubt it is all right now." And she went out of the room to finish her unpacking. Molly let her work fall and sighed. "It will be a year the day after tomorrow since he came here to propose our going to Hurstwood, and Mamma was so vexed at his calling before lunch. I wonder if Cynthia remembers it as well as I do. And now, perhaps, Roger, I wish I pray that you were safe home again. How could we all bear it if—" She covered her face with her hands and tried to stop thinking. Suddenly she got up, as if strung by a venomous fancy. "I don't believe she loves him as she ought, or she could not have gone and danced. What shall I do if she does not? What shall I do? I can bear anything but that." But she found the long suspense as to his health hard enough to endure. They were not likely to hear from him for a month at least, and before that time had elapsed, Cynthia would be at home again. Molly learnt to long for her return before a fortnight of her absence was over. She had had no idea that perpetual TTT tests with Mrs. Gibson could, by any possibility, be so tiresome as she found them. Perhaps Molly's state of delicate health, consequent upon her rapid growth during the last few months, made her irritable. But really often she had to get up and leave the room to calm herself down after listening to a long series of words, more frequently plaintive or discontented in tone than cheerful, and which at the end conveyed no distinct impression of either the speaker's thought or feeling. Whenever anything had gone wrong, whenever Mr. Gibson had coolly persevered in anything to which she had objected, whenever the cook had made a mistake about the dinner, or the housemaid broken any little frangible article, whenever Molly's hair was not done to her liking, or her dress did not become her, or the smell of dinner pervaded the house, or the wrong callers came, or the right callers did not come in fact, whenever anything went wrong, poor Mr. Kirkpatrick was regretted and mourned over, nay, almost blamed, as if, had he only given himself the trouble of living, he could have helped it. When I look back to those happy days, it seems to me as if I had never valued them as I ought. To be sure, youth, love what did we care for poverty? I remember dear Mr. Kirkpatrick walking 5 miles into Stratford to buy me a muffin because I had such a fancy for one after Cynthia was born. I don't mean to complain of dear papa, but I don't think perhaps I ought not to say it to you. If Mr. Kirkpatrick had but taken care of that cough of his, but he was so obstinate. Men always are, I think, and it really was selfish of him. Yet somehow or other, Molly felt that Cynthia was changed in her relation to her. Molly was aware that she had never had Cynthia's full confidence, for with all her apparent frankness and navet of manner, Cynthia was extremely reserved and reticent. She knew this much of herself, and had often laughed about it to Molly, and the latter had by this time found out the truth of her friend's assertion. But Molly did not trouble herself much about it. She too knew that there were many thoughts and feelings that flitted through her mind which she should never think of telling to anyone, except perhaps if they were ever very much thrown together to her father. She knew that Cynthia withheld from her more than thoughts and feelings that she withheld facts. But then, as Molly reflected, these facts might involve details of struggle, and suffering might relate to her mother's neglect and altogether be of so painful a character, that it would be well if Cynthia could forget her childhood altogether, instead of fixing it in her mind by the relation of her grievances and troubles. So it was not now by any one of confidence that Molly felt distanced, as it were. It was because Cynthia rather avoided than sought her companionship, because her eyes shunned the straight, serious, loving look of Molly's, because there were certain subjects on which she evidently disliked speaking, not particularly interesting things as far as Molly could perceive, but it almost seemed as if they lay on the road to points to be avoided. Molly felt a sort of sighing pleasure in noticing Cynthia's changed manner of talking about Roger. She spoke of him tenderly now, poor Roger, as she called him, and Molly thought that she must be referring to the illness which he had mentioned in his last letter. One morning in the first week after Cynthia's return home, just as he was going out, Mr. Gibson ran up into the drawing-room, hat on, booted and spurred, and hastily laid an open pamphlet down before her, pointing out a particular passage with his finger, but not speaking a word before he rapidly quitted the room. His eyes were sparkling and had an amused as well as pleased expression. All this Molly noticed, as well as Cynthia's flush of color as she read what was thus pointed out to her. Then she pushed it a little on one side, not closing the book, however, and went on with her work. "What is it? May I see it?" asked Molly, stretching out her hand for the pamphlet, which lay within her reach. But she did not take it until Cynthia had said, "Certainly, I don't suppose there are any great secrets in a scientific journal full of reports of meetings." And she gave the book a little push towards Molly. "Oh, Cynthia," said Molly, catching her breath as she read, "are you not proud?" For it was an account of an annual gathering of the Geographical Society, and Lord Hollingford had read a letter he had received from Roger Hamley, dated from Aracuoba, a district in Africa, hitherto unvisited by any intelligent European traveller, and about which Mr. Hamley sent many curious particulars. The reading of this letter had been received with the greatest interest, and several subsequent speakers had paid the writer very high compliments. But Molly might have known Cynthia better than to expect an answer responsive to the feelings that prompted her question. Let Cynthia be ever so proud, ever so glad, or so grateful, or even indignant, remorseful, grieved, or sorry, the very fact that she was expected by another to entertain any of these emotions would have been enough to prevent her expressing them. I'm afraid I'm not as much struck by the wonder of the thing as you are, Molly. Besides, it is not news to me, at least not entirely. I heard about the meeting before I left London. It was a good deal talked about in my uncle's set. To be sure, I didn't hear all the fine things they say of him there, but then, that's a mere fashion of speaking, which means nothing. Somebody is bound to pay compliments when a lord takes the trouble to read one of his letters aloud. Nonsense, said Molly. You know you don't believe what you are saying, Cynthia. Cynthia gave that pretty little jerk of her shoulders, which was her equivalent for a French shrug, but did not lift up her head from her sewing. Molly began to read the report over again. Why, Cynthia, she said, you might have been there, ladies were there. It says many ladies were present. Oh, couldn't you have managed to go? If your uncle's set cared about these things, wouldn't some of them have taken you? Perhaps, if I had asked them. But I think they would have been rather astonished at my sudden turn for science. You might have told your uncle how matters really stood. He wouldn't have talked about it if you had wished him not, I am sure, and he could have helped you. Once for all, Molly, said Cynthia, now laying down her work and speaking with quick authority, do learn to understand that it is, and always has been my wish, not to have the relation which Roger and I bear to each other, mentioned or talked about. When the right time comes, I will make it known to my uncle, and to everybody whom it may concern, but I am not going to make mischief, and get myself into trouble even for the sake of hearing compliments paid to him by letting it out before the time. If I'm pushed to it, I'd sooner break it off altogether at once, and have done with it. I can't be worse off than I am now. Her angry tone had changed into a kind of desponding complaint before she had ended her sentence. Molly looked at her with dismay. I can't understand you, Cynthia, she said at length. No, I dessay you can't, said Cynthia, looking at her with tears in her eyes and very tenderly, as if in atonement for her late vehemence. I am afraid I hope you never will. In a moment, Molly's arms were round her. Oh, Cynthia, she murmured, have I been plaguing you? Have I vexed you? Don't say you're afraid of my knowing you. Of course you've your faults, everybody has, but I think I love you the better for them. I don't know that I am so very bad, said Cynthia, smiling a little through the tears that Molly's words and caresses had forced to overflow from her eyes. But I have got into scrapes. I'm in a scrape now. I do sometimes believe I shall always be in scrapes, and if they ever come to light, I shall seem to be worse than I really am, and I know your father will throw me off, and I know I won't be afraid that you will, Molly. I'm sure I won't. Do you think how would Roger take it? Asked Molly, very timidly. I don't know. I hope he will never hear of it. I don't see why he should, for in a little while I shall be quite clear again. It all came about without my ever thinking I was doing wrong. I've a great mind to tell you all about it, Molly. Molly did not like to urge it, though she longed to know, and to see if she could not offer help. But while Cynthia was hesitating, and perhaps, to say the truth, rather regretting that she had even made this slight advance towards bestowing her confidence, Mrs. Gibson came in, full of some manner of altering a gown of hers, so as to make it into the fashion of the day, as she had seen it during her visit to London. Cynthia seemed to forget her tears and her troubles, and to throw her whole soul into millinery. Cynthia's correspondence went on pretty briskly with her London cousins, according to the usual rate of correspondence in those days. Indeed, Mrs. Gibson was occasionally inclined to complain of the frequency of Helen Kirkpatrick's letters, for before the penny post came in, the recipient had to pay the postage of letters, and 11 pence halfpenny 3 times a week came, according to Mrs. Gibson's mode of reckoning when annoyed, to a sum between 3 and 4 shillings. But these complaints were only for the family. They saw the wrong side of the tapestry. Hollingford in general, Miss Brownings in particular, heard of dear Helen's enthusiastic friendship for Cynthia, and of the real pleasure it was to receive such constant news relays of news indeed from London. It was almost as good as living there. A great deal better, I should think, said Miss Browning with some severity. For she had got many of her notions of the metropolis from the British essayists, where town is so often represented as the centre of dissipation, corrupting country wives and squires' daughters, and unfitting them for all their duties by the constant whirl of its not always innocent pleasures. London was a sort of moral pitch, which few could touch and not be defiled. Miss Browning had been on the watch for the signs of deterioration in Cynthia's character ever since her return home. But except in a greater number of pretty and becoming articles of dress, there was no great change for the worse to be perceived. Cynthia had been in the world, had beheld the glare and glitter and dazzling display of London, yet had come back to Hollingford as ready as ever to place a chair for Miss Browning, or to gather flowers for a nosegay for Miss Phoebe, or to mend her own clothes. But all this was set down to the merits of Cynthia, not to the credit of London town. "As far as I can judge of London," said Miss Browning, sententiously continuing her tirade against the place, "it's no better than a pickpocket and a robber dressed up in the spoils of honest folk. I should like to know where my Lord Hollingford was bred, and Mr. Roger Hamley. Your good husband lent me that report of the meeting, Miss." She came forward and again asked Molly what was the matter. Molly, herself ruffled, made answer, "Miss Browning seemed to think I was likely to marry someone whose character was objectionable." "You, Molly?" said Cynthia. "Yes, she once before spoke to me. I suspect she has got some notion about Mr. Preston in her head." Cynthia sate down quite suddenly. Molly went on, "And she spoke as if Mamma did not look enough after me. I think she was rather provoking." "Not rather, but very, very impertinent," said Mrs. Gibson, a little soothed by Molly's recognition of her grievance. "What could have put it into her head?" said Cynthia, very quietly, taking up her sewing as she spoke. "I don't know," said her mother, replying to the question after her own fashion. "I'm sure I don't always approve of Mr. Preston, but even if it was him she was thinking about, he's far more agreeable than she is, and I had much rather have him coming to call than an old maid like her any day." "I don't know that it was Mr. Preston she was thinking about," said Molly. "It was only a guess. When you were both in London, she spoke about him. I thought she had heard something about you and him, Cynthia." Unseen by her mother, Cynthia looked up at Molly, her eyes full of prohibition, her cheeks full of angry color. Molly stopped short suddenly. After that look, she was surprised at the quietness with which Cynthia said, almost immediately, "Well, after all, it is only your fancy that she was alluding to Mr. Preston, so perhaps we had better not say any more about him. And as for her advice to Mamma to look after you better, Miss Molly, I'll stand bail for your good behavior. For both Mamma and I know you're the last person to do any foolish things in that way. And now don't let us talk any more about it. I was coming to tell you that Hannah Brand's little boy has been badly burnt, and his sister is downstairs asking for old linen." Mrs. Gibson was always kind to poor people, and she immediately got up and went to her stalls to search for the article wanted. Cynthia turned quietly round to Molly. "Molly, pray don't ever allude to anything between me and Mr. Preston, not to Mamma, nor to anyone. Never do. I've a reason for it. Don't say anything more about it, ever." Mrs. Gibson came back at this moment, and Molly had to stop short again on the brink of Cynthia's confidence, uncertain indeed this time whether she would have been told anything more, and only sure that she had annoyed Cynthia a good deal. But the time was approaching when she would know all. Chapter 42. The Storm Bursts. The autumn drifted away through all its seasons. The golden corn harvest, the walks through the stubble fields, and rambles into hazel copses in search of nuts. The stripping of the apple orchards of their ruddy fruit amid the joyous cries and shouts of watching children, and the gorgeous tulip-like coloring of the later time had now come on with the shortening days. There was comparative silence in the land, excepting for the distant shots and the whir of the partridges as they rose up from the field. Ever since Miss Browning's unlucky conversation, things had been ajar in the Gibsons' house. Cynthia seemed to keep every one out at mental arm's length, and particularly avoided any private talks with Molly. Mrs. Gibson, still cherishing a grudge against Miss Browning for her implied accusation of not looking enough after Molly, chose to exercise a most wearying supervision over the poor girl. It was, "Where have you been, child? Who did you see? Who was that letter from? Why were you so long out when you had only to go to so-and-so?" Just as if Molly had really been detected in carrying on some underhand intercourse. She answered every question asked of her with the simple truthfulness of perfect innocence. But the inquiries, although she read their motive and knew that they arose from no especial suspicion of her conduct, but only that Mrs. Gibson might be able to say that she looked well after her stepdaughter, chafed her inexpressibly. Very often she did not go out at all, sooner than have to give a plan of her intended proceedings, when perhaps she had no plan at all, only thought of wandering out at her own sweet will, and of taking pleasure in the bright solemn fading of the year. It was a very heavy time, for Molly's zest and life had fled, and left so many of the old delights mere shells of seeming. She thought it was that her youth had fled, at 19. Cynthia was no longer the same, somehow, and perhaps Cynthia's change would injure her in the distant Roger's opinion. Her stepmother seemed almost kind in comparison with Cynthia's withdrawal of her heart. Mrs. Gibson worried her, to be sure, with all these forms of watching over her, but in all her other ways, she, at any rate, was the same. Yet Cynthia herself seemed anxious and careworn, though she would not speak of her anxieties to Molly. And then the poor girl in her goodness would blame herself for feeling Cynthia's change of manner, for as Molly said to herself, "If it is hard work for me to help always fretting after Roger, and wondering where he is and how he is, what must it be for her?" One day Mr. Gibson came in, bright and swift. "Molly," said he, "where's Cynthia? Gone out to do some errands? Well, it's a pity, but never mind. Put on your bonnet and cloak as fast as you can. I've had to borrow old Simpson's dog cart. There would have been room both for you and Cynthia, but as it is, you must walk back alone. I'll drive you as far on the Barford Road as I can, and then you must jump down. I can't take you on to Broadhurst's, I may be kept there for hours." Mrs. Gibson was out of the room, out of the house it might be, for all Molly cared, now she had her father's leave and command. Her bonnet and cloak were on in 2 minutes, and she was sitting by her father's side, the back seat shut up, and the light weight going swiftly and merrily bumping over the stone-paved lanes. "Oh, this is charming," said Molly, after a toss-up on her seat from a tremendous bump. "For youth, but not for crabbed age," said Mr. Gibson. "My bones are getting rheumatic, and would rather go smoothly over macadamized streets. That's treason to this lovely view and this fine pure air, papa. Only I don't believe you. Thank you. As you are so complimentary, I think I shall put you down at the foot of this hill. We've passed the second milestone from Hollingford. Oh, let me just go up to the top. I know we can see the blue range of the Malverns from it and Dorima Hall among the woods. The hoss will want a minute's rest, and then I will get down without a word." So she went up to the top of the hill, and there they sate still a minute or two, enjoying the view without much speaking. The woods were golden. The old house of purple-red brick, with its twisted chimneys, rose up from among them facing on to green lawns and a placid lake. Beyond again were the Malvern Hills. "Now jump down, lassie, and make the best of your way home before it gets dark. You'll find the cut over Croston Heath shorter than the road we've come by." To get to Croston Heath, Molly had to go down a narrow lane overshadowed by trees, with picturesque old cottages dotted here and there on the steep sandy banks. And then there came a small wood, and then there was a brook to be crossed on a plank bridge, and up the steeper fields on the opposite side were cut steps in the turfy path. These ended, she was on Croston Heath, a wide-stretching common skirted by labourers' dwellings, past which a near road to Hollingford lay. The loneliest part of the road was the lane, the wood, the little bridge, and the clambering through the upland fields. But Molly cared little for loneliness. She went along the lane under the overarching elm branches, from which, here and there, a yellow leaf came floating down upon her very dress, past the lost cottage where a little child had tumbled down the sloping bank and was publishing the accident with frightened cries. Molly stooped to pick it up, and taking it in her arms in a manner which caused intense surprise to take the place of alarm in its little breast, she carried it up the rough flag steps towards the cottage which she supposed to be its home. The mother came running in from the garden behind the house, still holding the late damsons she had been gathering in her apron. But on seeing her, the little creature held out its arms to go to her, and she dropped her damsons all about as she took it, and began to soothe it as it cried afresh, interspersing her lulling with thanks to Molly. She called her by her name, and on Molly asking the woman how she came to know it, she replied that before her marriage she had been a servant of Mrs. Goodenough, and so was bound to know Dr. Gibson's daughter by sight. After the exchange of 2 or 3 more words, Molly ran down into the lane and pursued her way, stopping here and there to gather a nosegay of such leaves as struck her for their brilliant coloring. She entered the wood. As she turned a corner in the lonely path, she heard a passionate voice of distress, and in an instant she recognized Cynthia's tones. She stood still and looked around. There were some thick holly bushes shining out dark green in the midst of the amber and scarlet foliage. If anyone was there, it must be behind these thick bushes. So Molly left the path and went straight, plunging through the brown tangled growth of ferns and underwood, and turned the holly bushes. There stood Mr. Preston and Cynthia, he holding her hands tight, each looking as, "Since you will have it out, since I must speak here, I own that what you say is literally true, that when I was a neglected girl of 16, you whom I believed to be a friend, lent me money at my need, and made me give you a promise of marriage." "Made you?" said he, laying an emphasis on the first word. Cynthia turned scarlet. "Made is not the right word, I confess. I liked you then, you were almost my only friend, and, if it had been a question of immediate marriage, I dare say I should never have objected. But I know you better now, and you have persecuted me so of late, that I tell you once for all, as I have told you before, till I am sick of the very words, that nothing shall ever make me marry you. Nothing. I see there's no chance of escaping exposure, and I dare say, losing my character, and I know losing all the few friends I have." "Never me," said Molly, touched by the wailing tone of despair that Cynthia was falling into. "It is hard," said Mr. Preston. "You may believe all the bad things you like about me, Cynthia, but I don't think you can doubt my real, passionate, disinterested love for you." "I do doubt it," said Cynthia, breaking out with fresh energy. "Ah, when I think of the self-denying affection I have known affection that thought of others before itself, Mr. Preston broke in at the pause she made. She was afraid of revealing too much to him. "You do not call it love which has been willing to wait for years to be silent, while silence was desired to suffer jealousy and to bear neglect, relying on the solemn promise of a girl of 16 for solemn say flimsy, when that girl grows older. Cynthia, I have loved you, and I do love you, and I won't give you up. If you will but keep your word and marry me, I'll swear I'll make you love me in return." "Oh, I wish I'd never borrowed that unlucky money. It was the beginning of it all." "Oh, Molly, I have saved and scrimped to repay it, and he won't take it now. I thought if I could but repay it, it would set me free." "You seem to imply you sold yourself for £20, he said. They were nearly on the common now, close to the protection of the cottages, in very hearing of their inmates. If neither of the other two thought of this, Molly did, and resolved in her mind to call in at one of them and ask for the labourer's protection home. At any rate, his presence must put a stop to this miserable altercation. "I did not sell myself, I liked you then. But oh, how I do hate you now," cried Cynthia, unable to contain her words. He bowed and turned back, vanishing rapidly down the field staircase. At any rate, that was a relief. Yet the two girls hastened on as if he was still pursuing them. Once, when Molly said something to Cynthia, the latter replied, "Molly, if you pity me, if you love me, don't say anything more just now. We shall have to look as if nothing had happened when we get home. Come to my room when we go upstairs to bed, and I'll tell you all. I know you'll blame me terribly, but I will tell you all." So Molly did not say another word till they reached home. And then, comparatively at ease, inasmuch as no one perceived how late was their return to the house, each of the girls went up into their separate rooms, to rest and calm themselves before dressing for the necessary family gathering at dinner. Molly felt as if she were so miserably shaken that she could not have gone down at all, if her own interests only had been at stake. She sate by her dressing table, holding her head in her hands, her candles unlighted, and the room in soft darkness, trying to still her beating heart, and to recall all she had heard, and what would be its bearing on the lives of those whom she loved. Roger. Oh, Roger, far away in mysterious darkness of distance loving as he did. Ah, that was love. That was the love to which Cynthia had referred as worthy of the name, and the object of his love claimed by another false to one she must be. How could it be? What would he think and feel if ever he came to know it? It was of no use trying to imagine his pain, that could do no good. What lay before Molly was to try and extricate Cynthia if she could help her by thought or advice or action, not to weaken herself by letting her fancy run into pictures of possible, probable suffering. When she went into the drawing-room before dinner, she found Cynthia and her mother by themselves. There were candles in the room, but they were not lighted, for the wood fire blazed merrily if fitfully, and they were awaiting Mr. Gibson's return, which might be expected at any minute. Cynthia sate in the shade, so it was only by her sensitive ear that Molly could judge of her state of composure. Mrs. Gibson was telling some of her day's adventures whom she had found at home in the calls she had been making, who had been out, and the small pieces of news she had heard. To Molly's quick sympathy, Cynthia's voice sounded languid and weary, but she made all the proper replies and expressed the proper interest at the right places, and Molly came to the rescue, chiming in, with an effort, it is true. But Mrs. Gibson was not one to notice slight shades or differences in manner. When Mr. Gibson returned, the relative positions of the parties were altered. It was Cynthia now who raised herself into liveliness, partly from a consciousness that he would have noticed any depression, and partly because Cynthia was one of those natural coquettes, who, from their cradle to their grave, instinctively bring out all their prettiest airs and graces in order to stand well with any man, young or old, who may happen to be present. She listened to his remarks and stories with all the sweet intentness of happier days, till Molly, silent and wondering, could hardly believe that the Cynthia before her was the same girl as she who was sobbing and crying as if her heart would break, but 2 hours before. It is true she looked pale and heavy-eyed, but that was the only sign she gave of her past trouble, which yet must be a present care, thought Molly. After dinner, Mr. Gibson went out to his town patients. Mrs. Gibson subsided into her armchair, holding a sheet of the Times before her, behind which she took a quiet and ladylike doze. Cynthia had a book in one hand, with the other she shaded her eyes from the light. Molly alone could neither read, nor sleep, nor work. She sate in the seat in the bow window. The blind was not drawn down, for there was no danger of their being overlooked. She gazed into the soft outer darkness, and found herself striving to discern the outlines of objects: the cottage, at the end of the garden the great beech tree, with the seat round it the wire arches, up which the summer roses had clambered. Each came out faint and dim against the dusky velvet of the atmosphere. Presently tea came, and there was the usual nightly bustle. The table was cleared. Mrs. Gibson roused herself and made the same remark about dear papa that she had done at the same hour for weeks past. Cynthia, too, did not look different from usual. And yet what a hidden mystery did her calmness hide, thought Molly. At length came bedtime, and the customary little speeches. Both Molly and Cynthia went to their own rooms without exchanging a word. When Molly was in hers, she had forgotten whether she was to go to Cynthia, or Cynthia to come to her. She took off her gown and put on her dressing gown, and stood and waited, and even sat down for a minute or two. But Cynthia did not come, so Molly went and knocked at the opposite door, which, to her surprise, she found shut. When she entered the room, Cynthia sate by her dressing table, just as she had come up from the drawing-room. She had been leaning her head on her arms, and seemed almost to have forgotten the tryst she had made with Molly, for she looked up as if startled, and her face did seem full of worry and distress. In her solitude she made no more exertion, but gave way to thoughts of care. Chapter 43. Cynthia's Confession. "You said I might come," said Molly, "and that you would tell me all." "You know all, I think," said Cynthia heavily. "Perhaps you don't know what excuses I have, but at any rate you know what a scrape I am in." "I've been thinking a great deal," said Molly, timidly and doubtfully. "And I can't help fancying if you told papa," before she could go on, Cynthia had stood up. "No," said she, "that I won't, unless I'm to leave here at once. And you know I have not another place to go to without warning, I mean. I dare say my uncle would take me in. He's a relation, and would be bound to stand by me in whatever disgrace I might be. Or perhaps I might get a governess's situation, a pretty governess I should be. Pray, please, Cynthia, don't go off into such wild talking. I don't believe you've done so very wrong. You say you have not, and I believe you. That horrid man has managed to get you involved in some way, but I am sure papa could set it to rights if you would only make a friend of him and tell him all." "No, Molly," said Cynthia, "I can't, and there's an end of it. You may if you like, only let me leave the house first. Give me that much time." "You know I would never tell anything you wished me not to tell, Cynthia," said Molly, deeply hurt. "Would you not, darling?" said Cynthia, taking her hand. "Will you promise me that?" "Quite a sacred promise, for it would be such a comfort to me to tell you all, now you know so much." "Yes, I'll promise not to tell. You should not have doubted me," said Molly, still a little sorrowfully. "Very well, I trust to you, I know I may. But do think of telling papa and getting him to help you," persevered Molly. "Never," said Cynthia, resolutely, but more quietly than before. "Do you think I forget what he said at the time of that wretched Mr. Cox? How severe he was, and how long I was in disgrace, if indeed I'm out of it now? I am one of those people. As Mamma says sometimes, I cannot live with persons who don't think well of me. It may be a weakness, or a sin, I am sure I don't know, and I don't care. But Mr. Preston seemed to feel it too for me, and I was very grateful to him for kind words and sympathetic look-scrums of kindness which would have dropped under your table unnoticed. So this day, when he came to see how the workmen were getting on, he found me in the deserted schoolroom, looking at my faded summer bonnet and some old ribbons I had been sponging, and half-worn-out gloves, a sort of ragfair spread out on the deal table. I was in a regular passion with only looking at that shabbiness. He said he was so glad to hear I was going to this festival with the Donaldsons. Old Betty, our servant, had told him the news, I believe. But I was so perplexed about money, and my vanity was so put out about my shabby dress, that I was in a pet, and said I shouldn't go. He sate down on the table, and little by little he made me tell him all my troubles. I do sometimes think he was very nice in those days. Somehow I never felt as if it was wrong or foolish or anything to accept his offer of money at the time. He had £20 in his pocket, he said, and really didn't know what to do with it, shouldn't want it for months. I could repay it, or rather Mamma could, when it suited her. She must have known I should want money, and most likely thought I should apply to him. £20 wouldn't be too much, I must take it all, and so on. I thought I knew that I should never spend £20, but I thought I could give him back what I didn't want, and so well, that was the beginning. It doesn't sound so very wrong, does it, Molly? No, said Molly, hesitatingly. She did not wish to make herself into a hard judge, and yet she did so dislike Mr. Preston. Cynthia went on, well, what with boots and gloves and a bonnet and a mantle, and a white muslin gown, which was made for me before I left on Tuesday, and a silk gown that followed to the Donaldsons, and my journeys, and all, there was very little left of the £20. Especially when I found I must get a ball dress in Worcester, for we were all to go to the ball. Mrs. Donaldson gave me my ticket, but she rather looked grave at my idea of going to the ball in my white muslin, which I had already worn 2 evenings at their house. Oh dear, how pleasant it must be to be rich. You know, continued Cynthia, smiling a very little, I can't help being aware that I'm pretty, and that people admire me very much. I found it out first at the Donaldsons. I began to think I did look pretty in my fine new clothes, and I saw that other people thought so too. I was certainly the belle of the house, and it was very pleasant to feel my power. The last day or two of that gay week Mr. Preston joined our party. The last time he had seen me was when I was dressed in shabby clothes too small for me, half crying in my solitude, neglected and penniless. At the Donaldsons I was a little queen, and as I said, fine feathers make fine birds, and all the people were making much of me, and at that ball, which was the first night he came, I had more partners than I knew what to do with. I suppose he really did fall in love with me then. I don't think he had done so before. And then I began to feel how awkward it was to be in his debt. I couldn't give myself airs to him as I did to others. Oh, it was so awkward and uncomfortable. But I liked him, and felt him as a friend all the time. The last day I was walking in the garden along with the others, and I thought I would tell him how much I had enjoyed myself, and how happy I had been, all thanks to his £20. I was beginning to feel like Cinderella when the clock was striking 12. And to tell him it should be repaid to him as soon as possible, though I turned sick at the thought of telling Mamma, and knew enough of our affairs to understand how very difficult it would be to muster up the money. The end of our talk came very soon, for almost to my terror, he began to talk violent love to me, and to beg me to promise to marry him. I was so frightened that I ran away to the others. But that night I got a letter from him, apologizing for startling me, renewing his offer, his entreaties for a promise of marriage, to be fulfilled at any date I would please to name in fact, a most urgent love letter, and in it a reference to my unlucky debt, which was to be a debt no longer, only an advance of the money to be hereafter mine if only you can fancy it all, Molly, better than I can remember it to tell it you. And what did you say? Asked Molly, breathless. I did not answer it at all until another letter came, entreating for a reply. By that time Mamma had come home, and the old daily pressure and plaint of poverty had come on. Mary Donaldson wrote to me often, singing the praises of Mr. Preston as enthusiastically as if she had been bribed to do it. I had seen him a very popular man in their set, and I liked him well enough and felt grateful to him. So I wrote and gave him my promise to marry him when I was 20, but it was to be a secret till then. And I tried to forget I had ever borrowed money of him, but somehow as soon as I felt pledged to him, I began to hate him. I couldn't endure his eagerness of greeting if ever he found me alone, and Mamma began to suspect, I think. I cannot tell you all the ins and outs. In fact, I didn't understand them at the time, and I don't remember clearly how it all happened now. But I know that Lady Cuxhaven sent Mamma some money to be applied to my education, as she called it, and Mamma seemed very much put out and in very low spirits, and she and I didn't get on at all together. So, of course, I never ventured to name the hateful £20 to her, but went on trying to think that if I was to marry Mr. Preston, it need never be paid very mean and wicked, I dare say. But oh, Molly, I've been punished for it, for how I abhor that man. But why? When did you begin to dislike him? You seem to have taken it very passively all this time. I don't know. It was growing upon me before I went to that school at Boulogne. He made me feel as if I was in his power, and by too often reminding me of my engagement to him, he made me critical of his words and ways. There was an insolence in his manner to Mamma, too. Ah. You're thinking that I'm not too respectful and perhaps not, but I couldn't bear his covert sneers at her faults, and I hated his way of showing what he called his love for me. Then, after I had been a semester at MDME, Lefevre's, a new English girl came a cousin of his who knew but little of me. Now, Molly, you must forget as soon as I've told you what I'm going to say, and she used to talk so much and perpetually about her cousin Robert. He was the great man of the family, evidently, and how he was so handsome, and every lady of the land in love with him, a lady of title into the bargain. Lady Harriet, I dare say, said Molly, indignantly. I don't know, said Cynthia wearily. I didn't care at the time, and I don't care now, for she went on to say there was a very pretty widow too who made desperate love to him. He had often laughed with them at all her little advances, which she thought he didn't see through. And this was the man I had promised to marry, and gone into debt to, and written love letters to. So now you understand it all, Molly. No, I don't yet. What did you do on hearing how he had spoken about your mother? There was but one thing to do. I wrote and told him I hated him, and would never, never marry him, and would pay him back his money and the interest on it as soon as ever I could. Well, and MDME. Lefevre brought me back my letter unopened, I will say, and told me that she didn't allow letters to gentlemen to be sent by the pupils of her establishment unless she had previously seen their contents. I told her he was a family friend, the agent who managed Mamma's affairs. I really could not stick at the truth, but she wouldn't let it go, and I had to see her burn it, and to give her my promise I wouldn't write again before she would consent not to tell Mamma. So I had to calm down and wait till I came home. But you didn't see him then, at least not for some time? No, but I could write, and I began to try and save up my money to pay him. What did he say to your letter? Oh, at first he pretended not to believe I could be in earnest. He thought it was only pique, or a temporary offense to be apologized for and covered over with passionate protestations. And afterwards, he condescended to threats, and, what is worse, then I turned coward. I couldn't bear to have it all known and talked about, and my silly letters show no such letters. I cannot bear to think of them beginning, my dearest Robert, to that man. But oh, Cynthia, how could you go and engage yourself to Roger? Asked Molly. Why not? Said Cynthia, sharply turning round upon her. I was free. I am free. It seemed a way of assuring myself that I was quite free. And I did like Roger. It was such a comfort to be brought into contact with people who could be relied upon. And I was not a stock or a stone that I could fail to be touched with his tender, unselfish love, so different to Mr. Preston's. I know you don't think me good enough for him. And of course, if all this comes out, he won't think me good enough either. Falling into a plaintive tone very touching to hear. And sometimes I think I'll give him up and go off to some fresh life amongst strangers. And once or twice, I've thought I would marry Mr. Preston out of pure revenge, and have him forever in my power. Only I think I should have the worst of it. For he is cruel in his very soul, tigerish, with his beautiful striped skin and relentless heart. I have so begged and begged him to let me go without exposure. Never mind the exposure, said Molly. It will recoil far more on him than harm you. Cynthia went a little paler. But I said things in those letters about Mamma. I was quick-eyed enough to all her faults, and hardly understood the force of her temptations, and he says he will show those letters to your father, unless I consent to acknowledge our engagement. He shall not, said Molly, rising up in her indignation, and standing before Cynthia almost as resolutely fierce as if she were in the very presence of Mr. Preston himself. I am not afraid of him. He dare not insult me, or if he does I don't care. I will ask him for those letters, and see if he will dare to refuse me. You don't know him, said Cynthia, shaking her head. He has made many an appointment with me, just as if he would take back the money which has been sealed up ready for him this 4 months, or as if he would give me back my letters. Pa, Roger, how little he thinks of all this. When I want to write words of love to him, I pull myself up, for I have written words as affectionate to that other man. And if Mr. Preston ever guessed that Roger and I were engaged, he would manage to be revenged on both him and me by giving us as much pain as he could with those unlucky letters written when I was not 16, Molly only 7 of them. They are like a mine under my feet, which may blow up any day, and down will come father and mother and all. She ended bitterly enough, though her words were so light. How can I get them? Said Molly, thinking. Forget them I will. With Papa to back me, he dare not refuse. Ah, but that's just the thing. He knows I'm afraid of your father's hearing of it all more than of anyone else. And yet he thinks he loves you. It is his way of loving. He says often enough he doesn't care what he does so that he gets me to be his wife, and that after that he is sure he can make me love him. Cynthia began to cry, out of weariness of body and despair of mind. Molly's arms were round her in a minute, and she pressed the beautiful head to her bosom and laid her own cheek upon it, and hushed her up with lulling words just as if Cynthia were a little child. Oh, it is such a comfort to have told you all, murmured Cynthia. And Molly made reply, I am sure we have right on our side, and that makes me certain he must and shall give up the letters. And take the money, added Cynthia, lifting her head and looking eagerly into Molly's face. He must take the money. Oh, Molly, you can never manage it all without its coming out to your father, and I would far rather go out to Russia as a governess. I almost think I would rather know, not that, said she, shuddering away from what she was going to say. But he must not know, please, Molly, he must not know, I couldn't bear it. I don't know what I might not do. You'll promise me never to tell him, Mamma? I never will. You do not think I would for anything short of saving, she was going to have said, saving you and Roger from pain. But Cynthia broke in for nothing. No reason whatever must make you tell your father. If you fail, and I will love you forever for trying, but I shall be no worse off than before. Better, indeed, for I shall have the comfort of your sympathy. But promise me not to tell Mr. Gibson. I have promised once, said Molly, but I promise again, so now do go to bed and try and rest. You are looking as white as a sheet, you'll be ill if you don't get some rest, and it's past 2 o'clock and you're shivering with cold. So they wished each other good night. But when Molly got into her room, all her spirit left her, and she threw herself down on her bed, dressed as she was, for she had no heart left for anything. If Roger ever heard of it all by any chance, she felt how it would disturb his love for Cynthia. And yet was it right to conceal it from him? She must try and persuade Cynthia to tell it all straight out to him as soon as he returned to England. A full confession on her part would wonderfully lessen any pain he might have on first hearing of it. She lost herself in thoughts of Roger, how he would feel, what he would say, how that meeting would come to pass, where he was at that very time, and so on, till she suddenly plucked herself up and recollected what she herself had offered and promised to do. Now that the first fervour was over, she saw the difficulties clearly, and the foremost of all was how she was to manage to have an interview with Mr. Preston. How had Cynthia managed, and the letters that had passed between them too? Unwillingly, Molly was compelled to perceive that there must have been a great deal of underhand work going on beneath Cynthia's apparent openness of behaviour, and still more unwillingly she began to be afraid that she herself might be led into the practice. But she would try and walk in a straight path, and if she did wander out of it, it should only be to save pain to those whom she loved. Chapter 44. Molly Gibson to the rescue. It seemed curious enough, after the storms of the night, to meet in smooth tranquillity at breakfast. Cynthia was pale, but she talked as quietly as usual about all manner of indifferent things, while Molly sate silent, watching and wondering, and becoming convinced that Cynthia must have gone through a long experience of concealing her real thoughts and secret troubles before she could have been able to put on such a semblance of composure. Among the letters that came in that morning was one from the London Kirkpatricks, but not from Helen, Cynthia's own particular correspondent. Her sister wrote to apologize for Helen, who was not well, she said, had had the influenza, which had left her very weak and poorly. Let her come down here for change of air, said Mr. Gibson. The country at this time of the year is better than London, except when the place is surrounded by trees. Now our house is well drained, high up, gravel soil, and I'll undertake to doctor her for nothing. It would be charming, said Mrs. Gibson, rapidly revolving in her mind the changes necessary in her household economy before receiving a young lady accustomed to such a household as Mr. Kirkpatrick's, calculating the consequent inconveniences and weighing them against the probable advantages, even while she spoke. Should not you like it, Cynthia? And Molly too. You then, dear, would become acquainted with one of the girls, and I have no doubt you would be asked back again, which would be so very nice. And I shouldn't let her go, said Mr. Gibson, who had acquired an unfortunate facility of reading his wife's thoughts. Dear Helen, went on Mrs. Gibson, I should so like to nurse her. We would make your consulting room into her own private sitting room, my dear. It is hardly necessary to say that the scales had been weighed down by the inconveniences of having a person behind the scenes for several weeks. For with an invalid so much depends on tranquillity. In the drawing-room, for instance, she might constantly be disturbed by callers, and the dining-room is so what shall I call it? So dinnery the smell of meals never seems to leave it. It would have been different if dear papa had allowed me to throw out that window. Why can't she have the dressing-room for her bedroom, and the little room opening out of the drawing-room for her sitting-room? Asked Mr. Gibson. The library, for by this name Mrs. Gibson chose to dignify what had formerly been called the book-closet. Why, it would hardly hold a sofa, besides the books and the writing-table, and there are draughts everywhere. No, my dear, we had better not ask her at all. Her own home is comfortable at any rate. Well, said Mr. Gibson, seeing that he was to be worsted and not caring enough about the matter to show fight. Perhaps you're right. It's a case of luxury versus fresh air. Some people suffer more from one of the one than from one of the other. You know, I shall be glad to see her if she likes to come and take us as we are, but I can't give up the consulting room. It's a necessity, our daily bread. I'll write and tell them how kind Mr. Gibson is, said his wife in high contentment as her husband left the room. They'll be just as much obliged to him as if she had come. Whether it was Helen's illness or from some other cause, after breakfast Cynthia became very flat and absent, and this lasted all day long. Molly understood now why her moods had been so changeable for many months, and was tender and forbearing with her accordingly. Towards evening, when the two girls were left alone, Cynthia came and stood over Molly, so that her face could not be seen. "Molly," said she, "will you do it? Will you do what you said last night? I've been thinking of it all day, and sometimes I believe he would give you back the letters if you asked him. He might fancy at any rate it's worth trying, if you don't very much dislike it." Now it so happened that with every thought she had given to it, Molly disliked the idea of the proposed interview with Mr. Preston more and more. But it was, after all, her own offer, and she neither could nor would draw back from it. It might do good. She did not see how it could possibly do harm. So she gave her consent, and tried to conceal her distaste, which grew upon her more and more as Cynthia hastily arranged the details. "You shall meet him in the avenue leading from the Park Lodge up to the Towers. He can come in one way from the Towers, where he has often business. He has passkeys everywhere you can go in, as we have often done by the lodge. You need not go far." It did strike Molly that Cynthia must have had some experience in making all these arrangements, and she ventured to ask how he was to be informed of all this. Cynthia only reddened and replied, "Oh, never mind. He will only be too glad to come. You heard him say he wished to discuss the affair more. It is the first time the appointment has come from my side. If I can but once be free, oh, Molly, I will love you and be grateful to you all my life." Molly thought of Roger, and that thought prompted her next speech. "It must be horrible. I think I'm very brave, but I don't think I could have accepted even Roger, with a half-cancelled engagement hanging over me." She blushed as she spoke. "You forget how I detest Mr. Preston," said Cynthia. "It was that, more than any excess of love for Roger, that made me thankful to be at least as securely pledged to someone else. He did not want to call it an engagement, but I did, because it gave me the feeling of assurance that I was free from Mr. Preston. And so I am, all but these letters. Oh, if you can but make him take back his abominable money and get me my letters. Then we would bury it all in oblivion, and he could marry somebody else, and I would marry Roger, and no one would be the wiser. After all, it was only what people call youthful folly. And you may tell Mr. Preston that as soon as he makes my letters public, shows them to your father or anything, I'll go away from Hollingford and never come back." Loaded with many such messages, which she felt that she should never deliver, not really knowing what she should say, hating the errand, not satisfied with Cynthia's manner of speaking about her relations to Roger, oppressed with shame and complicity in conduct which appeared to her deceitful, yet willing to bear all and brave all, if she could once set Cynthia in a straight path in a clear space, and almost more pitiful to her friend's great distress and possible disgrace. Then able to give her that love which involves perfect sympathy, Molly set out on her walk towards the appointed place. It was a cloudy, blustering day, and the noise of the blowing wind among the nearly leafless branches of the great trees filled her ears as she passed through the park gates and entered the avenue. She walked quickly, instinctively wishing to get her blood up and have no time for thought. But there was a bend in the avenue about a quarter of a mile from the lodge. After that bend, it was a straight line up to the great house, now emptied of its inhabitants. Molly did not like going quite out of sight of the lodge, and she stood facing it, close by the trunk of one of the trees. Presently she heard a step coming over the grass. It was Mr. Preston. He saw a woman's figure, half behind the trunk of a tree, and made no doubt that it was Cynthia. But when he came nearer, almost close, the figure turned round, and instead of the brilliantly colored face of Cynthia, he met the pale, resolved look of Molly. She did not speak to greet him, but though he felt sure from the general aspect of pallor and timidity that she was afraid of him, her steady gray eyes met his with courageous innocence. "Is Cynthia unable to come?" asked he, perceiving that she expected him. "I did not know you thought that you should meet her," said Molly, a little surprised. In her simplicity, she had believed that Cynthia had named that it was she, Molly Gibson, who would meet Mr. Preston at a given time and place. But Cynthia had been too worldly wise for that, and had decoyed him thither by a vaguely worded note, which, while avoiding actual falsehood, had led him to believe that she herself would give him the meeting. "She said she should be here," said Mr. Preston, extremely annoyed at being entrapped, as he now felt that he had been into an interview with Miss Gibson. Molly hesitated a little before she spoke. He was determined not to break the silence. As she had intruded herself into the affair, she should find her situation as awkward as possible. "At any rate, she sent me here to meet you," said Molly. "She has told me exactly how matters stand between you and her." "Has she?" sneered he. "She is not always the most open or reliable person in the world." Molly reddened. She perceived the impertinence of the tone, and her temper was none of the coolest. But she mastered herself and gained courage by so doing. "You should not speak so of the person you profess to wish to have for your wife, but putting all that aside, you have some letters of hers that she wishes to have back again. I dare say, and that you have no right to keep. No legal or no moral right. I won't hear anything out of these letters written, when she was almost without friends, to you whom she looked upon as a friend, but I have thought of what I will do next. I give you fair warning. If I had not been foolish, I should have told my father, but Cynthia made me promise that I would not. So I will tell it all, from beginning to end, to Lady Harriet, and ask her to speak to her father. I feel sure that she will do it, and I don't think you will dare to refuse Lord Cumnor." He felt at once that he should not dare. That, clever land agent as he was, and high up in the Earl's favour on that account, yet that the conduct of which he had been guilty in regard to the letters, and the threats which he had held out respecting them, were just what no gentleman, no honourable man, no manly man could put up with in anyone about him. He knew that much, and he wondered how she, the girl standing before him, had been clever enough to find it out. He forgot himself for an instant in admiration of her. There she stood, frightened, yet brave, not letting go her hold on what she meant to do, even when things seemed most against her. And besides, there was something that struck him most of all perhaps, and which shows the kind of man he perceived that Molly was as unconscious that he was a young man, and she a young woman, as if she had been a pure angel of heaven. Though he felt that he would have to yield and give up the letters, he was not going to do it at once. And while he was thinking what to say, so as still to evade making any concession till he had had time to think over it, he, with his quick senses all about him, heard the trotting of a horse cranching quickly along over the gravel of the drive. A moment afterwards, Molly's perception overtook his. He could see the startled look overspread her face, and in an instant she would have run away, but before the first rush was made, Mr. Preston laid his hand firmly on her arm. "Keep quiet. You must be seen. You, at any rate, have done nothing to be ashamed of." As he spoke, Mr. Sheepshanks came round the bend of the road and was close upon them. Mr. Preston saw, if Molly did not, the sudden look of intelligence that dawned upon the shrewd, ruddy face of the old gentleman saw, but did not much heed. He went forwards and spoke to Mr. Sheepshanks, who made a halt right before them. "Miss Gibson, your servant. Rather a blustering day for a young lady to be out and cold, I should say, for standing still too long. Preston?" poking his whip at the latter in a knowing manner. "Yes," said Mr. Preston, "and I'm afraid I have kept Miss Gibson too long standing." Molly did not know what to say or do, so she only bowed a silent farewell and turned away to go home, feeling very heavy at heart at the non-success of her undertaking. For she did not know how she had conquered, in fact, although Mr. Preston might not as yet acknowledge it even to himself. Before she was out of hearing, she heard Mr. Sheepshanks say, "Sorry to have disturbed your tea, Preston." But though she heard the words, their implied sense did not sink into her mind. She was only feeling how she had gone out glorious and confident, and was coming back to Cynthia defeated. Cynthia was on the watch for her return, and rushing downstairs, dragged Molly into the dining room. "Well, Molly? Oh, I see you haven't got them. After all, I never expected it." She sate down, as if she could get over her disappointment better in that position, and Molly stood like a guilty person before her. "I am so sorry. I did all I could. We were interrupted at last. Mr. Sheepshanks rode up. Provoking old man, do you think you should have persuaded him to give up the letters if you had had more time? I don't know. I wish Mr. Sheepshanks hadn't come up just then. I didn't like his finding me standing talking to Mr. Preston." "Oh. I dare say he'd never think anything about it. What did Mr. Preston say?" "He seemed to think you were fully engaged to him, and that these letters were the only proof he had. I think he loves you in his way." "His way, indeed," said Cynthia, scornfully. "The more I think of it, the more I see it would be better for Papa to speak to him. I did say I would tell it all to Lady Harriet, and get Lord Cumnor to make him give up the letters, but it would be very awkward." "Very," said Cynthia gloomily. But he would see it was only a threat. But I will do it in a moment, if you like. I meant what I said, only I feel that Papa would manage it best of all, and Ma privately. I'll tell you what, Molly, you're bound by a promise, you know, and cannot tell Mr. Gibson without breaking your solemn word, but it's just this. I'll leave Hollingford and never come back again, if ever your father hears of this affair. There. Cynthia stood up now and began to fold up Molly's shawl in her nervous excitement. "Oh, Cynthia, Roger," was all that Molly said. "Yes, I know, you need not remind me of him. But I'm not going to live in the house with anyone who may be always casting up in his mind the things he had heard against me, things false, perhaps which sound so much worse than they really are. I was so happy when I first came here. You all liked me, and admired me, and thought well of me, and now why, Molly, I can see the difference in you already. You carry your thoughts in your face, I have read them there these 2 days you've been thinking. How Cynthia must have deceived me, keeping up a correspondence all this time, having half engagements to 2 men. You've been more full of that than of pity for me as a girl who has always been obliged to manage for herself, without any friend to help her and protect her." Molly was silent. There was a great deal of truth in what Cynthia was saying, and yet a great deal of falsehood. For, through all this long 48 hours, Molly had loved Cynthia dearly, and had been more weighed down by the position the latter was in than Cynthia herself. She also knew, but this was a second thought following on the other, that she had suffered much pain in trying to do her best in this interview with Mr. Preston. She had been tried beyond her strength, and the great tears welled up into her eyes and fell slowly down her cheeks. "Oh, what a brute I am," said Cynthia, kissing them away. "I see, I know it is the truth, and I deserve it, but I need not reproach you." "You did not reproach me," said Molly, trying to smile. "I have thought something of what you said, but I do love you dearly, dearly. Cynthia, I should have done just the same as you did." "No, you would not. Your grain is different somehow." Chapter 45. Confidences. All the rest of that day Molly was depressed and not well. Having anything to conceal was so unusual, almost so unprecedented a circumstance with her, that it preyed upon her in every way. It was a nightmare that she could not shake off. She did so wish to forget it all, and yet every little occurrence seemed to remind her of it. The next morning's post brought several letters, one from Roger for Cynthia, and Molly, letterless herself, looked at Cynthia as she read it with wistful sadness. It appeared to Molly as though Cynthia should have no satisfaction in these letters, until she had told him what was her exact position with Mr. Preston. Yet Cynthia was coloring and dimpling up as she always did at any pretty words of praise, or admiration, or love. But Molly's thoughts and Cynthia's reading were both interrupted by a little triumphant sound from Mrs. Gibson, as she pushed a letter she had just received to her husband with a "there. I must say I expected that." Then, turning to Cynthia, she explained, "It is a letter from Uncle Kirkpatrick, love. So kind, wishing you to go and stay with them and help them to cheer up Helen. Poor Helen. I am afraid she is very far from well. But we could not have had her here without disturbing dear Papa in his consulting room, and though I could have relinquished my dressing room, he will. So I said in my letter how you were grieved, you above all of us, because you are such a friend of Helen's, you know, and how you longed to be of use, as I am sure you do, and so now they want you to go up directly, for Helen has quite set her heart upon it." Cynthia's eyes sparkled. "I shall like going," said she, "all but leaving you, Molly," she added, in a lower tone, as if suddenly smitten with some compunction. "Can you be ready to go by the bang-up tonight?" Said Mr. Gibson, "For curiously enough, after more than 20 years of quiet practice at Hollingford, I am summoned up today for the first time to a consultation in London tomorrow. I'm afraid Lady Cumnor is worse, my dear." "You don't say so? Poor dear lady, what a shock it is to me. I'm so glad I've had some breakfast. I could not have eaten anything." "Nay, I only say she is worse. With her complaint, being worse may be only a preliminary to being better. Don't take my words for more than their literal meaning." "Thank you. How kind and reassuring dear Papa always is. About your gowns, Cynthia?" "Oh, they're all right, Mamma, thank you. I shall be quite ready by 4 o'clock. Molly, will you come with me and help me to pack? I wanted to speak to you, dear," said she, as soon as they had gone upstairs. "It is such a relief to get away from a place haunted by that man, but I'm afraid you thought I was glad to leave you, and indeed I am not." There was a little flavor of protesting too much about this, but Molly did not perceive it. She only said, "Indeed I did not. I know from my own feelings how you must dislike meeting a man in public in a different—" In the first place, there was no accompanying the travelers to the inn from which the coach started. Leave-taking in the marketplace was quite out of the bounds of Mrs. Gibson's sense of propriety. Besides this, It was a gloomy, rainy evening, and candles had to be brought in at an unusually early hour. There would be no break for 6 hours, no music, no reading, but the two ladies would sit at their worsted work, pattering away at small talk, with not even the usual break of dinner. For, to suit the requirements of those who were leaving, they had already dined early. But Mrs. Gibson really meant to make Molly happy, and tried to be an agreeable companion. Only Molly was not well, and was uneasy about many apprehended cares and troubles, and at such hours of indisposition as she was then passing through. Apprehensions take the shape of certainties, lying await in our paths. Molly would have given a good deal to have shaken off all these feelings, unusual enough to her. But the very house and furniture, and rain blurred out a landscape, seemed steeped with unpleasant associations, most of them dating from the last few days. "You and I must go on the next journey, I think, my dear," said Mrs. Gibson, almost chiming in with Molly's wish that she could get away from Hollingford into some new air and life, for a week or two. "We have been stay-at-homes for a long time, and variety of scene is so desirable for the young, but I think the travellers will be wishing themselves at home by this nice bright fireside. There's no place like home, as the poet says. 'Mid pleasures and palaces, although I may roam,' it begins, and it's both very pretty and very true. It's a great blessing to have such a dear little home as this, is not it, Molly?" "Yes," said Molly, rather drearily, having something of the Taujas Perdrix feeling at the moment. If she could but have gone away with her father, just for 2 days, how pleasant it would have been. "To be sure, love, it would be very nice for you and me to go a little journey all by ourselves. You and I no one else. If it were not such miserable weather, we would have gone off on a little impromptu tour. I've been longing for something of the kind for some weeks, but we live such a restricted kind of life here. I declare sometimes I get quite sick of the very sight of the chairs and tables that I know so well. And one misses the others too. It seems so flat and deserted without them. Yes, we are very forlorn tonight, but I think it's partly owing to the weather." "Nonsense, dear. I can't have you giving in to the silly fancy of being affected by weather. Pa dear Mr. Kirkpatrick used to say, 'A cheerful heart makes its own sunshine.' He would say it to me, in his pretty way, whenever I was a little low, for I am a complete barometer. You may really judge of the state of the weather by my spirits. I have always been such a sensitive creature. It is well for Cynthia that she does not inherit it. I don't think her easily affected in any way, do you?" Molly thought for a minute or two, and then replied, "No, she certainly is not easily affected, not deeply affected, perhaps I should say. Many girls, for instance, would have been touched by the admiration she excited, I may say the attention she received when she was at her uncle's last summer. At Mr. Kirkpatrick's. Yes. There was Mr. Henderson, that young lawyer. That's to say, he is studying law, but he has a good private fortune and is likely to have more, so he can only be what I call playing at law. Mr. Henderson was over head and ears in love with her. It is not my fancy, although I grant mothers are partial. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick noticed it, and in one of Mrs. Kirkpatrick's letters, she said that poor Mr. Henderson was going into Switzerland for the long vacation, doubtless to try and forget Cynthia, but she really believed he would find it only dragging at each remove a lengthening chain. I thought it such a refined quotation, and altogether worded so prettily. You must know Aunt Kirkpatrick some day, Molly, my love. She is what I call a woman of a truly elegant mind. I can't help thinking it was a pity that Cynthia did not tell them of her engagement. It is not an engagement, my dear. How often must I tell you that? But what am I to call it? I don't see why you need to call it anything. Indeed, I don't understand what you mean by it. You should always try to express yourself intelligibly. It really is one of the first principles of the English language. In fact, philosophers might ask what is language given us for at all, if it is not that we may make our meaning understood. But there is something between Cynthia and Roger. They are more to each other than I am to Osborne, for instance. What am I to call it? You should not couple your name with that of any unmarried young man. It is so difficult to teach you delicacy, child. Perhaps one may say there is a peculiar relation between dear Cynthia and Roger, but it is very difficult to characterize it. I have no doubt that is the reason she shrinks from speaking about it. For between ourselves, Molly, I really sometimes think it will come to nothing. He is so long away, and, privately speaking, Cynthia is not very, very constant. I once knew her very much taken before that little affair is quite gone by, and she was very civil to Mr. Henderson in her way. I fancy she inherits it, for when I was a girl I was beset by lovers, and could never find in my heart to shake them off. You have not heard dear Papa say anything of the old squire, or dear Osborne, have you? It seems so long since we have heard or seen anything of Osborne. But he must be quite well, I think, or we should have heard of it. I believe he is quite well. Someone said the other day that they had met him writing it was Mrs. Goodenough. Now I remember that he was looking stronger than he had done for years. Indeed, I am truly glad to hear it. I always was fond of Osborne, and do you know I never really took to Roger? I respected him and all that, of course, but to compare him with Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson is so handsome and well-bred, and gets all his gloves from Howbegant. It was true that they had not seen anything of Roger Hamley for a long time, but as it often happens, just after they had been speaking about him he appeared. It was on the day following Mr. Gibson's departure that Mrs. Gibson received one of the notes, not so common now as formerly, from the family in town, asking her to go over to the Towers and find a book or a manuscript or something or other that Lady Cumnor wanted with all an invalid's impatience. It was just the kind of employment she required for an amusement on a gloomy day, and it put her into a good humor immediately. There was a certain confidential importance about it, and it was a variety, and it gave her the pleasant drive in a fly up the noble avenue, and the sense of being the temporary mistress of all the grand rooms once so familiar to her. She asked Molly to accompany her, out of an access of kindness, but was not at all sorry when Molly excused herself and preferred stopping at home. At 11 o'clock Mrs. Gibson was off, all in her Sunday best, to use the servant's expression, which she herself would so have contemned, well dressed in order to impose on the servants at the Towers, for there was no one else to see or to be seen by. I shall not be at home until the afternoon, my dear. But I hope you will not find it dull. I don't think you will, for you are something like me, my love never less alone than when alone, as one of the great authors has justly expressed it. Molly enjoyed the house to herself fully as much as Mrs. Gibson would enjoy having the Towers to herself. She ventured on having her lunch brought upon a tray into the drawing-room, so that she might eat her sandwiches while she went on with her book. In the middle, Mr. Osborne Hamley was announced. He came in, looking wretchedly ill in spite of purblind Mrs. Goodenough's report of his healthy appearance. "This call is not on you, Molly," said he, after the first greetings were over. "I was in hopes I might have found your father at home. I thought lunchtime was the best hour." He had sate down, as if thoroughly glad of the rest, and fallen into a languid stooping position, as if it had become so natural to him that no sense of what were considered good manners sufficed to restrain him now. "I hope you did not want to see him professionally," said Molly, wondering if she was wise in alluding to his health, yet urged to it by her real anxiety. "Yes, I did. I suppose I may help myself to a biscuit and a glass of wine? No, don't ring for Ma. I could not eat it if it was here. But I just want a mouthful. This is quite enough, thank you. When will your father be back?" He was summoned up to London. "Lady Cumnor is worse. I fancy there is some operation going on, but I don't know. He will be back tomorrow night." "Very well, then I must wait. Perhaps I shall be better by that time. I think it's half fancy, but I should like your father to tell me so. He will laugh at me, I dare say, but I don't think I shall mind that. He always is severe on fanciful patients, isn't he, Molly?" Molly thought that if he saw Osborne's looks just then he would hardly think him fanciful or be inclined to be severe. But she only said, "Papa enjoys a joke at everything, you know. It is a relief after all the sorrow he sees. My dear Molly, why didn't you come and dine with us? I said to sister I would come and scold you well. Oh, Mr. Osborne Hamley, is that you?" And a look of mistaken intelligence at the TTTT she had disturbed came so perceptibly over Miss Phoebe's face that Molly caught Osborne's sympathetic eye, and both smiled at the notion. "I'm sure I will. One must sometimes I see our dinner would have been." Then she recovered herself into a connected sentence. "We only just heard of Mrs. Gibson's having a fly from the George, because sister sent our Nancy to pay for a couple of rabbits Tom Ostler had snared. I hope we shan't be taken up for poachers. Mr. Osborne snaring doesn't require a license, I believe." And she heard he was gone off with the fly to the Towers with your dear mamma, for Cox, who drives the fly in general, has sprained his ankle. We had just finished dinner, but when Nancy said Tom Ostler would not be back till night, I said, "Why, there's that poor dear girl left all alone by herself, and her mother such a friend of ours when she was alive, I mean. But I'm sure I'm glad I'm mistaken." Osborne said, "I came to speak to Mr. Gibson, not knowing he had gone to London, and Miss Gibson kindly gave me some of her lunch. I must go now." "Oh dear." "I am so sorry," fluttered out Miss Phoebe. "I disturbed you, but it was with the best intentions. I always was malpropos from a child." But Osborne was gone before she had finished her apologies. As he left, his eyes met Molly's with a strange look of yearning farewell that struck her at the time, and that she remembered strongly afterwards. "Such a nice, suitable thing, and I came in the midst and spoilt it all. I am sure you're very kind, my dear, considering what, my dear Miss Phoebe? If you are conjecturing a love affair between Mr. Osborne Hamley and me, you never were more mistaken in your life. I think I told you so once before. Please do believe me." "Oh, yes, I remember. And somehow sister got it into her head it was Mr. Preston, I recollect." "One guess is just as wrong as the other," said Molly, smiling and trying to look perfectly indifferent, but going extremely red at the mention of Mr. Preston's name. It was very difficult for her to keep up any conversation, for her heart was full of Osborne, his changed appearance, his melancholy words of foreboding, and his confidences about his wife French, Catholic, servant. Molly could not help trying to piece these strange facts together by imaginations of her own, and found it very hard work to attend to kind Miss Phoebe's unceasing patter. She came up to the point, however, when the voice ceased, and could recall in a mechanical manner the echo of the last words, which both from Miss Phoebe's look and the dying accent that lingered in Molly's ear, she perceived to be a question. Miss Phoebe was asking her if she would go out with her. She was going to Grinstead's, the bookseller of Hollingford, who, in addition to his regular business, was the agent for the Hollingford Book Society, received their subscriptions, kept their accounts, ordered their books from London, and on payment of a small salary, allowed the society to keep their volumes on shelves in his shop. It was the center of news, and the club, as it were, of the little town. Everybody who pretended to gentility in the place belonged to it. It was a test of gentility, indeed, rather than of education or a love of literature. No shopkeeper would have thought of offering himself as a member, however great his general intelligence and love of reading. While it boasted on its list of subscribers most of the county families in the neighborhood, some of whom subscribed to it as a sort of duty belonging to their station, without often using their privilege of reading the books. While there were residents in the little town, such as Mrs. Goodenough, who privately thought reading a great waste of time, that might be much better employed in sewing and knitting and pastry-making, but who nevertheless belonged to it as a mark of station, just as these good, motherly women would have thought it a terrible come-down in the world if they had not had a pretty young servant-maid to fetch them home from the tea-parties at night. At any rate, Grinstead's was a very convenient place for a lounge. In that view of the book society, everyone agreed. Molly went upstairs to get ready to accompany Miss Phoebe, and on opening one of her drawers she saw Cynthia's envelope, containing the money she owed to Mr. Preston, carefully sealed up like a letter. This was what Molly had so unwillingly promised to deliver the last final stroke to the affair. Molly took it up, hating it. For a time she had forgotten it, and now it was here, facing her, and she must try and get rid of it. She put it into her pocket for the chances of the walk and the day, and fortune for once seemed to befriend her. For on their entering Grinstead's shop, in which 2 or 3 people were now, as always, congregated, making play of examining the books or business of writing down the titles of new works in the Audiobook, there was Mr. Preston. He bowed as they came in. He could not help that, but at the sight of Molly, he looked as ill-tempered and out of humor as a man well could do. She was connected in his mind with defeat and mortification, and besides, the sight of her called up what he desired now, above all things, to forget. Namely, the deep conviction, received through Molly's simple earnestness, of Cynthia's dislike to him. If Miss Phoebe had seen the scowl upon his handsome face, she might have undeceived her sister in her suppositions about him and Molly. But Miss Phoebe, who did not consider it quite maidenly to go and stand close to Mr. Preston, and survey the shelves of books in such close proximity to a gentleman, found herself an errand at the other end of the shop, and occupied herself in buying writing paper. Molly fingered her valuable letter as it lay in her pocket. Did she dare to cross over to Mr. Preston and give it to him or not? While she was still undecided, shrinking always just at the moment when she thought she had got her courage up for action, Miss Phoebe, having finished her purchase, turned round, and after looking a little pathetically at Mr. Preston's back, said to Molly in a whisper, "I think we'll go to Johnson's now, and come back for the books in a little while." So across the street to Johnson's they went, but no sooner had they entered the draper's shop than Molly's conscience smote her for her cowardice and loss of a good opportunity. "I'll be back directly," said she, as soon as Miss Phoebe was engaged with her purchases, and Molly ran across to Grinstead's without looking either to the right or the left. She had been watching the door, and she knew that no Mr. Preston had issued forth. She ran in. He was at the counter now, talking to Grinstead himself. Molly put the letter into his hand, to his surprise, and almost against his will, and turned round to go back to Miss Phoebe. At the door of the shop stood Mrs. Goodenough, arrested in the act of entering, staring with her round eyes made still rounder and more owl-like by spectacles, to see Molly Gibson giving Mr. Preston a letter, which he, conscious of being watched and favoring underhand practices habitually, put quickly into his pocket, unopened. Perhaps, if he had had time for reflection, he would not have scrupled to put Molly to open shame, by rejecting what she so eagerly forced upon him. There was another long evening to be got through with Mrs. Gibson. But on this occasion, there was the pleasant occupation of dinner, which took up at least an hour. For it was one of Mrs. Gibson's fancies which Molly chafed against her, have every ceremonial gone through in the same stately manner for 2 as for 20. So, although Molly knew full well, and her stepmother knew full well, and Maria knew full well, that neither Mrs. Gibson nor Molly touched dessert, it was set on the table with as much farm as if Cynthia had been at home, who delighted in almonds and raisins. Or Mr. Gibson being there, who never could resist dates, though he always protested against persons in their station of life having a formal dessert set out before them every day. And Mrs. Gibson herself apologized, as it were, to Molly today, in the same words she had often used to Mr. Gibson. It's no extravagance, for we need not eat it I never do. But it looks well, and makes Maria understand what is required in the daily life of every family of position. All through the evening, Molly's thoughts wandered far and wide, though she managed to keep up a show of attention to what Mrs. Gibson was saying. She was thinking of Osborne and his abrupt, half-finished confidence and his ill looks. She was wondering when Roger would come home, and longing for his return as much, she said to herself, for Osborne's sake as for her own. And then she checked herself. What had she to do with Roger? Why should she long for his return? It was Cynthia who was doing this. Only somehow he was such a true friend to Molly that she could not help thinking of him as a staff and a stay in the troublous times which appeared to lie not far ahead this evening. Then Mr. Preston and her little adventure with him came uppermost. How angry he looked! How could Cynthia have liked him even enough to get into this abominable scrape? Now so much has come out, I'll tell you what I know. Only, ladies, I wouldn't wish to do the girl an unkind turn, so you must keep what I've got to tell you a secret. Of course they promised. That was easy. My Hannah, as married Tom Oakes and lives in Pearson's Lane, was a gathering of damsons only a week ago, and Molly Gibson was a walking fast down the lane quite in a hurry like to meet some one end Hannah's little Anna Maria fell down, and Molly, who's a kind-hearted lass enough, picked her up, so if Hannah had had her doubts before, she had none then. But there was no one with her, was there? Asked one of the ladies anxiously, as Mrs. Goodenough stopped to finish her piece of cake, just at this crisis. No, I said she looked as if she was going to meet some one, and by comes Mr. Preston running out of the wood just beyond Hannah's, and says he, "A cup of water, please, good woman, for a lady has fainted, or is hysterical or something." Now though he didn't know Hannah, Hannah knew him. More folks know Tom Fool than Tom Fool knows, asking Mr. Preston's pardon, for he's no fool whatever he be. And I could tell you more'n what I've seed with my own eyes. I seed her give him a letter in Grinstead's shop only yesterday, and he looked as black as thunder at her, for he seed me if she didn't. It's a very suitable kind of thing, said Miss Airy. Why do they make such a mystery of it? Some folks like it, said Mrs. Dawes. It adds zest to it all to do their courting underhand. Aye, it's like salt to their victual, put in Mrs. Goodenough. But I didn't think Molly Gibson was one of that sort, I didn't. The Gibsons hold themselves very high, cried Mrs. Dawes, more as an inquiry than an assertion. Mrs. Gibson has called upon me. Aye, you'll like to be a patient of the doctor's, put in Mrs. Goodenough. She seemed to me very affable, though she is so intimate with the Countess and the family at the Towers, and is quite the lady herself. Dines late, I've heard, and everything in style. Style? Very different style to what Bob Gibson, her husband, was used to when first he came here glad of a mutton chop in his surgery, for I doubt if he'd a fire anywhere else. We called him Bob Gibson then, but none on us dare bob him now. I'd as soon think o' calling him Sweep. I think it looks very bad for Miss Gibson, said one lady, rather anxious to bring back the conversation to the more interesting present time. But as soon as Mrs. Goodenough heard this natural comment on the disclosures she had made, she fired round on the speaker. "Not at all bad, and I'll trouble you not to use such a word as that about Molly Gibson, as I've known all her life. It's odd, if you will. I was odd myself as a girl. I never could abide a plate of gathered gooseberries, but I must needs go and skulk behind a bush and gather 'em for myself. It's some folks' taste, though it mayn't be Miss Browning's, who'd have all the cotting done under the nose of the family. All as ever I said was that I was surprised at it in Molly Gibson, and that I'd thought it was like that pretty piece of a Cynthia as they call her. Indeed, at one time I was ready to swear as it was her Mr. Preston was after. And now, ladies, I'll wish you a very good night. I cannot abide waste, and I'll venture for it Sally's letting the candle in the lantern run all to grease instead of putting it out, as I've told her to do if ever she's got to wait for me." So with formal dipping curtsies the ladies separated, but not without thanking Mrs. Dawes for the pleasant evening they had had, a piece of old-fashioned courtesy always gone through in those days. Chapter 47. Scandal and its Victims. When Mr. Gibson returned to Hollingford, he found an accumulation of business waiting for him, and he was much inclined to complain of the consequences of the 2 days' comparative holiday, which had resulted in overwork for the week to come. He had hardly time to speak to his family. He had so immediately to rush off to pressing cases of illness. But Molly managed to arrest him in the hall, standing there with his great coat held out ready for him to put on, but whispering as she did so, "Papa, Mr. Osborne Hamley was here to see you yesterday. He looks very ill, and he's evidently frightened about himself." Mr. Gibson faced about and looked at her for a moment, but all he said was, "I'll go and see him. Don't tell your mother where I'm gone. You've not mentioned this to her, I hope." "No," said Molly, for she had only told Mrs. Gibson of Osborne's call, not of the occasion for it. "Don't say anything about it, there's no need. Now I think of it, I can't possibly go today, but I will go." Something in her father's manner disheartened Molly, who had persuaded herself that Osborne's evident illness was partly nervous, by which she meant imaginary. She had dwelt upon his looks of enjoyment at Miss Phoebe's perplexity, and thought that no one really believing himself to be in danger could have given the merry glances which he had done. But after seeing the seriousness of her father's face, she recurred to the shock she had experienced on first seeing Osborne's changed appearance. All this time, Mrs. Gibson was busy reading a letter from Cynthia, which Mr. Gibson had brought from London. For every opportunity of private conveyance was seized upon when postage was so high, and Cynthia had forgotten so many things in her hurried packing that she now sent a list of the clothes which she required. Molly almost wondered that it had not come to her, but she did not understand the sort of reserve that was springing up in Cynthia's mind towards her. Cynthia herself struggled with the feeling and tried to fight against it by calling herself ungrateful. But the truth was, she believed that she no longer held her former high place in Molly's estimation, and she could not help turning away from one who knew things to her discredit. She was fully aware of Molly's prompt decision and willing action, where action was especially disagreeable on her behalf. She knew that Molly would never bring up the past errors and difficulties, but still the consciousness that the good, straightforward girl had learnt that Cynthia had been guilty of so much underhand work cooled her regard and restrained her willingness of intercourse. Reproach herself with ingratitude as she would, she could not help feeling glad to be away from Molly. It was awkward to speak to her as if nothing had happened. It was awkward to write to her about forgotten ribbons and laces when their last conversation had been on such different subjects and had called out such vehement expressions of feeling. So Mrs. Gibson held the list in her hand and read out the small fragments of news that were intermixed with notices of Cynthia's requirements. "Helen cannot be so very ill," said Molly at length, "or Cynthia would not want her pink muslin and daisy wreath." "I don't see that follows, I'm sure," replied Mrs. Gibson rather sharply. "Helen would never be so selfish as to tie Cynthia to her side, however ill she was. Indeed, I should not have felt that it was my duty to let Cynthia go to London at all, if I had thought she was to be perpetually exposed to the depressing atmosphere of a sick room. Besides, it must be so good for Helen to have Cynthia coming in with bright, pleasant accounts of the parties she has been to. Even if Cynthia disliked gaiety, I should desire her to sacrifice herself and go out as much as she could, for Helen's sake. My idea of nursing is that one should not be always thinking of one's own feelings and wishes, but doing those things which will most serve to beguile the weary hours of an invalid." But then so few people have had to consider the subject so deeply as I have done. Mrs. Gibson here thought fit to sigh before going on with Cynthia's letter. As far as Molly could make any sense out of this rather incoherent epistle, very incoherently read aloud to her, Cynthia was really pleased, and glad to be of use and comfort to Helen, but at the same time very ready to be easily persuaded into the perpetual small gaieties which abounded in her uncle's house in London, even at this dead season of the year. Mrs. Gibson came upon Mr. Henderson's name once, and then went on with a running to herself, which sounded very mysterious, but which might as well have been omitted, as all that Cynthia really said about him was, "Mr. Henderson's mother has advised my aunt to consult a certain Dr. Donaldson, who is said to be very clever in such cases as Helen's, but my uncle is not sufficiently sure of the professional etiquette, and see." Then there came a very affectionate, carefully worded message to Molly implying a good deal more than was said of loving gratitude for the trouble she had taken on Cynthia's behalf. And that was all, and Molly went away a little depressed. She knew not why. The operation on Lady Cumnor had been successfully performed, and in a few days they hoped to bring her down to the Towers to recruit her strength in the fresh country air. The case was one which interested Mr. Gibson extremely, and in which his opinion had been proved to be right, in opposition to that of one or two great names in London. The consequence, never let me hear you say such things again. I can't help it. Mrs. Dawes told me, and she says it's all over the town. I told her I did not believe a word of it, and I kept it from you, and I think I should have been really ill if I'd kept it to myself any longer. Oh, sister, what are you going to do? For Miss Browning had risen without speaking a word, and was leaving the room in a stately and determined fashion. I'm going to put on my bonnet and things, and then I shall call upon Mrs. Dawes and confront her with her lies. Oh, don't call them lies, sister, it's such a strong, ugly word. Please call them taladiddles, for I don't believe she meant any harm. Besides, if they should turn out to be truth, really, sister, that's the weight on my mind. So many things sounded as if they might be true. What things? Said Miss Browning, still standing with judicial erectness of position in the middle of the floor. Why, one story was that Molly had given him a letter. Who's him? How am I to understand a story told in that silly way? Miss Browning sat down on the nearest chair and made up her mind to be patient if she could. Him is Mr. Preston. And that must be true, because I missed her from my side when I wanted to ask her if she thought blue would look green by candlelight, as the young man said it would, and she had run across the street, and Mrs. Goodenough was just going into the shop, just as she said she was. Miss Browning's distress was overcoming her anger, so she only said, "Phoebe, I think you'll drive me mad. Do tell me what you heard from Mrs. Dawes in a sensible and coherent manner, for once in your life." "I'm sure I'm trying with all my might to tell you everything just as it happened." "What did you hear from Mrs. Dawes?" "Why, that Molly and Mr. Preston were keeping company just as if she was a maid-servant and he was a gardener, meeting at all sorts of improper times and places, and fainting away in his arms, and out at night together, and writing to each other, and slipping their letters into each other's hands. And that was what I was talking about, sister, for I next door to saw that done once. I saw her with my own eyes run across the street to Grinstead's, where he was, for we had just left him there, with a letter in her hand, too, which was not there when she came back all flooded and blushing. But I never thought anything of it at the time, but now all the town is talking about it, and crying shame, and saying they ought to be married." Miss Phoebe sank into sobbing again, but was suddenly roused by a good box on her ear. Miss Browning was standing over her almost trembling with passion. "Phoebe, if ever I hear you say such things again, I'll turn you out of the house that minute." "I only said what Mrs. Dawes said, and you asked me what it was," replied Miss Phoebe, humbly and meekly. "Dorothy, you should not have done that. Never mind whether I should or I shouldn't, that's not the matter in hand. What I've got to decide is how to put a stop to all these lies." "Dorothy, they are not all lies if you will call them so. I'm afraid some things are true, though I stuck to their being false when Mrs. Dawes told me of them. If I go to Mrs. Dawes and she repeats them to me, I shall slap her face or box her ears, I'm afraid, for I couldn't stand tales being told of poor Mary's daughter, as if they were just a stirring piece of news like James Horrocks' pig with 2 heads, said Miss Browning, meditating aloud. "That would do harm instead of good. Phoebe, I'm really sorry I boxed your ears, only I should do it again if you said the same things." Phoebe sate down by her sister and took hold of one of her withered hands and began caressing it, which was her way of accepting her sister's expression of regret. "If I speak to Molly, the child will deny it, if she's half as good for nothing as they say, and if she's not, she'll only worry herself to death. No, that won't do. Mrs. Goodenough, but she's a donkey, and if I convinced her, she could never convince anyone else. No, Mrs. Dawes, who told you, shall tell me, and I'll tie my hands together inside my muff and bind myself over to keep the peace. And when I've heard what is to be heard, I'll put the matter into Mr. Gibson's hands. That's what I'll do. So it's no use your saying anything against it, Phoebe, for I shan't attend to you. Miss Browning went to Mrs. Dawes and began civilly enough to make inquiries concerning the reports current in Hollingford about Molly and Mr. Preston. And Mrs. Dawes fell into the snare, and told all the real and fictitious circumstances of the story in circulation, quite unaware of the storm that was gathering and ready to fall upon her as soon as she stopped speaking. But she had not the long habit of reverence for Miss Browning, which would have kept so many Hollingford ladies from justifying themselves if she found fault. Mrs. Dawes stood up for herself and her own veracity, bringing out fresh scandal, which she said she did not believe, but that many did, and adducing so much evidence as to the truth of what she had said and did believe that Miss Browning was almost quelled, and sate silent and miserable at the end of Mrs. Dawes' justification of herself. Well, she said at length, rising up from her chair as she spoke, I'm very sorry I've lived till this day. It's a blow to me, just as if I had heard of such goings-on in my own flesh and blood. I suppose I ought to apologize to you, Mrs. Dawes, for what I said, but I've no heart to do it today. I ought not to have spoken as I did, but that's nothing to this affair, you see. I hope you do me the justice to perceive that I only repeated what I had heard on good authority, Miss Browning, said Mrs. Dawes in reply. My dear, don't repeat evil on any authority unless you can do some good by speaking about it, said Miss Browning, laying her hand on Mrs. Dawes' shoulder. I'm not a good woman, but I know what is good, and that advice is. And now I think I can tell you that I beg your pardon for flying out upon you so, but God knows what pain you were putting me to. You'll forgive me, won't you, my dear? Mrs. Dawes felt the hand trembling on her shoulder and saw the real distress of Miss Browning's mind, so it was not difficult for her to grant the requested forgiveness. Then Miss Browning went home and said but a few words to Phoebe, who indeed saw well enough that her sister had heard the reports confirmed, and needed no further explanation of the cause of scarcely tasted dinner, and short replies and saddened looks. Presently, Miss Browning sate down and wrote a short note. Then she rang the bell and told the little maiden who answered it to take it to Mr. Gibson, and if he was out, to see that it was given to him as soon as ever he came home. And then she went and put on her Sunday cap, and Miss Phoebe knew that her sister had written to ask Mr. Gibson to come and be told of the rumors affecting his daughter. Miss Browning was sadly disturbed at the information she had received, and the task that lay before her. She was miserably uncomfortable to herself and irritable to Miss Phoebe, and the netting cotton she was using kept continually snapping and breaking from the jerks of her nervous hands. When the knock at the door was heard, the well-known doctor's knock, Miss Browning took off her spectacles and dropped them on the carpet, breaking them as she did so. And then she bade Miss Phoebe leave the room, as if her presence had cost the evil eye and caused the misfortune. She wanted to look natural, and was distressed at forgetting whether she usually received him sitting or standing. Well, said he, coming in cheerfully and rubbing his cold hands as he went straight to the fire, and what is the matter with us? It's Phoebe, I suppose. I hope none of those old spasms, but after all, a dose or two will set that to rights. Oh, Mr. Gibson, I wish it was Phoebe or me either, said Miss Browning, trembling more and more. He sate down by her patiently when he saw her agitation and took her hand in a kind, friendly manner. Don't hurry yourself, take your time. I dare say it's not so bad as you fancy, but we'll see about it. There's a great deal of help in the world, much as we abuse it. Mr. Gibson, said she, it's your Molly I'm so grieved about. It's out now, and God help us both, and the poor child too, for I'm sure she's been led astray and not gone wrong by her own free will. Molly, said he, fighting against her words. What's my little Molly been doing or saying? Oh, Mr. Gibson, I don't know how to tell you. I never would have named it if I had not been convinced, sorry against my will. At any rate, you can let me hear what you've heard, said he, putting his elbow on the table and screening his eyes with his hand. Not that I'm a bit afraid of anything you can hear about my girl, continued he. Only in this little nest of gossip, it's as well to know what people are talking about. They say, oh, how shall I tell you? Go on, can't you? Said he, removing his hand from his blazing eyes. I'm not going to believe it, so don't be afraid, but I fear you must believe it, I would not if I could help it. She's been carrying on a clandestine correspondence with Mr. Preston." "Mr. Preston?" exclaimed he. "And meeting him at all sorts of unseemly places and hours, out of dozen the doc fainting away in his arms, if I must speak out. All the town is talking of it." Mr. Gibson's hand was over his eyes again, and he made no sign, so Miss Browning went on, adding touch to touch. "Mr. Sheepshanks saw them together. They have exchanged notes in Grinstead. Don't say who it is that wants her." There was something in Mr. Gibson's manner that made Maria obey him to the letter, in spite of Molly's surprised question. "Wants me? Who is it, Maria?" "Mr. Gibson went into the dining room and shut the door for an instant's solitude. He went up to the chimney-piece, took hold of it, and laid his head on his hands and tried to still the beating of his heart. The door opened. He knew that Molly stood there before he heard her tone of astonishment. "Papa, hush," said he, turning round sharply. "Shut the door, come here." She came to him, wondering what was amiss. Her thoughts went to the Hamleys immediately. "Is it Osborne?" she asked, breathless. If Mr. Gibson had not been too much agitated to judge calmly, he might have deduced comfort from these 3 words. But instead of allowing himself to seek for comfort from collateral evidence, he said, "Molly, what is this I hear? That you have been keeping up a clandestine intercourse with Mr. Preston, meeting him in out-of-the-way places, exchanging letters with him in a stealthy way?" Though he had professed to disbelieve all this, and did disbelieve it at the bottom of his soul, his voice was hard and stern, his face was white and grim, and his eyes fixed Molly's with the terrible keenness of their research. Molly trembled all over, but she did not attempt to evade his penetration. If she was silent for a moment, it was because she was rapidly reviewing her relation with regard to Cynthia in the matter. It was but a moment's pause of silence, but it seemed long minutes to one who was craving for a burst of indignant denial. He had taken hold of her 2 arms just above her wrists, as she had advanced towards him. He was unconscious of this action. But as his impatience for her words grew upon him, he grasped her more and more tightly in his vice-like hands, till she made a little involuntary sound of pain. And then he let go, and she looked at her soft, bruised flesh, with tears gathering fast to her eyes to think that he, her father, should have hurt her so. At the instant it appeared to her stranger that he should inflict bodily pain upon his child, than that he should have heard the truth even in an exaggerated form. With a childish gesture she held out her arm to him, but if she expected pity, she received none. "Pooh," said he, as he just glanced at the mark, "that is nothing. Answer my question. Have you met that man in private?" "Yes, Papa, I have, but I don't think it was wrong." He sate down now. "Wrong?" he echoed bitterly. "Not wrong? Well, I must bear it somehow. Your mother is dead. That's one comfort. It is true then, is it? Why, I didn't believe it, not I laughed in my sleeve at their credulity, and I was the dupe all the time? Papa, I cannot tell you all. It is not my secret, or you should know it directly. Indeed, you will be sorry some time. I have never deceived you yet, have I?" Trying to take one of his hands, but he kept them tightly in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the pattern of the carpet before him. "Papa," said she, pleading again, "have I ever deceived you? How can I tell? I hear of this from the town's talk. I don't know what next may come out." "The town's talk," said Molly in dismay. "What business is it of theirs? Every one makes it their business to cast dirt on a girl's name who has disregarded the commonest rules of modesty and propriety." "Papa, you are very hard. Modesty disregarded, I will tell you exactly what I have done. I met Mr. Preston once that evening when you put me down to walk over Croston Heath, and there was another person with him. I met him a second time, and that time by appointment nobody but our 2 selves in the Towers Park. That is all, Papa. You must trust me. I cannot explain, Ma. You must trust me indeed." He could not help relenting at her words. There was such truth in the tone in which they were spoken. But he neither spoke nor stirred for a minute or 2. Then he raised his eyes to hers for the first time since she had acknowledged the external truth of what he charged her with. Her face was very white, but it bore the impress of the final sincerity of death, when the true expression prevails without the paw disguises of time. "The letters," he said, but almost as if he were ashamed to question that countenance any further. "I gave him one letter of which I did not write a word, which, in fact, I believe to have been merely an envelope, without any writing whatever inside. The giving that letter, the 2 interviews I have named, make all the private intercourse I have had with Mr. Preston. Oh, Papa, what have they been saying that has grieved shocked you so much? Never mind. As the world goes, what you say you have done, Molly, is ground enough. You must tell me all. I must be able to refute these rumors point by point. How are they to be refuted? when you say that the truth which I have acknowledged is ground enough for what people are saying? You say you were not acting for yourself, but for another. If you tell me who the other was, if you tell me everything out fully, I will do my utmost to screen her, for of course I guess it was Cynthia while I am exonerating you. No, Papa, said Molly after some little consideration. I have told you all I can tell, all that concerns myself, and I have promised not to say one word more. Then your character will be impugned. It must be, unless the fullest explanation of these secret meetings is given. I've a great mind to force the whole truth out of Preston himself. Papa, once again I beg you to trust me. If you ask Mr. Preston, you will very likely hear the whole truth, but that is just what I have been trying so hard to conceal, for it will only make several people very unhappy if it is known, and the whole affair is over and done with now. Not your share in it. Miss Browning sent for me this evening to tell me how people were talking about you. She implied that it was a complete loss of your good name. You don't know, Molly, how slight a thing may blacken a girl's reputation for life. I'd hard work to stand all she said, even though I didn't believe a word of it at the time, and now you've told me that much of it is true. But I think you are a brave man, Papa, and you believe me, don't you? We shall outlive these rumors, never fear. You don't know the power of ill-natured tongues, child, said he. Oh, now you've called me child again, I don't care for anything. Dear, dear Papa, I'm sure it is best and wisest to take no notice of these speeches. After all, they may not mean them ill-naturedly. I am sure Miss Browning would not. By they'll quite forget how much they made out of so little, and even if they don't, you would not have me break my solemn word, would you? Perhaps not, but I cannot easily forgive the person who, by practicing on your generosity, led you into this scrape. You are very young and look upon these things as merely temporary evils. I have more experience. Still, I don't see what I can do now, Papa. Perhaps I've been foolish, but what I did of my own self. It was not suggested to me, and I'm sure it was not wrong in morals, whatever it might be in judgment. As I said, it's all over now. What I did ended the affair, I am thankful to say, and it was with that object I did it. If people choose to talk about me, I must submit, and so must you, dear Papa. Does Mrs. Gibson know anything about it? Asked he with sudden anxiety. No, not a bit, not a word. Pray don't name it to her. That might lead to more mischief than anything else. I have really told you everything I am at liberty to tell. It was a great relief to Mr. Gibson to find that his sudden fear that his wife might have been privy to it all was ill-founded. He had been seized by a sudden dread that she, whom he had chosen to marry in order to have a protectress and guide for his daughter, had been cognizant of this ill-advised adventure with Mr. Preston. Nay, Ma, that she might even have instigated it to save her own child. For that Cynthia was, somehow or other, at the bottom of it all, he had no doubt whatever. But now, at any rate, Mrs. Gibson had not been playing a treacherous part. That was all the comfort he could extract out of Molly's mysterious admission, that much mischief might result from Mrs. Gibson's knowing anything about these meetings with Mr. Preston. Then, what is to be done? Said he. These reports are abroad, am I to do nothing to contradict them? Am I to go about smiling and content with all this talk about you, passing from one idle gossip to another? I'm afraid so. I'm very sorry, for I never meant you to have known anything about it, and I can see now how it must distress you. But surely when nothing more happens, and nothing comes of what has happened, the wonder and the gossip must die away. I know you believe every word I have said, and that you trust me, Papa. Please, for my sake, be patient with all this gossip and cackle. It will try me hard, Molly, said he. For my sake, Papa. I don't see what else I can do, replied he moodily, unless I get hold of Preston. That would be the worst of all. That would make a talk. And after all, perhaps he was not so very much to blame. Yes, he was. But he behaved well to me as far as that goes, said she, suddenly recollecting his speech when Mr. Sheepshanks came up in the Towers Park. Don't stir. You have done nothing to be ashamed of. That's true. A quarrel between men which drags a woman's name into notice is to be avoided at any cost. But sooner or later I must have it out with Preston. He shall find it not so pleasant to have placed my Daw's pretty unrefined nieces, who laughed, and chatted, and ate, and would fain have flirted with Mr. Ashton, the vicar, could he have been brought by any possibility to understand his share in the business. Mr. Preston did not accept the invitations to Hollingford tea-drinkings with the same eager gratitude as he had done a year before. Or else the shadow which hung over Molly would have extended to him, her co-partner in the clandestine meetings which gave such umbrage to the feminine virtue of the town. Molly herself was invited, because it would not do to pass any apparent slight on either Mr. or Mrs. Gibson, but there was a tacit and underhand protest against her being received on the old terms. Everyone was civil to her, but no one was cordial. There was a very perceptible film of difference in their behavior to her from what it was formerly, nothing that had outlines and could be defined. But Molly, for all her clear conscience and her brave heart, felt acutely that she was only tolerated, not welcomed. She caught the buzzing whispers of the two Miss Oakes, who, when they first met the heroine of the prevailing scandal, looked at her askance and criticized her pretensions to good looks, with hardly an attempt at undertones. Molly tried to be thankful that her father was not in the mood for visiting. She was even glad that her stepmother was too much of an invalid to come out, when she felt thus slighted, and as it were, degraded from her place. Miss Browning herself, that true old friend, spoke to her with chilling dignity and much reserve, for she had never heard a word from Mr. Gibson since the evening when she had put herself to so much pain to tell him of the disagreeable rumors affecting his daughter. Only Miss Phoebe would seek out Molly with even more than her former tenderness, and this tried Molly's calmness more than all the slights put together. The soft hand, pressing hers under the table, the continual appeals to her, so as to bring her back into the conversation, touched Molly almost to shedding tears. Sometimes the poor girl wondered to herself whether this change in the behavior of her acquaintances was not a mere fancy of hers. Whether, if she had never had that conversation with her father, in which she had borne herself so bravely at the time, she should have discovered the difference in their treatment of her. She never told her father how she felt these perpetual small slights. She had chosen to bear the burden of her own free will. Nay, Ma, she had insisted on being allowed to do so. And it was not for her to grieve him now by showing that she shrank from the consequences of her own act. So she never even made an excuse for not going into the small gaieties or mingling with the society of Hollingford. Only she suddenly let go the stretch of restraint she was living in, when one evening her father told her that he was really anxious about Mrs. Gibson's cough, and should like Molly to give up a party at Mrs. Goodenough's, to which they were all three invited, but to which Molly alone was going. Molly's heart leaped up at the thought of stopping at home, even though the next moment she had to blame herself for rejoicing at a reprieve that was purchased by another's suffering. However, the remedies prescribed by her husband did Mrs. Gibson good, and she was particularly grateful and caressing to Molly. "Really, dear," said she, stroking Molly's head, "I think your hair is getting softer and losing that disagreeable crisp curly feeling." Then Molly knew that her stepmother was in high good humor. The smoothness or curliness of her hair was a sure test of the favor in which Mrs. Gibson held her at the moment. "I am so sorry to be the cause of detaining you from this little party, but dear papa is so over-anxious about me. I have always been a kind of pet with gentlemen, and poor Mr. Kirkpatrick never knew how to make enough of me. But I think Mr. Gibson is even more foolishly fond. His last words were, 'Take care of yourself, Hyacinth.' And then he came back again to say, 'If you don't attend to my directions, I won't answer for the consequences.' I shook my forefinger at him and said, 'Don't be so anxious, you silly man.' 'I hope we have done everything he told us to do,' said Molly. 'Oh yes, I feel so much better. Do you know, late as it is, I think you might go to Mrs. Goodenough's yet. Maria could take you, and I should like to see you dressed. When one has been wearing dull warm gowns for a week or two, one gets quite a craving for bright colors and evening dress. So go and get ready, dear, and then perhaps you'll bring me back some news, for really, shut up as I have been with only papa and you for the last fortnight, I've got quite moped and dismal, and I can't bear to keep young people from the gaieties suitable to their age. Oh, pray, mamma, I had so much rather not go.' 'Very well, only I think it is rather selfish of you, when you see I am so willing to make the sacrifice for your sake.' 'But you say it is a sacrifice to you, and I don't want to go.' 'Very well, did I not say you might stop at home? Only pray don't chop logic. Nothing is so fatiguing to a sick person.' Then they were silent for some time. Mrs. Gibson broke the silence by saying, in a languid voice, 'Can't you think of anything amusing to say, Molly?' Molly pumped up from the depths of her mind a few little trivialities which she had nearly forgotten, but she felt that they were anything but amusing, and so Mrs. Gibson seemed to feel them, for presently she said, 'I wish Cynthia was at home.' And Molly felt it as a reproach to her own dullness. 'Shall I write to her and ask her to come back?' 'Well, I'm not sure. I wish I knew a great many things. You've not heard anything of poor dear Osborne Hamley lately, have you?' Remembering her father's charge not to speak of Osborne's health, Molly made no reply, nor was any needed, for Mrs. Gibson went on thinking aloud. 'You see, If Mr. Henderson has been as attentive as he was in the spring end, the chances about Roger I shall be really grieved if anything happens to that young man, uncouth as he is. But it must be owned that Africa is not merely an unhealthy, it is a savage and, even in some parts, a cannibal country. I often think of all I've read of it in geography books, as I lie awake at night, and if Mr. Henderson is really becoming attached. The future is hidden from us by infinite wisdom, Molly, or else I should like to know it. One would calculate one's behavior at the present time so much better if one only knew what events were to come. But I think, on the whole, we had better not alarm Cynthia. If we had only known in time, we might have planned for her to have come down with Lord Cumnor and my lady. Are they coming? Is Lady Cumnor well enough to travel? Yes, to be sure, or else I should not have considered whether or no Cynthia could have come down with them. It would have sounded very well more than respectable, and would have given her a position among that lawyer set in London. Then Lady Cumnor is better, to be sure. I should have thought Papa would have mentioned it to you, but to be sure, he is always so scrupulously careful not to speak about his patients. Quite right, too quite right and delicate. Why, he hardly ever tells me how they are going on. Yes, the Earl and the Countess, and Lady Harriet and Lord and Lady Cuxhaven, and Lady Agnes, and one have ordered a new winter bonnet and a black satin cloak. Chapter 49. Molly Gibson finds a champion. Lady Cumnor had so far recovered from the violence of her attack, and from the consequent operation, as to be able to be removed to the Towers for change of air. And accordingly she was brought thither by her whole family, with all the pomp and state, becoming an invalid peeress. There was every probability that the family would make a longer residence at the Towers than they had done for several years, during which time they had been wanderers hither and thither in search of health. Somehow, after all, it was very pleasant and restful to come to the old ancestral home, and every member of the family enjoyed it in his or her own way. Lord Cumnor most especially. His talent for gossip and his love of small details had scarcely fair play in the hurry of a London life, and were much nipped in the bud during his continental sojournings, as he neither spoke French fluently, nor understood it easily when spoken. Besides, he was a great proprietor, and liked to know how his land was going on, how his tenants were faring in the world. He liked to hear of their births, marriages, and deaths, and had something of a royal memory for faces. In short, if ever a peer was an old woman, Lord Cumnor was that peer. But he was a very good-natured old woman, and rode about on his stout old cob with his pockets full of halfpence for the children and little packets of snuff for the old people. Like an old woman, too, he enjoyed an afternoon cup of tea in his wife's sitting-room, and over his gossip's beverage he would repeat all that he had learnt in the day. Lady Cumnor was exactly in that state of convalescence when such talk as her lord's was extremely agreeable to her, but she had contemned the habit of listening to gossip so severely all her life that she thought it due to consistency to listen first and enter a supercilious protest afterwards. It had, however, come to be a family habit for all of them to gather together in late— I don't believe it. It's only one of old Sheepshanks' stories, half invention and half deafness. The next day Lady Harriet rode over to Hollingford, and for the settling of her curiosity she called on Miss Brownings and introduced the subject. She would not have spoken about the rumour she had heard to any who were not warm friends of Molly's. If Mr. Sheepshanks had chosen to allude to it when she had been riding with her father, she would very soon have silenced him by one of the haughty looks she knew full well how to assume. But she felt as if she must know the truth, and accordingly she began thus abruptly to Miss Browning. "What is all this I hear about my little friend Molly Gibson and Mr. Preston? Oh, Lady Harriet, have you heard of it? We are so sorry." "Sorry for what?" "I think, begging your ladyship's pardon, we had better not say any more till we know how much you know," said Miss Browning. "Nay," replied Lady Harriet, laughing a little, "I shan't tell what I know till I am sure you know more. Then we'll make an exchange if you like." "I'm afraid it's no laughing matter for poor Molly," said Miss Browning, shaking her head. "People do say such things, but I don't believe them, indeed I don't," burst in Miss Phoebe, half crying. "No more will I then," said Lady Harriet, taking the good lady's hand. "It's all very fine, Phoebe, saying you don't believe them, but I should like to know who it was that convinced me, sadly against my will, I am sure." "I only told you the facts as Mrs. Goodenough told them me, sister, but I'm sure if you had seen poor patient Molly as I have done, sitting up in a corner of a room, looking at the beauties of England and Wales till she must have been sick of them, and no one speaking to her, and she as gentle and sweet as ever at the end of the evening, though maybe a bit pale facts or no facts, I won't believe anything against her." So there sate Miss Phoebe, in tearful defiance of facts. And, as I said before, I'm quite of your opinion, said Lady Harriet. But how does your ladyship explain away her meetings with Mr. Preston in all sorts of unlikely and open-air places? Asked Miss Browning, who, to do her justice, would have been only too glad to join Molly's partisans if she could have preserved her character for logical deduction at the same time. I went so far as to send for her father and tell him all about it. I thought at least he would have horsewhipped Mr. Preston, but he seems to have taken no notice of it. Then we may be quite sure he knows some way of explaining matters that we don't, said Lady Harriet, decisively. After all, there may be 150 perfectly natural and justifiable explanations. Mr. Gibson knew of none when I thought it my duty to speak to him, said Miss Browning. Why, suppose that Mr. Preston is engaged to Miss Kirkpatrick, and Molly is confidant and messenger? I don't see that your ladyship's supposition much alters the blame. Why, if he is honourably engaged to Cynthia Kirkpatrick, does he not visit her openly at her home in Mr. Gibson's house? Why does Molly lend herself to clandestine proceedings? One can't account for everything, said Lady Harriet, a little impatiently, for reason was going hard against her. But I choose to have faith in Molly Gibson. I'm sure she's not done anything very wrong. I've a great mind to go and call on her. Mrs. Gibson is confined to her room with this horrid influenza, and take her with me on a round of calls through this little gossiping town on Mrs. Goodenough, or Badenough, who seems to have been propagating all these stories. But I've not time today. I've to meet Papa at 3, and it's 3 now. Only remember, Miss Phoebe, it's you and I against the world, in defense of a distressed damsel. Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, said she to herself, as she ran lightly down Miss Browning's old-fashioned staircase. Now, I don't think that's pretty of you, Phoebe, said Miss Browning in some displeasure, as soon as she was alone with her sister. First, you convince me against my will and make me very unhappy, and I have to do unpleasant things, all because you've made me believe that certain statements are true. And then you turn round and cry, and say you don't believe a word of it all, making me out a regular ogre and backbiter. No, it's of no use. I shan't listen to you. So she left Miss Phoebe in tears and locked herself up in her own room. Lady Harriet, meanwhile, was riding homewards by her father's side, apparently listening to all he chose to say, but in reality turning over the probabilities and possibilities that might account for these strange interviews between Molly and Mr. Preston. It was a case of Paula de Elny et Elon en voitless ore. At a turn in the road they saw Mr. Preston a little way before them, coming towards them on his good horse, point device, in his riding attire. The Earl, in his threadbare coat and on his old brown cob, called out cheerfully, "Aha, he is Preston. Good day to you. I was just wanting to ask you about that slip of pasture land on the home farm. John Brickell wants to plough it up and crop it. It's not 2 acres at the best." While they were talking over this bit of land, Lady Harriet came to her resolution. As soon as her father had finished, she said, "Mr. Preston, perhaps you will allow me to ask you 1 or 2 questions to relieve my mind, for I am in some little perplexity at present." "Certainly, I shall only be too happy to give you any information in my power." But the moment after he had made this polite speech, he recollected Molly's speech that she would refer her case to Lady Harriet. But the letters had been returned, and the affair was now wound up. She had come off conqueror, he the vanquished. Surely she would never have been so ungenerous as to appeal after that. "There are reports about Miss Gibson and you current among the gossips of Hollingford. Are we to congratulate you on your engagement to that young lady?" "Ah, by the way, Preston, we ought to have done it before," interrupted Lord Cumnor in hasty goodwill. But his daughter said quietly, "Mr. Preston has not yet told us if the reports are well-founded, Papa." She looked at him with the air of a person expecting an answer, and expecting a truthful answer. "I am not so fortunate," replied he, trying to make his horse appear fidgety, without incurring observation. "Then I may contradict that report?" asked Lady Harriet quickly. "Or is there any reason for believing that in time it may come true? I ask because such reports, if unfounded, do harm to young ladies." "Keep other sweethearts off," put in Lord Cumnor, looking a good deal pleased at his own discernment. Lady Harriet went on, "And I take a great interest in Miss Gibson." Mr. Preston saw from her manner that he was in for it, as he expressed it to himself. The question was, how much or how little did she know? "I have no expectation or hope of ever having a nearer interest in Miss Gibson than I have at present." "I shall be glad if this straightforward answer relieves your ladyship from your perplexity." He could not help the touch of insolence that accompanied these last words. It was not in the words themselves, nor in the tone in which they were spoken, nor in the look which accompanied them, it was in all. It implied a doubt of Lady Harriet's right to question him as she did, and there was something of defiance in it as well. But this touch of insolence put Lady Harriet's mettle up, and she was not one to check herself in any cause for the opinion of an inferior. "Then, sir, are you aware of the injury you may do to a young lady's reputation if you meet her and detain her in long conversations when she is walking by herself, unaccompanied by anyone? You have given rise to reports. My dear Harriet, are not you going too far? You don't know Mr. Preston may have unacknowledged intentions." "No, my lord, I have no intentions with regard to Miss Gibson. She may be a very worthy young lady, I have no doubt she is. Lady Harriet seems determined to push me into such a position that I cannot but acknowledge myself to be. It is not enviable, not pleasant to own, but I am, in fact, a jilted man, jilted by Miss Kirkpatrick after a tolerably long engagement. My interviews with Miss Gibson were not of the most agreeable kind, as you may conclude when I tell you she was, I believe, the instigator certainly, she was the agent in this last step of Miss Kirkpatrick's. Is your ladyship's curiosity, with an emphasis on this last word, satisfied with this rather mortifying confession of mine? Harriet, my dear, you've gone too far. We had no right to pry into Mr. Preston's private affairs." "No more I had," said Lady Harriet, with a smile of winning frankness. The first smile she had accorded to Mr. Preston for many a long day. Ever since the time, years ago, when, presuming on his handsomeness, he had assumed a tone of gallant familiarity with Lady Harriet and paid her personal compliments as he would have done to an equal. "But he will excuse me, I hope," continued she, still in that gracious manner which made him feel that he now held a much higher place in her esteem than he had had at the beginning of their interview, "when he learns that the busy tongues of the Hollingford ladies have been speaking of my friend, Miss Gibson, in the most unwarrantable manner." Suddenly her face turned scarlet and then became of a deadly white. She looked at Molly, as if to gain courage from the strong, serene countenance. "It means, mamma, I may as well tell you at once, Mr. Henderson offered to me while I was in London, and I refused him." "Refused him, and you never told me, but let me hear it by chance. Really, Cynthia, I think you're very unkind. And pray what made you refuse Mr. Henderson? Such a fine young man and such a gentleman." "Your uncle told me he had a very good private fortune besides." "Mamma, do you forget that I have promised to marry Roger Hamley?" said Cynthia quietly. "No, of course I don't. How can I, with Molly always dinning the word engagement into my ears? But really, when one considers all the uncertainties and, after all, it was not a distinct promise, he seemed almost as if he might have looked forward to something of this sort." "Of what sort, mamma?" said Cynthia sharply. "Why, of a more eligible offer. He must have known you might change your mind and meet with someone you liked better, so little as you had seen of the world." Cynthia made an impatient movement as if to stop her mother. "I never said I liked him better. How can you talk so, mamma? I'm going to marry Roger, and there's an end of it. I will not be spoken to about it again." She got up and left the room. "Going to marry Roger? That's all very fine, but who is to guarantee his coming back alive? And if he does, what have they to marry upon, I should like to know? I don't wish her to have accepted Mr. Henderson, though I am sure she liked him, and true love ought to have its costs and not be thwarted. But she need not have quite finally refused him until we had seen how matters turn out. Such an invalid as I am too, it has given me quite a palpitation at the heart. I do call it quite unfeeling of Cynthia." "Certainly," began Molly, but then she remembered that her stepmother was far from strong and unable to bear a protest in favor of the right cause without irritation. So she changed her speech into a suggestion of remedies for palpitation, and curbed her impatience to speak out her indignation at the contemplated falsehood to Roger. But when they were alone, and Cynthia began upon the subject, Molly was less merciful. Cynthia said, "Well, Molly, and now you know all. I've been longing to tell you, and yet somehow I could not." "I suppose it was a repetition of Mr. Cox," said Molly, gravely. "You were agreeable and he took it for something more." "I don't know," sighed Cynthia. "I mean, I don't know if I was agreeable or not. He was very kind, very pleasant, but I did not expect it all to end as it did. However, it's of no use thinking of it." "No," said Molly, simply, for to her mind the pleasantest and kindest person in the world, put in comparison with Roger, was as nothing. He stood by himself. Cynthia's next words, and they did not come very soon, were on quite a different subject, and spoken in rather a pettish tone. Nor did she allude again in jesting sadness to her late efforts at virtue. In a little while Mrs. Gibson was able to accept the often-repeated invitation from the Towers to go and stay there for a day or two. Lady Harriet told her that it would be a kindness to Lady Cumnor to come and bear her company in the life of seclusion the latter was still compelled to lead. And Mrs. Gibson was flattered and gratified with a dim unconscious sense of being really wanted, not merely deluding herself into a pleasing fiction. Lady Cumnor was in that state of convalescence common to many invalids. The spring of life had begun again to flow, and with the flow returned the old desires and projects and plans, which had all become mere matters of indifference during the worst part of her illness. But as yet her bodily strength was not sufficient to be an agent to her energetic mind, and the difficulty of driving the ill-matched pair of body, and will the one weak and languid, the other strong and stern made her ladyship often very irritable. Mrs. Gibson herself was not quite strong enough for a souffle, and the visit to the Towers was not, on the whole, quite so happy a one as she had anticipated. Lady Cuxhaven and Lady Harriet, each aware of their mother's state of health and temper, but only alluding to it as slightly as was absolutely necessary in their conversations with each other, took care not to leave Claire too long with Lady Cumnor. But several times when one or the other went to relieve God they found Claire in tears, and Lady Cumnor holding forth on some point on which she had been meditating during the silent hours of her illness, and on which she seemed to consider herself bound to set the world to rights. Mrs. Gibson was always apt to consider these remarks as addressed with a personal direction at some error of her own, and defended the fault in question with a sense of property in it, whatever it might happen to be. The second and the last day of her stay at the Towers, Lady Harriet came in and found her mother haranguing in an excited tone of voice, and Claire looking submissive and miserable and oppressed. "What's the matter, dear mamma? Are not you tiring yourself with talking?" "No, not at all. I was only speaking of the folly of people dressing above their station." I began by telling Claire of the fashions of my grandmother's days, when every class had a sort of costume of its own, and servants did not ape tradespeople, nor tradespeople professional men, and so on. And what must the foolish woman do but begin to justify her own dress, as if I had been accusing her, or even thinking about her at all? Such nonsense. Really, Claire, your husband has spoilt you sadly, if you can't listen to anyone without thinking they are alluding to you. People may flatter themselves just as much by thinking that their faults are always present to other people's minds, as if they believe that the world is always contemplating their individual charms and virtues. I was told, Lady Cumnor, that this silk was reduced in price. I bought it at Waterloo House after the season was over, said Mrs. Gibson, touching the very handsome gown she wore in deprecation of Lady Cumnor's angry voice, and blundering on to the very sauce of irritation. "Again, Claire. How often must I tell you I had no thought of you or your gowns, or whether they cost much or little? Your husband has to pay for them, and it is his concern if you spend more on your dress than you ought to do." "It was only 5 guineas for the whole dress," pleaded Mrs. Gibson. "And very pretty it is," said Lady Harriet, stooping to examine it, and so hoping to soothe the poor aggrieved woman. But Lady Cumnor went on, "No, you ought to have known me better by this time. When I think a thing I say it out. I don't beat about the bush. I use straightforward language. I will tell you where I think you have been in fault, Claire, if you like to know." Like it or not, the plain speaking was coming now. "You have spoilt that girl of yours till she does not know her own mind. She has behaved abominably to Mr. Preston, and it is all in consequence of the faults in her education. You have much to answer for." Mamma," said Lady Harriet. "Mr. Preston did not wish it spoken about." And at the same moment Mrs. Gibson exclaimed, "Cynthia, Mr. Preston?" in such a tone of surprise that if Lady Cumnor had been in the habit of observing the revelations made by other people's tones and voices, she would have found out that Mrs. Gibson was ignorant of the affair to which she was alluding. "As for Mr. Preston's wishes, I do not suppose I am bound to regard them when I feel it my duty to reprove error," said Lady Cumnor loftily to Lady Harriet. "And, Claire, do you mean to say that you are not aware that your daughter has been engaged to Mr. Preston for some time years? I believe and has at last chosen to break it off and has used the Gibson girl, I forget her name, as a catspaw, and made both her and herself the town's talk the butt for all the gossip of Hollingford. I remember when I was young there was a girl called Jilting Jessie. You'll have to watch over your young lady, or she will get some such name. I speak to you like a friend, Claire, when I tell you it's my opinion that girl of yours will get herself into some more mischief yet before she's safely married. Not that I care one straw for Mr. Preston's feelings. I don't even know if he's got feelings or not, but I know what is becoming in a young woman, and jilting is not. And now you may both go away and send Bradley to me, for I'm tired and want to have a little sleep. Indeed, Lady Cumnor, will you believe me? I do not think Cynthia was ever engaged to Mr. Preston. There was an old flirtation. I was afraid. Ring the bell for Bradley, said Lady Cumnor, wearily, her eyes closed. Lady Harriet had too much experience of her mother's moods not to lead Mrs. Gibson away almost by main force, she protesting all the while that she did not think there was any truth in the statement, though it was dear Lady Cumnor that said it. Once in her own room, Lady Harriet said, "Now, Claire, I'll tell you all about it. And I think you'll have to believe it, for it was Mr. Preston himself who told me. I heard of a great commotion in Hollingford about Mr. Preston, and I met him riding out and asked him what it was all about. He didn't want to speak about it, evidently. No man does, I suppose, when he's been jilted, and he made both Papa and me promise not to tell, but Papa did, and that's what Mamma has for a foundation. You see, a really good one. But Cynthia is I can assure you it has quite spoilt my visit. No, don't touch my shawl. When I go to my room I can take it myself." Cynthia was brought to bay and sate down, remaining with her mother, who kept sighing ostentatiously from time to time. "Would you mind telling me what they said? If there are accusations abroad against me, it is as well I should know what they are. Here's Molly," as the girl entered the room, fresh from a morning's walk. "Molly, Mamma has come back from the Towers, and my lord and my lady have been doing me the honor to talk over my crimes and misdemeanors, and I am asking Mamma what they have said. I don't set up for more virtue than other people, but I can't make out what an earl and a countess have to do with poor little me." "It was not for your sake," said Mrs. Gibson. "It was for mine. They felt for me, for it is not pleasant to have one's child's name in everybody's mouth. As I said before, that depends upon how it is in everybody's mouth. If I were going to marry Lord Hollingford, I make no doubt everyone would be talking about me, and neither you nor I should mind it in the least. But this is no marriage with Lord Hollingford, so it is nonsense to talk as if it was. They say you've gone and engaged yourself to Mr. Preston, and now refuse to marry him, and they call that jilting. Do you wish me to marry him, Mamma?" asked Cynthia, her face in a flame, her eyes cast down. Molly stood by, very hot, not fully understanding it, and only kept where she was by the hope of coming in as sweetener or peacemaker or helper of some kind. "No," said Mrs. Gibson, evidently discomfited by the question. "Of course I don't. You have gone and entangled yourself with Roger Hamley, a very worthy young man, but nobody knows where he is and if he's dead or alive, and he has not a penny if he is alive. I beg your pardon. I know that he has some fortune from his mother. It may not be much, but he is not penniless. And he is sure to earn fame and great reputation, and with it money will come," said Cynthia. "You've entangled yourself with him, and you've done something of the sort with Mr. Preston, and got yourself into such an imbroglio." Mrs. Gibson could not have said mess for the world, although the word was present to her mind, that when a really eligible person comes forward handsome, agreeable, and quite the gentleman and a good private fortune into the bargain, you have to refuse him. "You'll end as an old maid, Cynthia, and it will break my heart." "I dare say I shall," said Cynthia, quietly. "I sometimes think I'm the kind of person of which old maids are made." She spoke seriously and a little sadly. "Mrs. Gibson began again, I don't want to know your secrets as long as they are secrets, but when all the town is talking about you, I think I ought to be told. But, Mamma, I didn't know I was such a subject of conversation, and even now I can't make out how it has come about." "No more can I only know that they say you've been engaged to Mr. Preston, and ought to have married him, and that I can't help it if you did not choose, any more than I could have helped your refusing Mr. Henderson, and yet I am constantly blamed for your misconduct. I think it's very hard." Mrs. Gibson began to cry. Just then her husband came in. "You here, my dear? Welcome back," said he, coming up to her courteously and kissing her cheek. "Why, what's the matter? Tears?" And he haughtily wished himself away again. "Yes," said she, raising herself up and clutching after sympathy of any kind at any price. "I'm come home again, and I'm telling Cynthia how Lady Cumnor has been so cross to me and all through her. Did you know she had gone and engaged herself to Mr. Preston, and then broken it off? Everybody is talking about it, and they know it up at the Towers." For one moment his eyes met Molly's, and he comprehended it all. He made his lips up into a whistle, but no sound came. Cynthia had quite lost her defiant manner since her mother had spoken to Mr. Gibson. Molly sate down by her. "Cynthia," said he very seriously. "Yes," she answered softly. Is this true? I had heard something of it before, not much, but there is scandal enough about to make it desirable that you should have some protectisome friend who knows the whole truth. No answer. At last she said, Molly knows it all. Mrs. Gibson, too, had been awed into silence by her husband's grave manner, and she did not like to give vent to the jealous thought in her mind that Molly had known the secret of which she was ignorant. Mr. Gibson replied to Cynthia with some sternness. Yes, I know that Molly knows it all, and that she has had to bear slander and ill words for your sake, Cynthia, but she refused to tell me more. She told you that much, did she? Said Cynthia, aggrieved. I could not help it, said Molly. She didn't name your name, said Mr. Gibson. At the time I believe she thought she had concealed it, but there was no mistaking who it was. Why did she speak about it at all? Said Cynthia, with some bitterness. Her tone, her questions, stirred up Mr. Gibson's passion. It was necessary for her to justify herself to me. I heard my daughter's reputation attacked for the private meeting she had given to Mr. Preston. I came to her for an explanation. There's no need to be ungenerous, Cynthia, because you've been a flirt and a jilt, even to the degree of dragging Molly's name down into the same mire. Cynthia lifted her bowed-down head and looked at him. You say that of me, Mr. Gibson? Not knowing what the circumstances are, you say that. He had spoken too strongly, he knew it, but he could not bring himself to own it just at that moment. The thought of his sweet, innocent Molly, who had borne so much patiently, prevented any retractation of his words at the time. Yes, he said, I do say it. You cannot tell what evil constructions are put upon actions ever so slightly beyond the bounds of maidenly propriety. I do say that Molly has had a great deal to bear, in consequence of this clandestine engagement of yours. Cynthia, there may be extenuating circumstances, I acknowledge, but you will need to remember them all to excuse your conduct to Roger Hamley when he comes home. I asked you to tell me the full truth in order that until he comes and has a legal right to protect you, I may do so. No answer. It certainly requires explanation, continued he. Here are you engaged to two men at once to all appearances. Still no answer. To be sure, the gossips of the town haven't yet picked out the fact of Roger Hamley's being your accepted lover, but scandal has been resting on Molly, and ought to have rested on you, Cynthia, for a concealed engagement to Mr. Preston, necessitating meetings in all sorts of places unknown to your friends. Papa, said Molly, if you knew all you wouldn't speak so to Cynthia. I wish she would tell you herself all that she has told me. I am ready to hear whatever she has to say, said he, but Cynthia said, No, you have prejudged me, you have spoken to me as you had no right to speak. I refuse to give you my confidence or accept your help. People are very cruel to me. Her voice trembled for a moment. I did not think you would have been, but I can bear it. And then, in spite of Molly, who would have detained her by force, she tore herself away and hastily left the room. Oh, Papa, said Molly, crying and clinging to him, do let me tell you all. And then she suddenly recollected the awkwardness of telling some of the details of the story before Mrs. Gibson, and stopped short. I think, Mr. Gibson, you have been very, very unkind to my poor fatherless child, said Mrs. Gibson, emerging from behind her pocket handkerchief. I only wish her poor father had been alive, and all this would never have happened. Very probably. Still, I cannot see of what either she or you have to complain. Inasmuch as we could, I and mine have sheltered her. I have loved her. I do love her almost as if she were my own child as well as Molly. I do not pretend to do. That's it, Mr. Gibson. You do not treat her like your own child. But in the midst of this wrangle, Molly stole out and went in search of Cynthia. She thought she bore an olive branch of healing in the sound of her father's just spoken words. I do love her almost as if she were my own child. But Cynthia was locked into her room and refused to open the door. Open to me, please, pleaded Molly. I have something to say to you. I want to see you do open. No, said Cynthia. Not now. I am busy. Leave me alone. I don't want to hear what you have got to say. I don't want to see you. By and by we shall meet. And then Molly stood quite quietly, wondering what new words of more persuasion she could use. In a minute or two, Cynthia called out, Are you there still, Molly? And when Molly answered yes, and hoped for a relenting, the same hard metallic voice, telling of resolution and repression, spoke out, Go away. I cannot bear the feeling of your being there waiting and listening. Go downstairs out of the house anywhere away. It is the most you can do for me now. Chapter Li. Troubles never come alone. Molly had her out-of-door things on, and she crept away as she was bidden. She lifted her heavy weight of heart and body along till she came to a field, not so very far off where she had sought the comfort of loneliness ever since she was a child. And there, under the hedge-bank, she sate down, burying her face in her hands and quivering all over as she thought of Cynthia's misery, which she might not try to touch or assuage. She never knew how long she sate there, but it was long past lunchtime when once again she stole up to her room. I would rather never see him again for these 2 reasons. And the truth is, I do not love him. I like him, I respect him, but I will not marry him. I have written to tell him so. That was merely as a relief to myself, for when or where the letter will reach him, and I have written to old Mr. Hamley. The relief is the one good thing come out of it all. It is such a comfort to feel free again. It wearied me so to think of straining up to his goodness. Extenuate my conduct. She concluded, quoting Mr. Gibson's words. Yet when Mr. Gibson came home, after a silent dinner, she asked to speak with him, alone in his consulting room, and there laid bare the exculpation of herself which she had given to Molly many weeks before. When she had ended, she said, "And now, Mr. Gibson, I still treat you like a friend. Help me to find some home far away, where all the evil talking and gossip mamma tells me of cannot find me and follow me. It may be wrong to care for people's good opinion, but it is me, and I cannot alter myself. You, Molly, all the people in the town, I haven't the patience to live through the 9 days when do I want to go away and be a governess. But, my dear Cynthia, how soon Roger will be back a tower of strength? Has not mamma told you I have broken it all off with Roger? I wrote this morning. I wrote to his father. That letter will reach tomorrow. I wrote to Roger. If he ever receives that letter, I hope to be far away by that time, in Russia maybe. Nonsense. An engagement like yours cannot be broken off, except by mutual consent. You've only given others a great deal of pain without freeing yourself. Nor will you wish it in a month's time. When you come to think calmly, you'll be glad to think of the stay and support of such a husband as Roger. You have been in fault and have acted foolishly at first, perhaps wrongly afterwards, but you don't want your husband to think you faultless." "Yes, I do," said Cynthia. "At any rate, my lover must think me so. And it is just because I do not love him even as so light a thing as I could love, that I feel that I couldn't bear to have to tell him I'm sorry, and stand before him like a chidden child to be admonished and forgiven. But here you are, just in such a position before me, Cynthia." "Yes, but I love you better than Roger. I've often told Molly so. And I would have told you if I hadn't expected and hoped to leave you all before long. I could see if the recollection of it all came up before your mind. I could see it in your eyes. I should know it by instinct. I have a fine instinct for reading the thoughts of others when they refer to me. I almost hate the idea of Roger judging me by his own standard, which wasn't made for me, and graciously forgiving me at last." "Then I do believe it's right for you to break it off," said Mr. Gibson, almost as if he were thinking to himself. "That paw lad, but it will be best for him too, and he'll get over it. He has a good strong heart. Poor old Roger." For a moment, Cynthia's wilful fancy, stretched after the object passing out of her grasp, Roger's love, became for the instant a treasure. But again, she knew that in its entirety of high undoubting esteem, as well as of passionate regard, it would no longer be hers. And for the flaw which she herself had made, she cast it away, and would none of it. Yet often in after years, when it was too late, she wondered and strove to penetrate the inscrutable mystery of what would have been. "Still, take till tomorrow before you act upon your decision," said Mr. Gibson, slowly. "What faults you have fallen into have been mere girlish faults, at first leading you into much deceit, I grant. Don't give yourself the trouble to define the shades of blackness," said Cynthia, bitterly. "I'm not so obtuse but what I know them all better than anyone can tell me, and as for my decision, I acted upon it at once. It may be long before Roger gets my letter, but I hope he is sure to get it at last, and, as I said, I have let his father know, it won't hurt him. Oh, sir, I think if I had been differently brought up, I shouldn't have had the saw angry heart I have. Now, no, I don't want reasoning comfort. I can't stand it. I should always have wanted admiration and worship and men's good opinion. Those unkind gossips, to visit Molly with their hard words. Oh dear, I think life is very dreary." She put her head down on her hands, tired out mentally as well as bodily. So Mr. Gibson thought. He felt as if much speech from him would only add to her excitement and make her worse. He left the room and called Molly from where she was sitting dolefully. "Go to Cynthia," he whispered, and Molly went. She took Cynthia into her arms with gentle power and laid her head against her own breast, as if the one had been a mother and the other a child. "Oh, my darling," she murmured. "I do so love you, dear Cynthia." And she stroked her hair and kissed her eyelids, Cynthia passive all the while, till suddenly she started up strung with a new idea, and looking Molly straight in the face, she said, "Molly, Roger will marry you. See if it isn't so, you too good," but Molly pushed her away with a sudden violence of repulsion. "Don't," she said. She was crimson with shame and indignation. "Your husband this morning, mine tonight, what do you take him for? A man." smiled Cynthia. And therefore, if you won't let me call him changeable, I'll coin a word and call him consolable. But Molly gave her back no answering smile. At this moment, the servant Maria entered the consulting room where the two girls were. She had a scared look. "Isn't master here?" asked she, as if she distrusted her eyes. "No," said Cynthia. "I heard him go out. I heard him shut the front door not 5 minutes ago." "Oh, dear," said Maria. "And there's a man come on horseback from Hamley Hall, and he says as Mr. Osborne is dead, and that master must go off to the squire straight away." "Osborne, Hamley dead," said Cynthia, in odd surprise. Molly was out at the front door, seeking the messenger through the dusk, round into the stable-yard, where the groom sate motionless on his dark horse, flecked with foam, made visible by the lantern placed on the steps near, where it had been left by the servants, who were dismayed at this news of the handsome young man who had frequented their master's house, so full of sportive elegance and winsomeness. Molly went up to the man, whose thoughts were lost in recollection of the scene he had left at the place he had come from. She laid her hand on the hot, damp skin of the horse's shoulder. The man started. "Is the doctor coming, miss?" For he saw who it was by the dim light. "He is dead, is he not?" asked Molly in a low voice. "I'm afeard he is, leastways, there's no doubt, according to what they said. But I've ridden hard, there may be a chance. Is the doctor coming, miss?" "He has gone out." "They are seeking him, I believe. I will go myself." "Oh, the poor old squire." She went into the kitchen and went over the house with swift rapidity to gain news of her father's whereabouts. The servants knew no more than she did. Neither she nor they had heard what Cynthia, ever quick of perception, had done. The shutting of the front door had fallen on deaf ears as far as others were concerned. Upstairs sped Molly to the drawing-room, where Mrs. Gibson stood at the door, listening to the unusual stir in the house. "What is it, Molly? Why, how white you look, child. Where's Papa? Gone out. What's the matter?" "Where? How should I know? I was asleep." Jenny came upstairs on her way to the bedrooms. "She's a girl who never keeps to her work, and Maria takes advantage of her." "Jenny, Jenny," cried Molly, frantic at the delay. "Don't shout during the bell. What can be the matter?" "Oh, Jenny," said Molly, halfway up the stairs to meet her. "Who wanted Papa?" Cynthia came to join the group. She too had been looking for traces or tidings of Mr. Gibson. "What is the matter?" said Mrs. Gibson. "Can nobody speak and answer a question?" "Osborne Hamley is dead," said Cynthia gravely. "Dead? Osborne, poor fellow, I knew it would be so, though I was sure of it. But Mr. Gibson can do nothing if he's dead. Poor young man, I wonder where Roger is now. He ought to come home." Jenny had been blamed for coming into the drawing-room instead of Maria, whose place it was, and so had lost the few wits she had. To Molly's hurried questions, her replies had been entirely unsatisfactory. A man had come to the back door. She could not see who it was. She had not asked his name. He wanted to speak to Master. Master had seemed in a hurry, and only stopped to get his hat. "He will not be long away," thought Molly, "or he would have left word where he was going. But oh, the poor father all alone." And then a thought came into her head which she acted upon straight. "Go to James, tell him to put the side saddle I had in November on Nora Craner. Don't cry, Jenny. There's no time for that. No one is angry with you. Run." So down into the cluster of collected women Molly came, equipped in her jacket and skirt, quick determination in her eyes, controlled quivering about the corners of her mouth. "Why, what in the world?" said Mrs. Gibson. "Molly, what are you thinking about?" But Cynthia had understood it at a glance, and was arranging Molly's hastily assumed dress as she passed along. "I am going. I must go. I cannot bear to think of him alone. When Papa comes back, he is sure to go to Hamley, and if I am not wanted, I can come back with him." She heard Mrs. Gibson's voice following her in remonstrance, but she did not stay for words. She had to wait in the stable-yard, and she wondered how the messenger could bear to eat. She felt that he had no more hope from earthly skill, so what was the use of speaking of her father and the delay in his coming? After a moment's pause, standing by the old man's side, she slipped down to the floor and sat at his feet. Possibly her presence might have some balm in it, but uttering of words was as a vain thing. He must have been aware of her being there, but he took no apparent notice. There they sate, silent and still, he in his chair, she on the floor, the dead man beneath the sheet for a third. She fancied that she must have disturbed the father in his contemplation of the quiet face, now more than half, but not fully, covered up out of sight. Time had never seemed so without measure. Silence had never seemed so noiseless as it did to Molly, sitting there. In the acuteness of her senses, she heard a step mounting a distant staircase, coming slowly, coming nearer. She knew it not to be her father's, and that was all she cared about. Nearer and nearer, close to the outside of the door, pause, and a soft, hesitating tap. The great gaunt figure sitting by her side quivered at the sound. Molly rose and went to the door. It was Robinson, the old butler, holding in his hand a covered basin of soup. "God bless you, miss," said he. "Make him touch a drop o' this. He's gone since breakfast without food, and it's past 1 in the morning now." He softly removed the cover, and Molly took the basin back with her to her place at the squire's side. She did not speak, for she did not well know what to say, or how to present this homely one of nature before one so wrapped in grief. But she put a spoonful to his lips, and touched them with the savory food, as if he had been a sick child, and she the nurse, and instinctively he took down the first spoonful of the soup. But in a minute he said, with a sort of cry, and almost overturning the basin Molly held, by his passionate gesture as he pointed to the bed, "He will never eat again, never." Then he threw himself across the copse, and wept in such a terrible manner that Molly trembled lest he also should break his heart there and then. He took no more notice of her words, of her tears, of her presence, than he did of that of the moon, looking through the unclosed window, with passionless stare. Her father stood by them both before either of them was aware. "Go downstairs, Molly," said he gravely, but he stroked her head tenderly as she rose. "Go into the dining room." Now she felt the reaction from all her self-control. She trembled with fear as she went along the moonlit passages. It seemed to her as if she should meet Osborne and hear it all explained, how he came to die what he now felt and thought and wished her to do. She did get down to the dining room the last few steps with a rush of senseless terror of what might be behind her, and there she found supper laid out, and candles lit, and Robinson bustling about decanting some wine. She wanted to cry, to get into some quiet place and weep away her overexcitement, but she could hardly do so there. She only felt very much tired, and to care for nothing in this world any more. But vividness of life came back when she found Robinson holding a glass to her lips as she sat in the great leather easy-chair, to which she had gone instinctively as to a place of rest. "Drink, miss, it's good old Madeira. Your papa said as how you was to eat a bit. Says he, 'My daughter may have to stay here, Mr. Robinson, and she's young for the work. Persuade her to eat something, or she'll break down utterly.' Those was his very words." Molly did not say anything. She had not energy enough for resistance. She drank and she ate at the old servant's bidding, and then she asked him to leave her alone and went back to her easy-chair and let herself cry and so ease her heart. Chapter LII, Squire Hamley sorrow. It seemed very long before Mr. Gibson came down. He went and stood with his back to the empty fireplace and did not speak for a minute or two. "He's gone to bed," said he at length. "Robinson and I have got him there. But just as I was leaving him, he called me back and asked me to let you stop. I'm sure I don't know, but one doesn't like to refuse at such a time." "I wish to stay," said Molly. "Do you? There's a good girl, but how will you manage?" "Oh, never mind that, I can manage. Papa," she paused, "what did Osborne die of?" She asked the question in a low, awe-stricken voice. "Something wrong about the heart. You wouldn't understand if I told you. I apprehended it for some time, but it's better not to talk of such things at home. When I saw him on Thursday week, he seemed better than I've seen him for a long time. I told Dr. Nichols so, but one never can calculate in these complaints." "You saw him on Thursday week? Why, you never mentioned it," said Molly. "No, I don't talk of my patients at home. Besides, I didn't want him to consider me as his doctor, but as a friend. Any alarm about his own health would only have hastened the catastrophe. Then didn't he know that he was ill of a dangerous complaint, I mean, one that might end as it has done? No, certainly not. He would only have been watching his symptoms accelerating matters, in fact." "Oh, Papa," said Molly, shocked. "I've no time to go into the question," Mr. Gibson continued. "And until you know what has to be said on both sides and in every instance, you are not qualified to judge. We must keep our attention on the duties in hand now. You sleep here for the remainder of the night, which is more than half gone already?" "Yes. Promise me to go to bed just as usual. You may not think it, but most likely you'll go to sleep at once. People do at your age. Papa, I think I ought to tell you something. I know a great secret of Osborne's, which I promised solemnly not to tell, but the last time I saw him I think he must have been afraid of something like this." A fit of sobbing came upon her, which her father was afraid would end in hysterics. But suddenly she mastered herself and looked up into his anxious face and smiled to reassure him. "I could not help it, Papa. No, I know. Go on with what you were saying. You ought to be in bed, but if you've a secret on your mind you won't sleep." "Osborne was married," said she, fixing her eyes on her father. "That is the secret." "Married? Nonsense. What makes you think so?" "He told me. That's to say, I was in the library, was reading there some time ago, and Roger came and spoke to Osborne about his wife. Roger did not see me, but Osborne did. They made me promise secrecy. I don't think I did wrong. Don't worry yourself about right or wrong just now. Tell me more about it at once." I knew no ma till 6 months ago last November, when you went up to Lady Cumnor. Then he called and gave me his wife's address, but still under promise of secrecy, and except those 2 times, and once when Roger just alluded to it, I have never heard anyone mention the subject. I think he would have told me ma that last time, only Miss Phoebe came in. Where is this wife of his? Down in the south, near Winchester, I think. He said she was a French woman and a Roman Catholic, and I think he said she was a servant, added Molly. Phew. Her father made a long whistle of dismay. And, continued Molly, he spoke of a child. Now you know as much as I do, Papa, except the address. I have it written down safe at home. Forgetting, apparently, what time of night it was, Mr. Gibson sate down, stretched out his legs before him, put his hands in his pockets, and began to think. Molly sate still without speaking, too tired to do more than wait. Well, said he at last, jumping up, nothing can be done tonight. By tomorrow morning, perhaps I may find out. Paw little pale face, taking it between both his hands and kissing it. Paw sweet little pale face. Then he rang the bell and told Robinson to send some maidservant to take Miss Gibson to her room. He won't be up early, said he, in parting. The shock has lowered him too much to be energetic. Send breakfast up to him in his own room. I'll be here again before 10. Late as it was before he left, he kept his word. Now, Molly, he said, you and I must tell him the truth between us. I don't know how he will take it. It may comfort him, but I've very little hope. Either way, he ought to know it at once. Robinson says he has gone into the room again, and he is afraid he has locked the door on the inside. Never mind. I shall ring the bell and send up Robinson to say that I am here and wish to speak to him. The message returned was, the squire's kind love, and could not see Mr. Gibson just then. Robinson added, it was a long time before he'd answer at all, sir. Go up again, and tell him I can wait his convenience. Now that's a lie, Mr. Gibson said, turning round to Molly as soon as Robinson had left the room. I ought to be far enough away at 12, but, if I'm not much mistaken, the innate habits of a gentleman will make him uneasy at the idea of keeping me waiting his pleasure, and will do more to bring him out of that room into this than any entreaties or reasoning. Mr. Gibson was growing impatient, though, before they heard the squire's footstep on the stairs. He was evidently coming slowly and unwillingly. He came in almost like one blind, groping along, and taking hold of chair or table for support or guidance till he reached Mr. Gibson. He did not speak when he held the doctor by the hand. He only hung down his head and kept on a feeble shaking of welcome. I'm brought very low, sir. I suppose it's God's doing, but it comes hard upon me. He was my firstborn child. He said this almost as if speaking to a stranger and informing him of facts of which he was ignorant. Presently, Roger came along the flagged garden path just outside the window, which was open. He did not see me in the corner where I was sitting, and said to Osborne, "Here's a letter from your wife." Now the squire was all attention. For the first time his tear-swollen eyes met the eyes of another, and he looked at Molly with searching anxiety, as he repeated, "His wife, Osborne married." Molly went on, "Osborne was angry with Roger for speaking out before me, and they made me promise never to mention it to anyone, or to allude to it to either of them again. I never named it to Papa till last night." "Go on," said Mr. Gibson. "Tell the squire about Osborne's call what you told me." Still the squire hung on her lips, listening with open mouth and eyes. "Some months ago Osborne called. He was not well and wanted to see Papa. Papa was away, and I was alone. I don't exactly remember how it came about, but he spoke to me of his wife for the first and only time since the affair in the library." She looked at her father, as if questioning him as to the desirableness of telling the few further particulars that she knew. The squire's mouth was dry and stiff, but he tried to say, "Tell me all everything." And Molly understood the half-formed words. He said his wife was a good woman and that he loved her dearly, but she was a French Roman Catholic, and another glance at her father she had been a servant once. That was all, except that I have her address at home. He wrote it down and gave it me. "Well, well," moaned the squire. "It's all over now, all over, all past and gone. We'll not blame him, no, but I wish he'd told me, he and I to live together with such a secret in one of us. It's no wonder to me now nothing can be a wonder again, for one never can tell what's in a man's heart. Married so long, and we sitting together at meals and living together. Why, I told him everything. Too much, may be, for I showed him all my passions and ill tempers. Married so long. Oh, Osborne, Osborne, you should have told me." "Yes, he should," said Mr. Gibson. "But I dare say he knew how much you would dislike such a choice as he had made, but he should have told you." "You know nothing about it, sir," said the squire sharply. "You don't know the terms we were on, not haughty or confidential. I was cross to him many a time, angry with him for being dull, pa ladn't he with all this weight on his mind. I won't have people interfering and judging between me and my sons. And Roger too, he could know it all and keep it from me. Osborne evidently had bound him down to secrecy, just as he bound me, said Molly. Roger could not help himself. Osborne was such a fellow for persuading people and winning them over, said the squire dreamily. I remember, but what's the use of remembering? It's all over, and Osborne's dead without opening his heart to me. I could have been tender to him, I could, but he'll never know it now. But we can guess what wish he had strongest in his mind at the last, from what we do know of his life, said Mr. Gibson. What, sir? Said the squire, with sharp suspicion of what was coming. His wife must have been his last thought, must she not? How do I know she was his wife? Do you think he'd go and marry a French baggage of a servant? It may be all a tale trumped up. Stop, squire. I don't care to defend my daughter's truth or accuracy. But with the dead man's body lying upstairs his soul with God, think twice before you say more hasty words, impugning his character. If she was not his wife, what was she? I beg your pardon. I hardly know what I'm saying. Did I accuse Osborne? Oh, my lad, thou might have trusted thy old dad. He used to call me his old dad when he was a little chap not bigger than this, indicating a certain height with his hand. I never meant to say he was not what one would wish to think him now his soul with God, as you say very justly, for I'm sure it is there. Well, but squire, said Mr. Gibson, trying to check the other's rambling, to return to his wife. And the child, whispered Molly to her father. Low as the whisper was, it struck on the squire's ear. What? Said he, turning round to her suddenly. Child, you never named that. Is there a child, husband and father, and I never knew, God bless Osborne's child, I say, God bless it. He stood up reverently, and the other two instinctively rose. He closed his hands as if in momentary prayer. Then, exhausted, he sate down again and put out his hand to Molly. You're a good girl. Thank you. Tell me what I ought to do, and I'll do it. This to Mr. Gibson. I'm almost as much puzzled as you are, squire, replied he. I fully believe the whole story, but I think there must be some written confirmation of it, which perhaps ought to be found at once before we act. Most probably this is to be discovered among Osborne's papers. Will you look over them at once? Molly shall return with me and find the address that Osborne gave her. While you are busy, she'll come back again, said the squire eagerly. She won't leave me to myself? No, she shall come back this evening. I'll manage to send her somehow. But she has no clothes but the habit she came in, and I want my horse that she rode away upon. Take the carriage, said the squire. Take anything, I'll give orders. You'll come back again, too? No, I'm afraid not today. I'll come tomorrow early. Molly shall return this evening whenever it suits you to send for her. This afternoon, the carriage shall be at your house at 3. I dare not look at Osborne's at the papers without one of you with me, and yet I shall never rest till I know more. I'll send the desk in by Robinson before I leave. And can you give me some lunch before I go? Little by little, he led the squire to eat a morsel or so of food, and so, strengthening him physically and encouraging him mentally, Mr. Gibson hoped that he would begin his researches during Molly's absence. There was something touching in the squire's wistful looks after Molly as she moved about. A stranger might have imagined her to be his daughter instead of Mr. Gibson's. The meek, broken down, considerate ways of the bereaved father never showed themselves more strongly than when he called them back to his chair, out of which he seemed too languid to rise, and said, as if by an afterthought, "Give my love to Miss Kirkpatrick. Tell her I look upon her as quite one of the family. I shall be glad to see her after the funeral. I don't think I can before." He knows nothing of Cynthia's resolution to give up Roger, said Mr. Gibson as they rode away. I had a long talk with her last night, but she was as resolute as ever. From what your mamma tells me, there is a third lover in London, whom she's already refused. I'm thankful that you've no lover at all, Molly, unless that abortive attempt of Mr. Cox's at an offer, long ago, can be called a lover. I never heard of it, Papa, said Molly. Oh no, I forgot. What a fool I was. Why, don't you remember the hurry I was in to get you off to Hamley Hall, the very first time you ever went? It was all because I got hold of a desperate love letter from Cox, addressed to you. But Molly was too tired to be amused, or even interested. She could not get over the sight of the straight body covered with a sheet, which yet let the outlines be seen all that remained of Osborne. Her father had trusted too much to the motion of the ride, and the change of scene from the darkened house. He saw his mistake. Someone must write to Mrs. Osborne Hamley, said he. I believe her to have a legal right to the name, but whether or no, she must be told that the father of her child is dead. Shall you do it, or I? Oh, you, please, Papa. I will, if you wish. But she may have heard of you as a friend of her dead husband's, while of me a mere country doctor it's very probable she has never heard the name. If I ought, I will do it. Mr. Gibson did not like this ready acquiescence, given in so few words, too. "There's Hollingford church spire," said she presently, as they drew near the town and caught a glimpse of the church through the trees. "I think I never wish to go out of sight of it again." "Nonsense," said he. "Why, you've all your travelling to do yet. And if these newfangled railways spread, as they say they will, we shall all be spinning about the world, sitting on tea kettles, as Phoebe Browning calls it. Miss Browning wrote such a capital letter of advice to Miss Hornblower. I heard of it at the Millers. Miss Hornblower was going to travel by railroad for the first time, and Dorothy was very anxious and sent her directions for her conduct. One piece of advice was not to sit on the boiler." Molly laughed a little, as she was expected to do. "Here we are at home at last, Mrs. Gibson gave Molly a warm welcome. For one thing, Cynthia was in disgrace. For another, Molly came from the center of news. For a third, Mrs. Gibson was really fond of the girl in her way and sorry to see her pale, heavy looks. To think of it all being so sudden at last, not but what I always expected it, and so provoking, just when Cynthia had given up Roger. If she had only waited a day, what does the squire say to it all? He is beaten down with grief, replied Molly. Indeed, I should not have fancied he had liked the engagement so much. What engagement? Why, Roger to Cynthia, to be sure. I asked you how the squire took her letter announcing the breaking of it off. Oh, I made a mistake. He hasn't opened his letters today. I saw Cynthia's among them. Now that I call positive disrespect. I don't know. He did not mean it for such. Where is Cynthia? Gone out into the meadow garden. She'll be in directly. I wanted her to do some errands for me, but she flatly refused to go into the town. I am afraid she mismanages her affairs badly. But she won't allow me to interfere. I hate to look at such things in a mercenary spirit, but it is provoking to see her throw over two such good men. She had not heard of Molly's arrival, and had no idea that she was returned until she saw her sitting there. Molly, darling, is that you? You're as welcome as the flowers in May, though you've not been gone 24 hours. But the house isn't the same when you are away. And she brings us such news too, said Mrs. Gibson. I'm really almost glad you wrote to the squire yesterday, for if you had waited till today I thought you were in too great a hurry at the time he might have thought you had some interested reason for giving up your engagement. Osborne Hamley was married all this time unknown to everybody, and has got a child too. Osborne married, exclaimed Cynthia. If ever a man looked a bachelor, he did. Pa Osborne, with his fair delicate elegance he looked so young and boyish. Yes. It was a great piece of deceit, and I can't easily forgive him for it. Only think. If he had paid either of you any particular attention, and you had fallen in love with him, why, he might have broken your heart, or Molly's either. I can't forgive him, even though he is dead, poor fellow. Well, as he never did pay either of us any particular attention, and as we neither of us did fall in love with him, I think I only feel sorry that he had all the trouble and worry of concealment. Cynthia spoke with a pretty keen recollection of how much trouble and worry her concealment had cost her. And now, of course, it is a son, and will be the heir, and Roger will just be as Polly off as ever. I hope you'll take care, and let the squire know Cynthia was quite ignorant of these new facts that have come out when she wrote those letters, Molly. I should not like a suspicion of worldliness to rest upon anyone with whom I had any concern. He hasn't read Cynthia's letter yet. Oh, do let me bring it home unopened, said Molly. Send another letter to Roger now at once. It will reach him at the same time. He will get both when he arrives at the Cape, and make him understand which is the lost the real one. Think, he will hear of Osborne's death at the same time too, such sad things. Do, Cynthia. No, my dear, said Mrs. Gibson. I could not allow that, even if Cynthia felt inclined for it, asking to be re-engaged to him. At any rate, she must wait now until he proposes again, and we see how things turn out. But Molly kept her pleading eyes fixed on Cynthia. No, said Cynthia firmly, but not without consideration. It cannot be. I've felt more content this last night than I've done for weeks past. I'm glad to be free. I dreaded Roger's goodness and learning and all that. It was not in my way, and I don't believe I should have ever married him, even without knowing of all these ill-natured stories that are circulating about me, and which he would hear of, and expect me to explain, and be sorry for, and penitent and humble. I know he could not have made me happy, and I don't believe he would have been happy with me. It must stay as it is. I would rather be a governess than married to him. I should get weary of him every day of my life. Weary of Roger. Said Molly to herself. It is best as it is, I see, she answered aloud. Only I'm very sorry for him, very. He did love you so, you will never get anyone to love you like him. Very well, I must take my chance. And too much love is rather oppressive to me, I believe. I like a great deal, widely spread about, not all confined to one individual lover. "I don't believe you," said Molly. "But don't let us talk any more about it. It is best as it is. I almost felt sure you would be sorry this morning, but we will leave it alone now." She sate silently looking out of the window, her heart sorely stirred. She scarcely knew how or why, but she could not have spoken. Most likely she would have begun to cry if she had spoken. Cynthia stole softly up to her after a while. "You are vexed with me, Molly," she began in a low voice. But Molly turned sharply round. I have no business at all in the affair. It is for you to judge. Do what you think right. I believe you have done right. Only I don't want to discuss it and par it over with talk. I'm very much tired, dear," gently now she spoke, "and I hardly know what I say. If I speak crossly, don't mind it." Cynthia did not reply at once. Then she said, "Do you think I might go with you and help you? I might have done yesterday, and you say he hasn't opened my letter, so he has not heard as yet. And I was always fond of Pa Osborne, in my way, you know." "I cannot tell, I have no right to say," replied Molly, scarcely understanding Cynthia's motives, which, after all, were only impulses in this case. "Papa would be able to judge. I think perhaps you had better not. But don't go by my opinion. I can only tell what I should wish to do in your place." "It was as much for your sake as anyone's, Molly," said Cynthia. "Oh, then, don't. I am tired today with sitting up, but tomorrow I shall be all right, and I should not like it if for my sake you came into the house at so solemn a time." "Very well," said Cynthia, half glad that her impulsive offer was declined, for, as she said, thinking to herself, it would have been awkward after all. So Molly went back in the carriage alone, wondering how she should find the squire, wondering what discoveries he had made among Osborne's papers, and at what conviction he would have arrived. Chapter LII, Unlooked-for Arrivals. Robinson opened the door for Molly almost before the carriage had fairly drawn up at the hall, and told her that the squire had been very anxious for her return, and had more than once sent him to an upstairs window, from which a glimpse of the hill road between Hollingford and Hamley could be caught, to know if the carriage was not yet in sight. Molly went into the drawing-room. The squire was standing in the middle of the floor awaiting her in fact, longing to go out and meet her, but restrained by a feeling of solemn etiquette which prevented his moving about as usual in that house of mourning. He held a paper in his hands, which were trembling with excitement and emotion, and 4 or 5 open letters were strewed on a table near him. "It's all true," he began. "She's his wife, and he's her husband was her husband, that's the word for it was. Poor lad, poor lad. It's cost him a deal. Pray God, it wasn't my fault. Read this, my dear, it's a certificate. It's all regular Osborne Hamley to Marie E. Shura, parish church and all, and witnessed." "Oh, dear." He sate down in the nearest chair and groaned. Molly took a seat by him, and read the legal paper, the perusal of which was not needed to convince her of the fact of the marriage. She held it in her hand after she had finished reading it, waiting for the squire's next coherent words, for he kept talking to himself in broken sentences. Aye, that comes o' temper and crabness. She was the only one as could, and I've been worse since she was gone. Worse, and see what it has come to. He was afraid of me, I afraid. That's the truth of it, afraid. And it made him keep all to himself, and care killed him. They may call it hot disease, oh, my lad, I know better now, but it's too late, that's the sting of it, too late, too late." He covered his face and moved himself backward and forward till Molly could bear it no longer. "There are some letters," said she. "May I read any of them?" At another time she would not have asked, but she was driven to it now by her impatience of the speechless grief of the old man. "Aye, read 'em, said he. "Maybe you can. I can only pick out a word here and there. I put 'em there for you to look at, and tell me what is in 'em." Molly's knowledge of written French of the present day was not so great as her knowledge of the French of the Mois de Sully, and neither the spelling nor the writing of the letters was of the best. But she managed to translate into good enough colloquial English some innocent sentences of love, and submission to Osborne's, will as if his judgment was infallible and of faith in his purposes, little sentences in little language that went home to the squire's heart. Perhaps if Molly had read French more easily she might not have translated them into such touching, homely, broken words. Here and there were expressions in English. These the hungry-hearted squire had read while waiting for Molly's return. Every time she stopped he said, "Go on." He kept his face shaded, and only repeated those 2 words at every pause. She got up to find some more of Amy's letters. In examining the papers, she came upon one in particular. "Have you seen this, sir? This certificate of baptism," reading aloud, "of Roger Stephen Osborne Hamley, born June 21, 183, child of Osborne Hamley and Marie E. his wife." "Give it me," said the squire, his voice breaking now and stretching forth his eager hand. "Roger, that's me, Stephen. That's my poor old father. He died when he was not so old as I am, but I've always thought on him as very old. He was main and fond of Osborne when he was quite a little one. It's good of the lad to have thought on my father Stephen. Aye, that was his name. And Osborne Hamley. One Osborne Hamley lies dead on his bed, and t'other I've never seen and never heard on till today. He must be called Osborne, Molly. There is a Roger there's too for that matter, but one is a good-for-nothing old man, and there's never an Osborne any more unless this little thing is called Osborne. We'll have him here and get a nurse for him, and make his mother comfortable for life in her own country. I'll keep this, Molly. You're a good... It was hard work writing to him yesterday, and who knows what may have become of him. Well, one has to get through the world somehow. I'm glad, however, this little lad has turned up to be the heir. I shouldn't have liked the property to go to the Irish Hamleys, who are the next heirs, as Osborne once told me. Now write that letter, Molly, to the poor little Frenchwoman out yonder. It will prepare her for it, and we must think a bit how to spare her the shock, for Osborne's sake. The writing this letter was rather difficult work for Molly, and she tore up 2 or 3 copies before she could manage it to her satisfaction, and at last, in despair of ever doing it better, she sent it off without rereading it. The next day was easier. The fact of Osborne's death was told briefly and tenderly. But when this second letter was sent off, Molly's heart began to bleed for the poor creature, bereft of her husband, in a foreign land, and he at a distance from her, dead and buried without her ever having had the chance of printing his dear features on her memory by one last long-lingering look. With her thoughts full of the unknown Amy, Molly talked much about her that day to the squire. He would listen forever to any conjecture, however wild, about the grandchild, but perpetually winced away from all discourse about the Frenchwoman, as he called her. Not unkindly, but to his mind she was simply the Frenchwoman, chattering, dark-eyed, demonstrative, and possibly even rouged. He would treat her with respect as his son's widow, and would try even not to think upon the female inveiglement in which he believed. He would make her an allowance to the extent of his duty, but he hoped and trusted he might never be called upon to see her. His solicitor, Gibson, anybody and everybody, should be called upon to form a phalanx of defense against that danger. And all this time, a little young grey-eyed woman was making her way not towards him, but towards the dead son, whom as yet she believed to be her living husband. She knew she was acting in defiance of his expressed wish, but he had never dismayed her with any expression of his own fears about his health, and she, bright with life, had never contemplated death coming to fetch away one so beloved. He was ill, very ill, the letter from the strange girl said that, but Amy had nursed her parents and knew what illness was. The French doctor had praised her skill and neat-handedness as a nurse, and even if she had been the clumsiest of women, was he not her husband her all? And was she not his wife, whose place was by his pillow? So, without even as much reasoning as has been here given, Amy made her preparations, swallowing down the tears that would overflow her eyes and drop into the little trunk she was packing so neatly. And by her side, on the ground, sate the child, now nearly 2 years old, and for him Amy had always a smile and a cheerful word. Her servant loved her and trusted her, and the woman was of an age to have had experience of humankind. Amy had told her that her husband was ill, and the servant had known enough of the household history to be aware that as yet Amy was not his acknowledged wife. But she sympathized with the prompt decision of her mistress to go to him directly, wherever he was. Caution comes from education of one kind or another, and Amy was not dismayed by warnings, only the woman pleaded hard for the child to be left. He was such company, she said, and he would so tire his mother in her journeyings, and maybe his father would be too ill to see him. To which Amy replied, "Good company for you, but better for me." A woman is never tired with carrying her own child, which was not true, but there was sufficient truth in it to make it believed by both mistress and servant, and if Monsieur could care for anything, he would rejoice to hear the babble of his little son. So Amy caught the evening coach to London at the nearest crossroad, Martha standing by as chaperon and friend to see her off, and handing her in the large lusty child, already crowing with delight at the sight of the horses. There was a lingerie shop, kept by a Frenchwoman, whose acquaintance Amy had made in the days when she was a London nursemaid, and thither she betook herself, rather than to an hotel, to spend the few night hours that intervened before the Birmingham coach started at early morning. She slept or watched on a sofa in the parlour, for spare bed there was none. But Madame Pauline came in betimes with a good cup of coffee for the mother, and of soup blanche for the boy, and they went off again into the wide world, only thinking of, only seeking the him, who is everything human to both. Amy remembered the sound of the name of the village where Osborne had often told her that he alighted from the coach to walk home, and though she could never have spelt the strange, uncouth word, yet she spoke it with pretty slow distinctness to the god, asking him in her broken English when they should arrive there. Not till 4 o'clock. Alas, and what might happen before then? Once with him she would have no fear. She was sure that she could bring him round, but what might not happen before he was in her tender care? She was a very capable person in many ways, though so childish and innocent in others. She made up her mind to the course she should pursue when the coach set her down at Feversham. She asked for a man to carry her trunk and show her the way to Hamley Hall. "Hamley Hall," said the innkeeper. There's a deal o' trouble there just now." I know," said she, hastening off after the wheelbarrow in which her trunk was going and breathlessly struggling to keep up with it, her heavy child asleep in her arms. Her pulses beat all over her body. She could hardly see out of her eyes. To her, a foreigner, the drawn blinds of the house when she came in sight of it had no significance. She hurried, stumbled on. "Back door off front, missus?" asked the boots from the inn. "The most nearest," said she. And the front door was the most nearest. Molly was sitting with the squire in the darkened drawing-room, reading out her translations of Amy's letters to her husband. The squire was never weary of hearing them. The very sound of Molly's voice soothed and comforted him, it was so sweet and low. And he pulled her up, much as a child does, if on a second reading of the same letter she substituted one word for another. The house was very still this afternoon, still as it had been now for several days. Every servant in it, however needlessly, moving about on tiptoe, speaking below the breath, and shutting doors as softly as might be. The nearest noise or stir of active life was that of the rooks in the trees, who were beginning their spring chatter of business. Suddenly, through this quiet, there came a ring at the front door bell that sounded, and went on sounding, through the house, pulled by an ignorant, vigorous hand. Molly stopped reading. She and the squire looked at each other in surprised dismay. Perhaps a thought of Roger's sudden and impossible return was in the mind of each, but neither spoke. They heard Robinson hurrying to answer the unwonted summons. They listened, but they heard no more. There was little more to hear. When the old servant opened the door, a lady with a child in her arms stood there. She gasped out her ready-prepared English sentence, "Can I see Mr. Osborne Hamley?" "He is ill, I know, but I am his wife." Robinson had been aware that there was some mystery, long suspected by the servants, and come to light at last to the master he had guessed that there was a young woman in the case. But when she stood there before him, asking for her dead husband as if he were living, any presence of mind Robinson might have had forsook him. He could not tell her the truth. He could only leave the door open and say to her, "Wait a while, I'll come back," and betake himself to the drawing-room where Molly was, he knew. He went up to her in a flutter and a hurry, and whispered something to her which turned her white with dismay. "What is it? What is it?" said the squire, trembling with excitement. "Don't keep it from me. I can bear it." Roger, they both thought he was going to faint. He had risen up and come close to Molly. Suspense would be worse than anything. "Mrs. Osborne Hamley is here," said Molly. "I wrote to tell her husband was very ill, and she has come." "She does not know what has happened, seemingly," said Robinson. I can't see her," said the squire, shrinking away into a corner. "You will go, Molly, won't you? You'll go." Molly stood for a moment or two irresolute. She, too, shrank from the interview. Robinson put in his word. "She looks but a weakly thing, and has carried a big baby. Choose how far, I didn't stop to ask." At this instant the door softly opened, and right into the midst of them came the little figure in grey, looking ready to fall with the weight of her child. "You are Molly," said she, not seeing the squire at once. "The lady who wrote the letter, he spoke of you sometimes. You will let me go to him." Molly did not answer, except that at such moments the eyes speak solemnly and comprehensively. Amy read their meaning. All she said was, "He is not my husband, my husband." Her arms relaxed, her figure swayed, the child screamed and held out his arms for help. That help was given him by his grandfather, just before Amy fell senseless on the floor. "Mammon, mammon," cried the little fellow, now striving and fighting. She was sure that he intended to keep the child. Perhaps he had a legal right to do so, but would the mother ever part from it? Her father, however, would solve the difficulty. Her father, whom she always looked to as so clear-seeing and experienced. She watched and waited for his coming. The February evening drew on. The child lay asleep in the squire's arms till his grandfather grew tired and laid him down on the sofa. The large, square-cornered yellow sofa upon which Mrs. Hamley used to sit, supported by pillows in a half-reclining position. Since her time, it had been placed against the wall and had served merely as a piece of furniture to fill up the room. But once again, a human figure was lying upon it, a little human creature, like a cherub in some old Italian picture. The squire remembered his wife as he put the child down. He thought of her as he said to Molly how pleased she would have been. But Molly thought of the poor young widow upstairs. Amy was her she at the first moment. Presently, but it seemed a long, long time, first she heard the quick prompt sounds which told of her father's arrival. In he came to the room as yet only lighted by the fitful blaze of the fire. Chapter LIV. Molly Gibson's worth is discovered. Mr. Gibson came in rubbing his hands after his frosty ride. Molly judged from the look in his eye that he had been fully informed of the present state of things at the Hall by someone. But he simply went up to and greeted the squire and waited to hear what was said to him. The squire was fumbling at the taper on the writing table, and before he answered much he lighted it, and signing to his friend to follow him, he went softly to the sofa and showed him the sleeping child, taking the utmost care not to arouse it by flare or sound. "Well, this is a fine young gentleman," said Mr. Gibson, returning to the fire rather sooner than the squire expected. "And you've got the mother here, I understand. Mrs. Osborne Hamley, as we must call her, poor thing. It's a sad coming home to her, for I hear she knew nothing of his death." He spoke without exactly addressing anyone, so that either Molly or the squire might answer as they liked. The squire said, "Yes, she's felt it a terrible shock. She's upstairs in the best bedroom. I should like you to see her, Gibson, if she'll let you. We must do our duty by her for my poor lad's sake. I wish he could have seen his boy lying there, I do. I dare say it preyed on him to have to keep it all to himself. He might ha' known me, though. He might ha' known my bark was waur than my bite. It's all over now, though, and God forgive me if I was too sharp. I'm punished now." Molly grew impatient on the mother's behalf. "Papa, I feel as if she was very ill, perhaps worse than we think. Will you go and see her at once?" Mr. Gibson followed her upstairs, and the squire came too, thinking that he would do his duty now, and even feeling some self-satisfaction at conquering his desire to stay with the child. They went into the room where she had been taken. She lay quite still in the same position as at first. Her eyes were open and tearless, fixed on the wall. Mr. Gibson spoke to her, but she did not answer. He lifted her hand to feel her pulse. She never noticed. "Bring me some wine at once, and order some beef tea," he said to Molly. But when he tried to put the wine into her mouth as she lay there on her side, she made no effort to receive or swallow it, and it ran out upon the pillow. Mr. Gibson left the room abruptly. Molly chafed the little inanimate hand. The squire stood by in dumb dismay, touched in spite of himself by the death in life of one so young and who must have been so much beloved. Mr. Gibson came back 2 steps at a time. He was carrying the half-awakened child in his arms. He did not scruple to rouse him into yet further wakefulness, did not grieve to hear him begin to wail and cry. His eyes were on the figure upon the bed, which at that sound quivered all through. And when her child was laid at her back and began caressingly to scramble yet closer, Amy turned round and took him in her arms and lulled him and soothed him with the soft wont of mother's love. Before she lost this faint consciousness, which was habit or instinct rather than thought, Mr. Gibson spoke to her in French. The child's one word of mammon had given him this clue. It was the language sure to be most intelligible to her dulled brain, and as it happened only, Mr. Gibson did not think of that it was the language in which she had been commanded and had learnt to obey. Mr. Gibson's tongue was a little stiff at first, but by and by he spoke it with all his old readiness. He extorted from her short answers at first, then longer ones, and from time to time he plied her with little drops of wine, until some further nourishment should be at hand. Molly was struck by her father's low tones of comfort and sympathy, although she could not follow what was said quickly enough to catch the meaning of what passed. By and by, however, when her father had done all that he could, and they were once more downstairs, he told them more about her journey than they yet knew. The hurry, the sense of acting in defiance of a prohibition, the overmastering anxiety, the broken night, and fatigue of the journey had ill prepared her for the shock at last, and Mr. Gibson was seriously alarmed for the consequences. She had wondered strangely in her replies to him. He had perceived that she was wondering, and had made great efforts to recall her senses. But Mr. Gibson foresaw that some bodily illness was coming on, and stopped late that night, arranging many things with Molly and the squire. One, the only comfort arising from her state, was the probability that she would be entirely unconscious by the morrow, the day of the funeral. Worn out by the contending emotions of the day, The squire seemed now unable to look beyond the wrench and trial of the next 12 hours. He sate with his head in his hands, declining to go to bed, refusing to dwell on the thought of his grandchild not 3 hours ago, such a darling in his eyes. Mr. Gibson gave some instructions to one of the maidservants as to the watch she was to keep by Mrs. Osborne Hamley, and insisted on Molly's going to bed. When she pleaded the apparent necessity of her staying up, he said, "Now, Molly, look how much less trouble the dear old squire would give if he would obey orders. He is only adding to anxiety by indulging himself. One pardons everything to extreme grief, however, but you will have enough to do to occupy all your strength for days to come, and go to bed you must now. I only wish I saw my way as clearly through other things as I do to your nearest duty. I wish I'd never let Roger go wandering off. He'll wish it too, poor fellow. Did I tell you Cynthia is going off in hot haste to her uncle Kirkpatrick's? I suspect a visit to him will stand in lieu of going out to Russia as a governess. I am sure she was quite serious in wishing for that. Yes, yes. At the time, I've no doubt she thought she was sincere in intending to go. But the great thing was to get out of the unpleasantness of the present time and place, and Uncle Kirkpatrick's will do this as effectually, and more pleasantly, than a situation at Nizhny Novgorod in an ice palace. He had given Molly's thoughts a turn, which was what he wanted to do. Molly could not help remembering Mr. Henderson and his offer and all the consequent hints, and wondering and wishing what did she wish, or had she been falling asleep? Before she had quite ascertained this point, she was asleep in reality. After this, long days passed over in a monotonous round of care, for no one seemed to think of Molly's leaving the hall during the woeful illness that befell Mrs. Osborne Hamley. It was not that her father allowed her to take much active part in the nursing. The squire gave him carte blanche, and he engaged 2 efficient hospital nurses to watch over the unconscious Amy, but Molly was needed to receive the finer directions as to her treatment and diet. It was not that she was wanted for the care of the little boy. The squire was too jealous of the child's exclusive love for that, and one of the housemaids was employed in the actual physical charge of him. But he needed someone to listen to his incontinence of language, both when his passionate regret for his dead son came uppermost, and also when he had discovered some extraordinary charm in that son's child. And again, when he was oppressed with the uncertainty of Amy's long-continued illness. Molly was not so good or so bewitching a listener to ordinary conversation as Cynthia, but where her heart was interested, her sympathy was deep and unfailing. In this case, she only wished that the squire could really feel that Amy was not the encumbrance which he evidently considered her to be. Not that he would have acknowledged the fact if it had been put before him in plain words. He fought against the dim consciousness of what was in his mind. He spoke repeatedly of patience when no one but himself was impatient. He would often say that when she grew better, she must not be allowed to leave the hall until she was perfectly strong, when no one was even contemplating the remotest chance of her leaving her child, excepting only himself. Molly once or twice asked her father if she might not speak to the squire and represent the hardship of sending her away, the improbability that she would consent to quit her boy, and so on, but Mr. Gibson only replied, "Wait quietly. Time enough when nature and circumstance," and so Molly left Hamley Hall. From time to time, her father rode up to the window and made some little cheerful and apparently careless remark. When they came within 2 miles of Hollingford, he put spurs to his horse and rode briskly past the carriage windows, kissing his hand to the occupant as he did so. He went on to prepare her home for Molly. When she arrived, Mrs. Gibson was ready to greet her. Mr. Gibson had given 1 or 2 of his bright, imperative orders, and Mrs. Gibson was feeling rather lonely, without either of her 2 dear girls at home, as she phrased it, to herself as well as to others. "Why, my sweet Molly, this is an unexpected pleasure. Only this morning I said to Papa, 'When do you think we shall see our Molly back?' He did not say much, he never does, you know, but I am sure he thought directly of giving me this surprise, this pleasure. You're looking a little, what shall I call it? I remember such a pretty line of poetry. Oh, call her fair, not pale, so we'll call you fair. You'd better not call her anything, but let her get to her own room and have a good rest as soon as possible. Haven't you got a trashy novel or 2 in the house? That's the literature to send her to sleep." He did not leave her till he had seen her laid on a sofa in a darkened room, with some slight pretense of reading in her hand. Then he came away, leading his wife, who turned round at the door to kiss her hand to Molly and make a little face of unwillingness to be dragged away. "Now, Hyacinth," said he, as he took his wife into the drawing-room, "she will need much care. She has been overworked and I've been a fool. That's all. We must keep her from all worry and care, but I won't answer for it that she'll not have an illness for all that. Poor thing, she does look worn out. She is something like me, her feelings are too much for her. But now she has come home, she shall find us as cheerful as possible. I can answer for myself, and you really must brighten up your doleful face, my dear. Nothing so bad for invalids as the appearance of depression in those around them. I have had such a pleasant letter from Cynthia today. Uncle Kirkpatrick really seems to make so much of her. He treats her just like a daughter. He has given her a ticket to the concerts of ancient music, and Mr. Henderson has been to call on her, in spite of all that has gone before. For an instant, Mr. Gibson thought that it was easy enough for his wife to be cheerful, with the pleasant thoughts and evident anticipations she had in her mind, but a little more difficult for him to put off his doleful looks while his own child lay in a state of suffering and illness, which might be the precursor of a still worse malady. But he was always a man for immediate action as soon as he had resolved on the cost to be taken, and he knew that some must watch, while some must sleep. So runs the world away. The illness which he apprehended came upon Molly, not violently or acutely, so that there was any immediate danger to be dreaded, but making a long pull upon her strength, which seemed to lessen day by day, until at last her father feared that she might become a permanent invalid. There was nothing very decided or alarming to tell Cynthia, and Mrs. Gibson kept the dark side from her in her letters. Molly was feeling the spring weather, or Molly had been a good deal overdone with her stay at the Hall and was resting. Such little sentences told nothing of Molly's real state. But then, as Mrs. Gibson said to herself, it would be a pity to disturb Cynthia's pleasure by telling her much about Molly. Indeed, there was not much to tell, one day was so like another. But it so happened that Lady Harriet, who came whenever she could to sit a while with Molly, at first against Mrs. Gibson's will, and afterwards with her full consent for reasons of her own, Lady Harriet wrote a letter to Cynthia, to which she was urged by Mrs. Gibson. It fell out in this manner. One day, when Lady Harriet was sitting in the drawing-room for a few minutes after she had been with Molly, she said, "Really, Claire, I spend so much time in your house that I'm going to establish a work-basket here. Mary has infected me with her notability, and I'm going to work Mamma a footstool. It is to be a surprise, and so if I do it here, she will know nothing about it. Only I cannot match the gold beads I want for the pansies in this dear little town, and Hollingford, who could send me down stars and planets if I asked him, I make no doubt, could no more match beads than my dear Lady Harriet. You forget Cynthia. Think what a pleasure it would be to her to do anything for you. Would it? Then she shall have plenty of it, but mind, it is you who have answered for her. She shall get me some wool too. How good I am to confer so much pleasure on a fellow creature. But seriously, do you think I might write and give her a few commissions? Neither Agnes nor Mary are in town. I am sure she would be delighted," said Mrs. Gibson, who also took into consideration the reflection of aristocratic honor that would fall upon Cynthia if she had a letter from Lady Harriet while at Mr. Kirkpatrick's. So she gave the address, and Lady Harriet wrote. All the first part of the letter was taken up with apology and commissions, but then, never doubting but that Cynthia was aware of Molly's state, she went on to say, "I saw Molly this morning. Twice I have been forbidden admittance, as she was too ill to see anyone out of her own family. I wish we could begin to perceive a change for the better, but she looks more fading every time, and I fear Mr. Gibson considers it a very anxious case." The day but one after this letter was dispatched, Cynthia walked into the drawing-room at home with as much apparent composure as if she had left it not an hour before. Mrs. Gibson was dozing, but believing herself to be reading. She had been with Molly the greater part of the morning, and now, after her lunch and the invalid's pretense of early dinner, she considered herself entitled to some repose. She started up as Cynthia came in. "Cynthia, dear child, where have you come from?" "Why in the world have you come? My poor nerves. My heart is quite fluttering, but to be sure it's no wonder with all this anxiety I have to undergo. Why have you come back?" "Because of the anxiety you speak of, Mamma. I never knew you never told me how ill Molly was." "Nonsense. I beg your pardon, my dear, but it's really nonsense. Molly's illness is only nervous, Mr. Gibson says, a nervous fever, but you must remember nerves are mere fancy, and she's getting better." "Such a pity for you to have left your uncle's. Who told you about Molly?" "Lady Harriet. She wrote about some wool. I know. But you might have known she always exaggerates things. Not but what I have been almost worn out with nursing. Perhaps, after all, it is a very good thing you have come, my dear, And now you shall come down into the dining room and have some lunch, and tell me all the Hyde Park Street news into my room. Don't go into yaws yet. Molly is so sensitive to noise. While Cynthia ate her lunch, Mrs. Gibson went on questioning. And your aunt, how is her cold? And Helen, quite strong again? Margaretta as pretty as ever? The boys are at Harrow, I suppose? And my old favourite, Mr. Henderson? She could not manage to slip in this last inquiry naturally. In spite of herself, there was a change of tone, an accent of eagerness. Cynthia did not reply on the instant. She poured herself out some water with great deliberation, and then said, My aunt is quite well. Helen is as strong as she ever is, and Margaretta very pretty. The boys are at Harrow, and I conclude that Mr. Henderson is enjoying his usual health, for he was to dine at my uncle's today. Take care, Cynthia. Look how you are cutting that gooseberry tart, said Mrs. Gibson, with sharp annoyance, not provoked by Cynthia's present action, although it gave excuse for a little vent of temper. I can't think how you could come off in this sudden kind of way. I am sure it must have annoyed your uncle and aunt. I dare say they'll never ask you again. On the contrary, I am to go back there as soon as ever I can be easy to leave Molly. Easy to leave Molly. Now that really is nonsense, and rather uncomplimentary to me, I must say, nursing her as I have been doing daily and almost nightly, for I have been wakened times out of number by Mr. Gibson getting up and going to see if she had had her medicine properly. I'm afraid she has been very ill, asked Cynthia. Yes, she has, in one way, but not in another. It was what I call more a tedious than an interesting illness. There was no immediate danger, but she lay much in the same state from day to day. I wish I had known, sighed Cynthia. Do you think I might go and see her now? I'll go and prepare her. You'll find her a good deal better than she has been. Ah, here's Mr. Gibson. He came into the dining room, hearing voices. Cynthia thought that he looked much older. You here, said he, coming forward to shake hands. Why, how did you come? By the umpire. I never knew Molly had been so ill, or I would have come directly. Her eyes were full of tears. Mr. Gibson was touched. He shook her hand again and murmured, You're a good girl, Cynthia. She's heard one of dear Lady Harriet's exaggerated accounts, said Mrs. Gibson, and come straight off. I tell her it's very foolish, for Molly is a great deal better now. Very foolish, said Mr. Gibson, echoing his wife's words but smiling at Cynthia. But sometimes one likes foolish people for their folly, better than wise people for their wisdom. I am afraid folly always annoys me, said his wife. However, Cynthia is here, and what is done is done. Very true, my dear, and now I'll run up and... Ah, these white pinks, they were Mrs. Hamley's favorite flower, and so like her. This little bit of sweet briar, it quite scents the room. It has pricked my fingers, but never mind. Oh, mamma, look at this rose. I forget its name, but it is very rare and grows up in the sheltered corner of the wall near the mulberry tree. Roger bought the tree for his mother with his own money when he was quite a boy. He showed it me and made me notice it. I dare say it was Roger who got it now. You heard Papa say he had seen him yesterday. No, Roger come home, said Molly, turning first red, then very white. Yes. Oh, I remember you had gone to bed before Papa came in, and he was called off early to tiresome Mrs. Beale. Yes, Roger turned up at the hall the day before yesterday. But Molly leaned back against her chair, too faint to do more at the flowers for some time. She had been startled by the suddenness of the news. Roger come home. It happened that Mr. Gibson was unusually busy on this particular day, and he did not come home till late in the afternoon. But Molly kept her place in the drawing room all the time, not even going to take her customary siesta, so anxious was she to hear everything about Roger's return, which as yet appeared to her almost incredible. But it was quite natural in reality. The long monotony of her illness had made her lose all count of time. When Roger left England, his idea was to coast round Africa on the eastern side until he reached the Cape, and thence to make what further journey or voyage might seem to him best in pursuit of his scientific objects. To Cape Town, all his letters had been addressed of late, and there, 2 months before, he had received the intelligence of Osborne's death, as well as Cynthia's hasty letter of relinquishment. He did not consider that he was doing wrong in returning to England immediately, and reporting himself to the gentleman who had sent him out, with a full explanation of the circumstances relating to Osborne's private marriage and sudden death. He offered, and they accepted his offer, to go out again for any time that they might think equivalent to the 5 months he was yet engaged to them for. They were most of them gentlemen of property, and saw the full importance of proving the marriage of an eldest son and installing his child as the natural heir to a long-descended estate. This much information, but in a more condensed form, Mr. Gibson gave to Molly in a very few minutes. She sat up on her sofa, looking very pretty with the flush on her cheeks and the brightness in her eyes. "Well," said she when her father stopped speaking. "Well, what?" asked he playfully. "Oh. Why such a number of things? I've been waiting all day to ask you all about everything. How is he looking? If a young man of 24 ever does take to growing taller, I should say that he was taller. As it is, I suppose it's only that he looks broader, stronger, more muscular." "Oh, is he changed?" asked Molly, a little disturbed by this account. "No, not changed, and yet not the same. He's as brown as a berry for one thing, caught a little of the Negro tinge, and a beard as fine and sweeping as my bay mare's tail." "A beard? But go on, Papa, does he talk as he used to do? I should know his voice amongst 10,000. "I didn't catch any Hottentot twang, if that's what you mean. Nor did he say, 'See 3/4 saw and Pompey berry much alike, specially Pompey,' which is the only specimen of Negro language I can remember just at this moment." "And which I never could see the wit of," said Mrs. Gibson, who had come into the room after the conversation had begun, and did not understand what it was aiming at. Molly fidgeted. She wanted to go on with her questions and keep her father to definite and matter-of-fact answers, and she knew that when his wife chimed into a conversation, Mr. Gibson was very apt to find out that he must go about some necessary piece of business. "Tell me, how are they all getting on together?" It was an inquiry which she did not make in general before Mrs. Gibson, for Molly and her father had tacitly agreed to keep silence on what they knew or had observed, respecting the three who formed the present family at the Hall. "Oh," said Mr. Gibson, "Roger is evidently putting everything to rights in his firm, quiet way." "Things to rights? Why, what's wrong?" asked Mrs. Gibson quickly. "The squire and the French daughter-in-law don't get on well together, I suppose." "I am always so glad Cynthia acted with the promptitude she did. It would have been very awkward for her to have been mixed up with all these complications. Poor Roger, to find himself supplanted by a child when he comes home. You were not in the room, my dear, when I was telling Molly of the reasons for Roger's return. It was to put his brother's child at once into his rightful and legal place. So now, when he finds the work partly done to his hands, he is happy and gratified in proportion. Then he is not much affected by Cynthia's breaking off her engagement. Mrs. Gibson could afford to call it an engagement now. I never did give him credit for very deep feelings. On the contrary, he feels it very acutely. He and I had a long talk about it yesterday." Both Molly and Mrs. Gibson would have liked to have heard something more about this conversation, but Mr. Gibson did not choose to go on with the subject. The only point which he disclosed was that Roger had insisted on his right to have a personal interview with Cynthia, and on hearing that she was in London at present, had deferred any further explanation or expostulation by letter, preferring to await her return. Molly went on with her questions on other subjects. "And Mrs. Osborne Hamley? How is she?" Wonderfully brightened up by Roger's presence. "I don't think I've ever seen her smile before, but she gives him the sweetest smiles from time to time. They are evidently good friends, and she loses her strange, startled look when she speaks to him. I suspect she has been quite aware of the squire's wish that she should return to France, and has been hard put to it to decide whether to leave her child or not. The idea that she would have to make some such decision came upon her when she was completely shattered by grief and illness, and she hasn't had anyone to consult as to her duty until Roger came, upon whom she has evidently firm reliance. He told me something of this himself. You seem to have had quite a long conversation with him, Papa." "Yes. I was going to see old Abraham when the squire called to me over the hedge as I was jogging along. He told me the news, and there was no resisting his invitation to come back and lunch with them. Besides, one gets a great deal of meaning out of Roger's words. It didn't take so very long a time to hear this much." "I should think he would come and call upon us soon," said Mrs. Gibson to Molly, "and then we shall see how much we can manage to hear." "Do you think he will, Papa?" said Molly, more doubtfully. She remembered the last time he was in that very room and the hopes with which he left it, and she fancied that she could see traces of this thought in her father's countenance at his wife's speech. "I can't tell, my dear. Until he's quite convinced of Cynthia's intentions, it can't be very pleasant for him to come on mere visits of ceremony to the house in which he has known her, but he's one who will always do what he thinks right, whether pleasant or not." Mrs. Gibson could hardly wait till her husband had finished his sentence before she testified against a part of it. "Convinced of Cynthia's intentions? I should think she had made them pretty clear. What more does the man want? He's not as yet convinced that the letter wasn't written in a fit of temporary feeling. I've told him that this was true, although I didn't feel it my place to explain to him the causes of that feeling. He believes that he can induce her to resume the former footing. I don't, and I've told him so, but of course he needs the full conviction that she alone can give him. Poor Cynthia, my poor child, said Mrs. Gibson plaintively. What she has exposed herself to by letting herself be overpersuaded by that man. Mr. Gibson's eyes flashed fire, but he kept his lips tight closed and only said, that man, indeed, quite below his breath. Molly, too, had been damped by an expression or two in her father's speech. Mere visits of ceremony? Was it so, indeed, a mere visit of ceremony? Whatever it was, the call was paid before many days were over. That he felt all the awkwardness of his position towards Mrs. Gibson, that he was in reality suffering pain all the time, was but too evident to Molly. But of course, Mrs. Gibson saw nothing of this in her gratification at the proper respect paid to her by one whose name was in the newspapers that chronicled his return, and about whom already Lord Cumnor and the Towers family had been making inquiry. Molly was sitting in her pretty white invalid's dress, half reading, half dreaming, for the June air was so clear and ambient, the garden so full of bloom, the trees so full of leaf, that reading by the open window was only a pretense at such a time. Besides which, Mrs. Gibson continually interrupted her with remarks about the pattern of her worsted work. It was after lunch orthodox calling time, when Maria ushered in Mr. Roger Hamley. Molly started up, and then stood shyly and quietly in her place, while a bronzed— he did not see any exact necessity for this, it is true, but he thought it might be advisable that she should know all the truth in which she was concerned, and he told his wife this. But she took the affair into her own management, and, although she apparently agreed with Mr. Gibson, she never named the affair to Cynthia. All that she said to her was, your old admirer, Roger Hamley, has come home in a great hurry, in consequence of poor dear Osborne's unexpected decease. He must have been rather surprised to find the widow and her little boy established at the Hall. He came to call here the other day, and made himself really rather agreeable, although his manners are not improved by the society he has kept on his travels. Still I prophesy he will be considered as a fashionable lion, and perhaps the very uncouthness which jars against my sense of refinement may even become admired in a scientific traveller, who has been into more desert places and eaten more extraordinary food than any other Englishman of the day. I suppose he has given up all chance of inheriting the estate, for I hear he talks of returning to Africa and becoming a regular wanderer. Your name was not mentioned, but I believe he inquired about you from Mr. Gibson. There, said she to herself as she folded up and directed her letter, that can't disturb her or make her uncomfortable. And it's all the truth too, or very near it. Of course he'll want to see her when she comes back, but by that time I do hope Mr. Henderson will have proposed again, and that affair will be all settled. But Cynthia returned to Hollingford one Tuesday morning, and in answer to her mother's anxious inquiries on the subject, would only say that Mr. Henderson had not offered again. Why should he? She had refused him once, and he did not know the reason of her refusal, at least one of the reasons. She did not know if she should have taken him if there had been no such person as Roger Hamley in the world. No, Uncle and Aunt Kirkpatrick had never heard anything about Roger's orphanage had her cousins. She had always declared her wish to keep it a secret, and she had not mentioned it to anyone, whatever other people might have done. Underneath this light and careless vein, there were other feelings, but Mrs. Gibson was not one to probe beneath the surface. She had set her heart on Mr. Henderson's marrying Cynthia very early in their acquaintance. And to know, firstly, that the same wish had entered into his head, and that Roger's attachment to Cynthia, with its consequences, had been the obstacle. And secondly, that Cynthia herself, with all the opportunities of propinquity which she had lately had failed to provoke a repetition of the offer was, as Mrs. Gibson said, enough to provoke a saint. All the rest of the day she alluded to Cynthia as a disappointing and ungrateful daughter. Molly could not make out why, and resented it for Cynthia, until the latter said bitterly, "Never mind, Molly. Mamma is only vexed because I have not come back an engaged young lady." "Yes, and I am sure you might have done there's the ingratitude. I am not so unjust as to want you to do what you can't do," said Mrs. Gibson, querulously. "But where's the ingratitude, Mamma?" "I'm very much tired, and perhaps that makes me stupid, but I cannot see the ingratitude." Cynthia spoke very wearily, leaning her head back on the sofa cushions, as if she did not care to have an answer. Why, don't you see we are doing all we can for you, dressing you well and sending you to London, and when you might relieve us of the expense of all this, you don't. No, Cynthia, I will speak, said Molly, all crimson with indignation, and pushing away Cynthia's restraining hand. I am sure Papa does not feel, and does not mind, any expense he incurs about his daughters, and I know quite well that he does not wish us to marry, unless she faltered and stopped. Unless what? Said Mrs. Gibson, half-mocking. Unless we love someone very dearly indeed, said Molly, in a low, firm tone. Well, after this tirade really rather indelicate, I must say I have done. I will neither help nor hinder any love affairs of you two young ladies. In my days, we were glad of the advice of our elders. And she left the room to put into fulfillment an idea which had just struck her, to write a confidential letter to Mrs. Kirkpatrick, giving her version of Cynthia's unfortunate entanglement and delicate sense of honor, and hints of her entire indifference to all the masculine portion of the world, Mr. Henderson being dexterously excluded from the category. Oh, dear, said Molly, throwing herself back in a chair with a sigh of relief as Mrs. Gibson left the room. How cross I do get since I've been ill, but I couldn't bear her to speak as if Papa grudged you anything. I'm sure he doesn't, Molly. You need not defend him on my account, but I'm sorry Mamma still looks upon me as an encumbrance, as the advertisements in the Times always call us unfortunate children. But I've been an encumbrance to her all my life. I'm getting very much into despair about everything, Molly. I shall try my luck in Russia. I've heard of a situation as English governess at Moscow in a family owning whole provinces of land and serfs by the hundred. I put off writing my letter till I came home. I shall be as much out of the way there as if I was married. Oh, dear, traveling all night isn't good for the spirits. How is Mr. Preston? Oh, he has taken Cumnor Grange, 3 miles away, and he never comes in to the Hollingford tea parties now. I saw him once in the street, but it's a question which of us tried the hardest to get out of the other's way. You've not said anything about Roger yet. No, I didn't know if you would care to hear. He is very much older-looking, quite a strong grown-up man, and Papa says he is much graver. Ask me any questions, if you want to know, but I have only seen him once. I was in hopes he would have left the neighborhood by this time. Mamma said he was going to travel again. I can't tell, said Molly. I suppose you know, she continued, but hesitating a little before she spoke, that he wishes to see you? No, I never heard. I wish he would have been satisfied with my letter. It was as decided as I could make it. If I say I won't see him, I wonder if his will or mine will be the strongest. His, said Molly. But you must see him, you owe it to him. He will never be satisfied without it. Suppose he talks me round into resuming the engagement, I should only break it off again. Surely you can't be talked round if your mind is made up. But perhaps it is not really, Cynthia? Asked she, with a little wistful anxiety betraying itself in her face. It is quite made up. I am going to teach little Russian girls, and am never going to marry nobody. You are not serious, Cynthia, and yet it is a very serious thing. But Cynthia went into one of her wild moods, and no more reason or sensible meaning was to be got out of her at the time. Chapter LVI, Off with the old love and on with the new. The next morning saw Mrs. Gibson in a much more contented frame of mind. She had written and posted her letter, and the next thing was to keep Cynthia in what she called a reasonable state, or, in other words, to try and cajole her into docility. But it was so much labor lost. Cynthia had already received a letter from Mr. Henderson before she came down to breakfast day declaration of love, a proposal of marriage as clear as words could make it, together with an intimation that, unable to wait for the slow delays of the post, he was going to follow her down to Hollingford and would arrive at the same time that she had done herself on the previous day. Cynthia said nothing about this letter to anyone. She came late into the breakfast room, after Mr. and Mrs. Gibson had finished the actual business of the meal, but her unpunctuality was quite accounted for by the fact that she had been traveling all the night before. Molly was not as yet strong enough to get up so early. Cynthia hardly spoke and did not touch her food. Mr. Gibson went about his daily business, and Cynthia and her mother were left alone. "My dear," said Mrs. Gibson, "you are not eating your breakfast as you should do. I am afraid our meals seem very plain and homely to you after those in Hyde Park Street." "No," said Cynthia, "I'm not hungry, that's all. If we were as rich as your uncle, I should feel it to be both a duty and a pleasure to keep an elegant table, but limited means are a sad clog to one's wishes. I don't suppose that, work as he will, Mr. Gibson can earn more than he does at present, while the capabilities of the law are boundless. Lord Chancellor, titles as well as fortune." Cynthia was almost too much absorbed in her own reflections to reply, but she did say, hundreds of briefless barristers. Take the other side, mamma. Well, but I have noticed that many of these have private fortunes. Perhaps, mamma, I expect Mr. Henderson will come and call this morning. Oh, my precious child, but how do you know, my darling Cynthia, am I to congratulate you? No, I suppose I must tell you. I have had a letter this morning from him, and he's coming down by the umpire today. But he has offered, he surely must mean to offer at any rate. Cynthia played with her teaspoon before she replied. Then she looked up, like one startled from a dream, and caught the echo of her mother's question. Offered. He felt he ought to talk, but he could not think of anything to say. The pink flush came out on Molly's cheeks. Once or twice she was on the point of speaking, but again she thought better of it, and the pauses between their faint, disjointed remarks became longer and longer. Suddenly, in one of these pauses, the merry murmur of distant happy voices in the garden came nearer and nearer. Molly looked more and more uneasy and flushed, and in spite of herself kept watching Roger's face. He could see over her into the garden. A sudden deep color overspread him, as if his heart had sent its blood out coursing at full gallop. Cynthia and Mr. Henderson had come in sight, he eagerly talking to her as he bent forward to look into her face. She, her looks half averted in pretty shyness, was evidently coquetting about some flowers, which she either would not give or would not take. Just then, for the lovers had emerged from the shrubbery into comparatively public life, Maria was seen approaching. Apparently she had feminine tact enough to induce Cynthia to leave her present admirer, and to go a few steps to meet her to receive the whispered message that Mr. Roger Hamley was there, and wished to speak to her. Roger could see her startled gesture. She turned back to say something to Mr. Henderson before coming towards the house. Now Roger spoke to Molly, spoke hurriedly, spoke hoarsely. Molly, tell me, is it too late for me to speak to Cynthia? I came on purpose. Who is that man? Mr. Henderson. He only came today, but now he is her accepted lover. Oh, Roger, forgive me the pain. Tell her I have been and am gone. Send out word to her. Don't let her be interrupted. And Roger ran downstairs at full speed, and Molly heard the passionate clang of the outer door. He had hardly left the house before Cynthia entered the room, pale and resolute. Where is he? She said, looking around, as if he might yet be hidden. Gone, said Molly, very faint. Gone? Oh, what a relief. It seems to be my fate never to be off with the old lover before I am on with the new, and yet I did write as decidedly as I could. Why, Molly, what's the matter? For now Molly had fainted away utterly. Cynthia flew to the bell, summoned Maria, water, salts, wine, anything. And as soon as Molly, gasping and miserable, became conscious again, she wrote a little pencil note to Mr. Henderson, bidding him return to the George, whence he had come in the morning, and saying that if he obeyed her at once, he might be allowed to call again in the evening, otherwise she would not see him till the next day. This she sent down by Maria, and the unlucky man never believed but that it was Miss Gibson's sudden indisposition, in the first instance, that had deprived him of his charmer's company. He comforted himself for the long solitary afternoon by writing to tell all his friends of his happiness, and amongst them Uncle and Aunt Kirkpatrick, who received his letter by the same post as that discreet epistle of Mrs. Gibson's, which she had carefully arranged to reveal as much as she wished, and no more. Was he very terrible? Asked Cynthia, as she sate with Molly in the stillness of Mrs. Gibson's dressing-room. Oh, Cynthia, it was such pain to see him, he suffered so. I don't like people of deep feelings, said Cynthia, pouting. They don't suit me. Why couldn't he let me go without this fuss? I'm not worth his caring for. You have the happy gift of making people love you. Remember, Mr. Preston, he too wouldn't give up hope. Now I won't have you classing Roger Hamley and Mr. Preston together in the same sentence. One was as much too bad for me as the other is too good. Now I hope that man in the garden is the just mealer I'm that myself, for I don't think I'm vicious, and I know I'm not virtuous. Do you really like him enough to marry him? Asked Molly earnestly. Do think, Cynthia. It won't do to go on throwing your lovers off. You give pain that I'm sure you do not mean to do, that you cannot understand. Perhaps I can't. I'm not offended. I never set up for what I am not, and I know I'm not constant. I've told Mr. Henderson so. She stopped, blushing and smiling at the recollection. You have, and what did he say? That he liked me just as I was, so you see he's fairly warned. Only he's a little afraid, I suppose, for he wants me to be married very soon, almost directly, in fact. But I don't know if I shall give way. You hardly saw him, Molly, but he's coming again tonight. And mind, I'll never forgive you if you don't think him very charming. I believe I cared for him when he offered all those months ago, but I tried to think I didn't. Only sometimes I really was so unhappy, I thought I must put an iron band round my heart to keep it from breaking, like the faithful John of the German story Do You Remember, Molly? How when his master came to his crown and his fortune and his lady-love, after innumerable trials and disgraces, and was driving away from the church where he'd been married in a coach and six, with faithful John behind, the happy couple heard 3 great cracks in succession, and on inquiring, they were the iron bands round his heart that faithful John had worn all during the time of his master's tribulation to keep it from breaking. In the evening, Mr. Henderson came. Molly had been very curious to see him, and when she saw him she was not sure whether she liked him or not. He was handsome, without being conceited, gentlemanly, without being foolishly fine. He talked easily and never said a silly thing. He was perfectly well appointed, yet never seemed to have given a thought to his dress. He was good-tempered and kind, not without some of the cheerful flippancy of repartee which belonged to his age and profession, and which his age and profession are apt to take for wit. But he wanted something in Molly's eyes at any rate, in this first interview, and in her heart of hearts she thought him rather commonplace. But of course she said nothing of this to Cynthia, who was evidently as happy as she could be. Mrs. Gibson, too, was in the 7th heaven of ecstasy, and spoke but little, but what she did say expressed the highest sentiments in the finest language. Mr. Gibson was not with them for long, but while he was there, he was evidently studying the unconscious Mr. Henderson with his dark, penetrating eyes. Mr. Henderson behaved exactly as he ought to have done to everybody, respectful to Mr. Gibson, deferential to Mrs. Gibson, friendly to Molly, devoted to Cynthia. The next time Mr. Gibson found Molly alone, he began, "Well, and how do you like the new relation that is to be?" "It's difficult to say. I think he's very nice in all his bits, but rather dull on the whole." "I think him perfection," said Mr. Gibson, to Molly's surprise, but in an instant afterwards she saw that he had been speaking ironically. He went on, "I don't wonder she preferred him to Roger Hamley. Such sense, such gloves, and then his hair and his cravat." "Now, Papa, you're not fair. He is a great deal more than that. One could see that he had very good feeling, and he is very handsome and very much attached to her." "So was Roger. However, I must confess I shall be only too glad to have her married. She's a girl who will always have some love affair on hand, and will always be apt to slip through a man's fingers if he doesn't look sharp. As I was saying to Roger, you have seen him then since he was here?" "Met him in the street." "How was he?" "I don't suppose he'd been going through the pleasantest thing in the world, but he'll get over it before long. He spoke with sense and resignation, and didn't say much about it, but one could see that he was feeling it pretty sharply. He's had 3 months to think it over, remember. The squire, I should guess, is showing more indignation. He is boiling over that anyone should reject his son. The enormity of the sin never seems to have been apparent to him till now, when he sees how Roger is affected by it. Indeed, with the exception of myself, I don't know one reasonable father, Molly? Whatever else Mr. Henderson might be, he was an impatient lover. He wanted to marry Cynthia directly next week, the week after, at any rate before the long vacation, so that they could go abroad at once. Trousseau and preliminary ceremonies he gave to the winds. Mr. Gibson, generous as usual, called Cynthia aside a morning or two after her engagement and put £100 note into her hands. "There, that's to pay your expenses to Russia and back. I hope you'll find your pupils obedient." To his surprise, and rather to his discomfiture, Cynthia threw her arms round his neck and kissed him. "You are the kindest person I know," said she, "and I don't know how to thank you in words. If you tumble my shirt collars again in that way, I'll charge you for the washing. Just now, too, when I'm trying so hard to be trim and elegant like your Mr. Henderson." "But you do like him, don't you?" said Cynthia pleadingly. "He does so like you." "Of course, we're all angels just now, and you're an archangel. I hope he'll wear as well as Roger." Cynthia looked grave. "That was a very silly affair," she said. "We were two as unsuitable people. It has ended, and that's enough. Besides, I've no more time to waste, and there's your smart young man coming here in all haste. Mr. and Mrs. Kirkpatrick sent all manner of congratulations, and Mrs. Gibson, in a private letter, assured Mrs. Kirkpatrick that her ill-timed confidence about Roger should be considered as quite I understand that Mr. looking about for some help as to the name she had forgotten, Anderson Henderson, is in the law. Although there is a general prejudice against attorneys, I have known of 2 or 3 who were very respectable men, and I am sure Mr. Henderson is one, or your good mother and our old friend Gibson would not have sanctioned the engagement." "He is a barrister," put in Cynthia, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Barrister at law." "Ah, yes, attorney at law, barrister at law." "I understand without your speaking so loud, my dear. What was I going to say before you interrupted me? When you have been a little in society, you will find that it is reckoned bad manners to interrupt. I had a great deal more to say to you, and you have put it all out of my head. There was something else your father wanted me to ask. What was it, Harriet? I suppose you mean about Mr. Hamley? Oh, yes. We are intending to have the house full of Lord Hollingford's friends next month, and Lord Cumnor is particularly anxious to secure Mr. Hamley. The squire? Asked Mrs. Gibson in some surprise. Lady Cumnor bowed slightly, as much as to say, if you did not interrupt me, I should explain. The famous traveller, the scientific Mr. Hamley, I imagine he is son to the squire. Lord Hollingford knows him well, but when we asked him before, he declined coming and assigned no reason. Had Roger indeed been asked to the Towers and declined? Mrs. Gibson could not understand it. Lady Cumnor went on, now this time we are particularly anxious to secure him, and my son Lord Hollingford will not return to England until the very week before the Duke of Atherstone is coming to us. I believe Mr. Gibson is very intimate with Mr. Hamley. Do you think he could induce him to favour us with his company? And this from the proud Lady Cumnor, and the object of it Roger Hamley, whom she had all but turned out of her drawing-room 2 years ago for calling at an untimely hour, and whom Cynthia had turned out of her heart. Mrs. Gibson was surprised, and could only murmur out that she was sure Mr. Gibson would do all that her ladyship wished. Thank you. You know me well enough to be aware that I am not the person, nor is the Towers the house, to go about soliciting guests. But in this instance, I bend my head. High rank should always be the first to honour those who have distinguished themselves by art or science. Besides, mamma, said Lady Harriet, Papa was saying that the Hamleys have been on their land since before the Conquest, while we only came into the county a century ago, and there is a tale that the first Cumnor began his fortune through selling tobacco in King James's reign. If Lady Cumnor did not exactly shift her trumpet and take snuff there on the spot, she behaved in an equivalent manner. She began a low-toned but nevertheless authoritative conversation with Claire about the details of the wedding, which lasted until she thought it fit to go, when she abruptly plucked Lady Harriet up, and carried her off in the very midst of a description she was giving to Cynthia about the delights of Spa, which was to be one of the resting places of the newly married couple on their wedding tour. Nevertheless, she prepared a handsome present for the bride, a Bible and a prayer book bound in velvet with silver clasps, and also a collection of household account books, at the beginning of which Lady Cumnor wrote down with her own hand the proper weekly allowance of bread, butter, eggs, meat, and groceries per head, with the London prices of the articles, so that the most inexperienced housekeeper might ascertain whether her expenditure exceeded her means, as she expressed herself in the note which she sent with the handsome, dull present. If you are driving into Hollingford, Harriet, perhaps you will take these books to Miss Kirkpatrick, said Lady Cumnor, after she had sealed her note with all the straightness and correctness befitting a countess of her immaculate character. I understand they are all going up to London tomorrow for this wedding, in spite of what I said to Claire of the duty of being married in one's own parish church. She told me at the time that she entirely agreed with me, but that her husband had such a strong wish for a visit to London that she did not know how she could oppose him consistently with her wifely duty. I advised her to repeat to him my reasons for thinking that they would be ill-advised to have the marriage in town, but I am afraid she has been overruled. That was her one great fault when she lived with us. She was always so yielding and never knew how to say no. Mamma, said Lady Harriet, with a little sly coaxing in her tone, do you think you would have been so fond of her if she had opposed you and said no when you wished her to say yes? To be sure I should, my dear. I like everybody to have an opinion of their own, only when my opinions are based on thought and experience, which few people have had equal opportunities of acquiring. I think it is but proper deference in others to allow themselves to be convinced. In fact, I think it is only obstinacy which keeps them from acknowledging that they are. I am not a despot, I hope? She asked, with some anxiety. If you are, dear mamma, said Lady Harriet, kissing the stern, uplifted face very fondly, I like a despotism better than a republic, and I must be very despotic over my ponies, for it's already getting very late for my drive round by Ashholt. But when she arrived at the Gibsons, she was detained so long there by the state of the family that she had to give up her going to Ashholt. Molly was sitting in the drawing-room pale and trembling, and keeping herself quiet only by a strong effort. She was the only person there when Lady Harriet entered. The room was all in disorder, strewed with presents and paper and pasteboard boxes and half-displayed articles of finery. You look like Mary sitting amidst the ruins of Carthage, my dear. What's the matter? Why have you got on that woebegone face? This marriage isn't broken off, is it? Though nothing would surprise me where the beautiful Cynthia is concerned. Oh, no, that's all right, but I have caught a fresh cold and Papa says he thinks I had better not go to the wedding. Poor little one, and it's the first visit to London too. Yes. But what I most care for is the not being with Cynthia to the last. And then, Papa, she stopped, for she could hardly go on without open crying, and she did not want to do that. Then she cleared her voice. Papa, she continued, has so looked forward to this holiday and seeing and going. I can't tell you where, but he has quite a list of people and sights to be seen, and now he says he should not be comfortable to leave me all alone for more than 3 days for travelling, and 1 for the wedding. Just then Mrs. Gibson came in, ruffled too after her fashion, though the presence of Lady Harriet was wonderfully smoothing. My dear Lady Harriet, how kind of you. Ah, yes, I see this poor unfortunate child has been telling you of her ill luck, just when everything was going on so beautifully. I'm sure it was that open window at your back. Molly, you know you would persist that it could do you no harm, and now you see the mischief. I'm sure I shan't be able to enjoy myself and at my only child's wedding too without you, for I can't think of leaving you without Maria. I would rather sacrifice anything myself than think of you, uncared for, and dismal at home. I am sure Molly is as sorry as anyone, said Lady Harriet. No, I don't think she is, said Mrs. Gibson, with happy disregard of the chronology of events, or she would not have sate with her back to an open window the day before yesterday when I told her not. But it can't be helped now. Papa too, but it is my duty to make the best of everything and look at the cheerful side of life. I wish I could persuade her to do the same, turning and addressing Lady Harriet. But you see, it is a great mortification to a girl of her age to lose her first visit to London. It is not that, began Molly, but Lady Harriet made her a little sign to be silent while she herself spoke. Now, Claire, you and I can manage it all, I think, if you will but help me in a plan I've got in my head. Mr. Gibson shall stay as long as ever he can in London, and Molly shall be well cared for and have some change of air and scene too, which is really what she needs as much as anything, in my poor opinion. I can't spirit her to the wedding and give her a sight of London, but I can carry her off to the Towers and nurse her myself, and send daily bulletins up to London so that Mr. Gibson may feel quite at ease and stay with you as long as you like. What do you say to it, Claire? Oh, I could not go, said Molly. I should only be a trouble to everybody. Nobody asked you for your opinion, little one. If we wise elders decide that you are to go, you must submit in silence. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gibson was rapidly balancing advantages and disadvantages. Amongst the latter, jealousy came in predominant. Amongst the former it would sound well. Maria could then accompany Cynthia and herself as their maid. Mr. Gibson would stay longer with her, and it was always desirable to have a man at her beck and call in such a place as London. Besides that, this identical man was gentlemanly and good-looking, and a favorite with her prosperous brother-in-law. The eyes had it. What a charming plan! I cannot think of anything kinder or pleasanter for this. It had begun to rain, and was altogether a gloomy day for August, and there was a small fire of scented wood burning cheerfully in the sitting-room appropriated to her. High up, it commanded a wide and pleasant view over the park, and from it could be seen the spire of Hollingford Church, which gave Molly a pleasant idea of neighborhood to home. She was left alone, lying on the sofa books near her, wood crackling and blazing, wafts of wind bringing the beating rain against the window, and so enhancing the sense of indoor comfort by the outdoor contrast. Pox was unpacking for her. Lady Harriet had introduced Pox to Molly by saying, "Now, Molly, this is Mrs. Pox, the only person I am ever afraid of. She scolds me if I dirty myself with my paints, just as if I was a little child, and she makes me go to bed when I want to sit up." Pox was smiling grimly all the time. "So to get rid of her tyranny, I give her you as victim. Pox, rule over Miss Gibson with a rod of iron, make her eat and drink, and rest and sleep, and dress as you think wisest and best." Pox had begun her reign by putting Molly on the sofa, and saying, "If you will give me your keys, miss, I will unpack your things, and let you know when it is time for me to arrange your hair, preparatory to luncheon." For if Lady Harriet used familiar colloquialisms from time to time, she certainly had not learned it from Pox, who piqued herself on the correctness of her language. When Molly went down to lunch, she found Cousin Charles, with his aunt, Lady Cumnor. He was a certain Sir Charles Martin, the son of Lady Cumnor's only sister. A plain, sandy-haired man of 35 or so, immensely rich, very sensible, awkward, and reserved. He had had a chronic attachment of many years' standing to his cousin, Lady Harriet, who did not care for him in the least, although it was the marriage very earnestly desired for her by her mother. Lady Harriet was, however, on friendly terms with him, ordered him about, and told him what to do and what to leave undone, without having even a doubt as to the willingness of his obedience. She had given him his cue about Molly. Now, Charles, the girl wants to be interested and amused without having to take any trouble for herself. She is too delicate to be very active either in mind or body. Just look after her when the house gets full, and place her where she can hear and see everything and everybody, without any fuss and responsibility. So Sir Charles began this day at luncheon by taking Molly under his quiet protection. He did not say much to her, but what he did say was thoroughly friendly and sympathetic, and Molly began, as he and Lady Harriet intended that she should, to have a kind of pleasant reliance upon him. Then in the evening, while the rest of the family were at dinner after Molly's tea and hour of quiet repose, Parkes came and dressed her in some of the new clothes prepared for the Kirkpatrick visit, and did her hair in some new and pretty way, so that when Molly looked at herself in the cheval-glass, she scarcely knew the elegant reflection to be that of herself. She was fetched down by Lady Harriet into the great, long, formidable drawing-room, which as an interminable place of pacing, had haunted her dreams ever since her childhood. At the further end sat Lady Cumnor at her tapestry work. The light of fire and candle seemed all concentrated on that one bright pot where presently Lady Harriet made tea, and Lord Cumnor went to sleep, and Sir Charles read passages aloud from the Edinburgh Review to the three ladies at their work. When Molly went to bed, she was constrained to admit that staying at the Towers as a visitor was rather pleasant than otherwise, and she tried to reconcile old impressions with new ones until she fell asleep. There was another comparatively quiet day before the expected guests began to arrive in the evening. Lady Harriet took Molly a drive in her little pony carriage, and for the first time for many weeks Molly began to feel the delightful spring of returning health, the dance of youthful spirits in the fresh air cleared by the previous day's rain. Chapter LVII, Reviving Hopes and Brightening Prospects. If you can without fatigue, dear, do come down to dinner today. You'll then see the people one by one as they appear, instead of having to encounter a crowd of strangers. Hollingford will be here too. I hope you'll find it pleasant. So Molly made her appearance at dinner that day, and got to know, by sight at least, some of the most distinguished of the visitors at the Towers. The next day was Thursday, Cynthia's wedding day, bright and fine in the country, whatever it might be in London, and there were several letters from the home people awaiting Molly when she came downstairs to the late breakfast. For every day, every hour, she was gaining strength and health, and she was unwilling to continue her invalid habits any longer than was necessary. She looked so much better that Sir Charles noticed it to Lady Harriet, and several of the visitors spoke of her this morning as a very pretty, ladylike, and graceful girl. This was Thursday. On Friday, as Lady Harriet had told her, some visitors from the more immediate neighborhood were expected to stay over the Sunday. But she had not mentioned their names, and when Molly went down into the drawing-room before dinner, she was almost startled by perceiving Roger Hamley in the center of a group of gentlemen, who were all talking together eagerly, and, as it seemed to her, making him the object of their attention. He made a hitch in his conversation, lost the precise meaning of a question addressed to him, answered it rather hastily, and made his way to where Molly was sitting, a little behind Lady Harriet. He had heard that she was staying at the Towers, but he was almost as much surprised by hers as she was by his unexpected appearance, for he had only seen her once or twice since his return from Africa, and then in the guise of an invalid. Now in her pretty evening dress, with her hair beautifully dressed, her delicate complexion flushed a little with timidity, yet her movements and manners bespeaking quiet ease, Roger hardly recognized her, although he acknowledged her identity. He began to feel that admiring deference which most young men experience when conversing with a very pretty girl, a sort of desire to obtain her good opinion in a manner very different to his old familiar friendliness. He was annoyed when Sir Charles, whose especial charge she still was, came up to take her in to dinner. He could not quite understand the smile of mutual intelligence that passed between the two, each being aware of Lady Harriet's plan of sheltering Molly from the necessity of talking, and acting in conformity with her wishes as much as with their own. Roger found himself puzzling and watching them from time to time during dinner. Again in the evening he sought her out, but found her again preoccupied with one of the young men staying in the house, who had had the advantage of 2 days of mutual interest and acquaintance with the daily events and jokes and anxieties of the family circle. Molly could not help wishing to break off all this trivial talk and to make room for Roger. She had so much to ask him about everything at the Hall. He was, and had been such a stranger to them all for these last 2 months, and Ma. But though each wanted to speak to the other more than to anyone else in the room, it so happened that everything seemed to conspire to prevent it. Lord Hollingford carried off Roger to the cluster of middle-aged men. He was wanted to give his opinion upon some scientific subject. Mr. Ernulphus Watson, the young man referred to above, kept his place by Molly, as the prettiest girl in the room, and almost dazed her by his never-ceasing flow of clever small talk. She looked so tired and pale at last that the ever-watchful Lady Harriet sent Sir Charles to the rescue, and after a few words with Lady Harriet, Roger saw Molly quietly leave the room, and a sentence or two which he heard Lady Harriet address to her cousin made him know that it was for the night. Those sentences might bear another interpretation than the obvious one. Really, Charles, considering that she is in your charge, I think you might have saved her from the chatter and patter of Mr. Watson. I can only stand it when I am in the strongest health. Why was Molly in Sir Charles's charge? Why? Then Roger remembered many little things that might serve to confirm the fancy he had got into his head, and he went to bed puzzled and annoyed. It seemed to him such an incongruous, hastily got-up sort of engagement, if engagement it really was. On Saturday they were more fortunate. They had a long tea in the most public place in the house on a sofa in the hall where Molly was resting at Lady Harriet's command before going upstairs after a walk. Roger was passing through and saw her and came to her. Standing before her and making pretense of playing with the goldfish in a great marble basin close at hand, "I was very unlucky," said he. "I wanted to get near you last night, but it was quite impossible. You were so busy talking to Mr. Watson until Sir Charles Martin came and carried you off with such an air of authority. Have you known him long?" Now this was not at all the manner in which Roger had predetermined that he would speak of Sir Charles to Molly, but the words came out in spite of himself. No wonder that Mr. Gibson was struck with the improvement in her looks, and Mrs. Gibson impressed with her increased grace. "Ah, Molly," said she, "it's really wonderful to see what a little good society will do for a girl. Even a week of association with such people as one meets with at the Towers is, as somebody said of a lady of rank whose name I have forgotten, a polite education in itself. There is something quite different about you, a genie-size qua, that would tell me at once that you have been mingling with the aristocracy. With all her charms, it was what my darling Cynthia wanted. Not that Mr. Henderson thought so, for a more devoted lover can hardly be conceived. He absolutely bought her a parure of diamonds. I was obliged to say to him that I had studied to preserve her simplicity of taste, and that he must not corrupt her with too much luxury. But I was rather disappointed at their going off without a maid. It was the one blemish in the arrangements, the spot in the sun. Dear Cynthia, when I think of her, I do assure you, Molly, I make it my nightly prayer that I may be able to find you just such another husband. And all this time you have never told me who you met at the Towers." Molly ran over a list of names. Roger Hamley's came last. "Upon my word, that young man is pushing his way up." "The Hamleys are a far older family than the Cumnors," said Molly, flushing up. "Now, Molly, I can't have you democratic. Rank is a great distinction. It is quite enough to have dear papa with democratic tendencies. But we won't begin to quarrel. Now that you and I are left alone, we ought to be bosom friends, and I hope we shall be. Roger Hamley did not say much about that unfortunate little Osborne Hamley, I suppose." "On the contrary, he says his father dotes on the child, and he seemed very proud of him himself. I thought the squire must be getting very much infatuated with something. I dare say the French mother takes care of that. Why, he has scarcely taken any notice of you for this month or more, and before that you were everything." It was about 6 weeks since Cynthia's engagement had become publicly known, and that might have had something to do with the squire's desertion, Molly thought. But she said, "The squire has sent me an invitation to go and stay there next week if you have no objection, mamma. They seem to want a companion for Mrs. Osborne Hamley, who is not very strong. I can hardly tell what to say. I don't like your having to associate with a Frenchwoman of doubtful rank, and I can't bear the thought of losing my child, my only daughter now. I did ask Helen Kirkpatrick, but she can't come for some time, and the house is going to be altered. Papa has consented to build me another room at last. For Cynthia and Mr. Henderson will, of course, come and see us. We shall have many more visitors, I expect, and your bedroom will make a capital lumber room, and Maria wants a week's holiday. I am always so unwilling to put any obstacles in the way of anyone's pleasure weekly unwilling, I believe, but it certainly would be very convenient to have you out of the house for a few days. So, for once, I will waive my own wish for your companionship, and plead your cause with Papa. Miss Brownings came to call and hear the double batch of news. Mrs. Goodenough had called the very day on which they had returned from Miss Hornblower's, to tell them the astounding fact of Molly Gibson having gone on a visit to the Towers. Not to come back at night, but to sleep there, to be there for 2 or 3 days, just as if she was a young lady of quality. So Miss Brownings came to hear all the details of the wedding from Mrs. Gibson, and the history of Molly's visit at the Towers as well. But Mrs. Gibson did not like this divided interest, and some of her old jealousy of Molly's intimacy at the Towers had returned. "Now, Molly," said Miss Browning, "let us hear how you behaved among the great folks. You must not be set up with all their attention. Remember that they pay it to you for your good father's sake." "Molly is, I think, quite aware," put in Mrs. Gibson, in her most soft and languid tone, "that she owes her privilege of visiting at such a house to Lady Cumnor's kind desire to set my mind quite at liberty at the time of Cynthia's marriage. As soon as ever I had returned home, Molly came back. Indeed, I should not have thought it right to let her intrude upon their kindness beyond what was absolutely necessary." Molly felt extremely uncomfortable at all this, though perfectly aware of the entire inaccuracy of the statement. "Well, but Molly," said Miss Browning, "never mind whether you went there on your own merits, or your worthy father's merits, or Mrs. Gibson's merits, but tell us what you did when you were there." So Molly began an account of their sayings and doings, which she could have made far more interesting to Miss Browning and Miss Phoebe if she had not been conscious of her stepmother's critical listening. She had to tell it all with a mental squint, the surest way to spoil a narration. She was also subject to Mrs. Gibson's perpetual corrections of little statements which she knew to be facts, but what vexed her most of all was Mrs. Gibson's last speech before the Miss Brownings left. "Molly has fallen into rambling ways with this visit of hers, of which she makes so much, as if nobody had ever been in a great house but herself. She is going to Hamley Hall next week, getting quite dissipated, in fact." Yet to Mrs. Goodenough, the next caller on the same errand of congratulation, Mrs. Gibson's tone was quite different. There had always been a tacit antagonism between the two, and the conversation now ran as follows. Mrs. Goodenough began well. "Mrs. Gibson, I suppose I must wish you joy of Miss Cynthia's marriage. I should condole with some mothers as had lost their daughters, but you're not one of that sort, I reckon." Now, as Mrs. Gibson was not quite sure to which sort of mothers the greatest credit was to be attached, she found it a little difficult how to frame her reply. "Dear Cynthia," she said, "one can't but rejoice in her happiness," and yet she ended her sentence by sighing. "I." She was a young woman as would always have her followers, for to tell the truth, she was as pretty a creature as ever I saw in my life, and all the more she needed skillful guidance. I'm sure I, for one, am as glad as can be she's done so well by herself. Folks say Mr. Henderson has a handsome private fortune over and above what he makes by the law. There is no fear but that my Cynthia will have everything this world can give," said Mrs. Gibson with dignity. "Well, well. She was always a bit of a favorite of mine, and as I was saying to my granddaughter there, for she was accompanied by a young lady who looked keenly to the prospect of some wedding cake, I was never one of those who ran her down and called her a flirt and a jilt. I'm glad to hear she's like to be so well off. And now, I suppose, you'll be turning your mind to doing something for Miss Molly there. If you mean by that, doing anything that can, by hastening her marriage, deprive me of the company of one who is like my own child, you are very much mistaken, Mrs. Goodenough. And pray remember, I am the last person in the world to matchmake. Cynthia made Mr. Henderson's acquaintance at her uncle's in London. I thought her cousin was very often ill and needing her nursing, and you were very keen she should be of use. I'm not saying but what it's right in a mother. I'm only putting in a word for Miss Molly." "Thank you, Mrs. Goodenough," said Molly, half angry, half laughing. "When I want to be married, I'll not trouble Mamma. I'll look out for myself. Molly is becoming so popular, I hardly know how we shall keep her at home," said Mrs. Gibson. "I miss her sadly, but as I said to Mr. Gibson, let young people have change and see a little of the world while they are young. It has been a great advantage to her being at the Towers while so many clever and distinguished people were there. I can already see a difference in her tone of conversation, an elevation in her choice of subjects, and now she is going to Hamley Hall. I can assure you I feel quite a proud mother when I see how she is sought after, and my other daughter, my Cynthia, writing such letters from Paris. Things is a deal changed since my days, for sure, said Mrs. Goodenough. So, perhaps I'm no judge. When I was married first, him and me went in a post-chaise to his father's house, a matter of 20 mile off at the outside, and sate down to as good a supper amongst his friends and relations as you'd wish to see. And that was my first wedding jaunt. My second was when I better knowed my worth as a bride, and thought that now or never I must see London. But I were reckoned a very extravagant sort of a body to go so far, and spend my money, though Harry had left me uncommon well off. But now young folks go off to Paris, and think nothing of the cost, and it's well if wilful waste don't make woeful want before they die. But I'm thankful somewhat is being done for Miss Molly's chances, as I said afore. It's not quite what I should have liked to have done for my Annabella, though. But times are changed, as one said just now. Chapter LIX, Molly Gibson ATHAMLEY Hall. The conversation ended there for the time. Wedding cake and wine were brought in, and it was Molly's duty to serve them out. But she was so different from her usual self that Roger noticed the change in her as soon as she arrived at the hall. She had carefully measured out the days of her visit. They were to be exactly the same number as she had spent at the Towers. She feared lest if she stayed at the hall a shorter time the squire might be annoyed. Yet how charming the place looked in its early autumnal glow as she drove up. And there was Roger at the hall door, waiting to receive her, watching for her coming. And now he retreated, apparently to summon his sister-in-law, who came now timidly forwards in her deep widow's mourning, holding her boy in her arms as if to protect her shyness. But he struggled down and ran towards the carriage, eager to greet his friend the coachman and to obtain a promised ride. Roger did not say much himself. He wanted to make Amy feel her place as daughter of the house, but she was too timid to speak much. And she only took Molly by the hand and led her into the drawing-room, where, as if by a sudden impulse of gratitude for all the tender nursing she had received during her illness, she put her arms round Molly and kissed her long and well. And after that they came to be friends. It was nearly lunchtime, and the squire always made his appearance at that meal, more for the pleasure of seeing his grandson eat his dinner than for any hunger of his own. Today Molly quickly saw the whole state of the family affairs. She thought that even had Roger said nothing about them at the Towers, she should have seen that neither the father nor the daughter-in-law had as yet found the clue to each other's characters, although they had now been living for several months in the same house. Amy seemed to forget her English in her nervousness, and to watch with the jealous eyes of a dissatisfied mother all the proceedings of the squire towards her little boy. They were not of the wisest kind, it must be owned. The child sipped the strong ale with evident relish and clamoured for everything which he saw the others enjoying. Amy could hardly attend to Molly for her anxiety as to what her boy was doing and eating, yet she said nothing. Roger took the end of the table opposite to that, at which sat grandfather and grandchild. After the boys' first wants were gratified, the squire addressed himself to Molly. Well, and so you can come here a-visiting though you have been among the grand folks. I thought you were going to cut us, Miss Molly, when I heard you was gone to the Towers. Couldn't find any other place to stay at while father and mother were away, but an earl's, eh? They asked me and I went, said Molly. Now you've asked me and I've come here. I think you might ha known you'd be always welcome here, without waiting for asking. Why, Molly, I look upon you as a kind of a daughter more than madam there. Dropping his voice a little, and perhaps supposing that the child's babble would drown the signification of his words. Nay, you needn't look at me so pitifully, she doesn't follow English readily. I think she does, said Molly, in a low voice, not looking up, however, for fear of catching another glimpse at Amy's sudden forlornness of expression and deepened colour. She felt grateful, as if for a personal favour, when she heard Roger speaking to Amy the moment afterwards in the tender tones of brotherly friendliness, and presently these two were sufficiently engaged in a separate conversation to allow Molly and the squire to go on talking. He's a sturdy chap, isn't he? Said the squire, stroking the little Roger's curly head. And he can puff 4 puffs at grandpapa's pipe without being sick, can't he? I s'ant puff any more puffs, said the boy resolutely. Mamma says no, I s'ant. That's just like her, said the squire, dropping his voice this time, however. As if it could do the child any harm. Molly made a point of turning the conversation from all personal subjects after this, and kept the squire talking about the progress of his drainage during the rest of lunch. He offered to take her to see it, and she acceded to the proposal, thinking, meantime, how little she need have anticipated the being thrown too intimately with Roger, who seemed to devote himself to his sister-in-law. But in the evening, when Amy had gone upstairs to put her boy to bed, and the squire was asleep in his easy chair, a sudden flush of memory brought Mrs. Goodenough's words again to her mind. She was virtually TTTT with Roger, as she had been dozens of times before, but now she could not help assuming an air of constraint. Her eyes did not meet his in the old frank way. She took up a book at a pause in the conversation and left him puzzled and annoyed at the change in her manner. And so it went on during all the time of her visit. If sometimes she forgot and let herself go into all her old naturalness, by and by she checked herself and became comparatively cold and reserved. Roger was pained at all this, more pained day after day, more anxious to discover the cause. Amy, too, silently noticed how different Molly became in Roger's presence. One day she could not help saying to Molly, "Don't you like Roger? You would if you only knew how good he is." "He has learned, but that is nothing. It is his goodness that one admires and loves." "He is very good," said Molly. "I have known him long enough to know that. But you don't think him agreeable? He is not like my poor husband, to be sure, and you knew him well, too. Ah, tell me about him once again. When you first knew him, when his mother was alive." Molly had grown very fond of Amy. When the latter was at her ease, she had very charming and attaching ways, but feeling uneasy in her position in the squire's house, she was almost repellent to him, and he, too, put on his worst side to her. Roger was most anxious to bring them together and had several consultations with Molly as to the best means of accomplishing this end. As long as they talked upon this subject, she spoke to him in the quiet, sensible manner which she inherited from her father. But when their discussions on this point were ended, she fell back into her piquant assumption of dignified reserve. It was very difficult for her to maintain this strange manner, especially when once or twice she fancied that it gave him pain, and she would go into her own room and suddenly burst into tears on these occasions, and wish that her visit was ended, and that she was once again in the eventless tranquility of her own home. Yet presently her fancy changed, and she clung to the swiftly passing hours as if she would still retain the happiness of each. For, unknown to her, Roger was exerting himself to make her visit pleasant. He was not willing to appear as the instigator of all the little plans for each day, for he felt as if, somehow, he did not hold the same place in her regard as formerly. Still, one day Amy suggested a nutting expedition, another day they gave little Roger the unheard-of pleasure of tea out of doors there, with something else agreeable for a third. And it was Roger who arranged all these simple pleasures such as he knew Molly would enjoy. But to her, he only appeared as the ready forwarder of Amy's devices. The week was nearly gone, when one morning the squire found Roger sitting in the old library with a book before him, it is true, but so deep in thought that he was evidently startled by his father's unexpected entrance. "I thought I should find thee here, my lad. We'll have the old room done up again before winter. It smells musty enough, and yet I see it's the place for thee. I want thee to go with me round the 5 acre. I'm thinking of laying it down in grass. It's time for you to be getting into the fresh air. You look quite woebegone over books. There never was a thing like 'em for stealing a man's health out of him." So Roger went out with his father, without saying many words till they were at some distance from the house. Then he brought out a sentence with such abruptness that he repaid his father for the start the latter had given him a quarter of an hour before. "Father, you remember I'm going out again to the Cape next month. You spoke of doing up the library. If it is for me, I shall be away all the winter. Can't you get off it?" pleaded his father. "I thought maybe you'd forgotten all about it." "Not likely," said Roger, half smiling. "Well, but they might have found another man to finish up your work. No one can finish it but myself. Besides, an engagement is an engagement. When I wrote to Lord Hollingford to tell him I must come home, I promised to go out again for another 6 months. I know. And perhaps it will put it out of thy mind. It will always be hard on me to part from thee, but I dare say it's best for you." Roger's colour deepened. "You are alluding to Miss Kirkpatrick, Mrs. Henderson, I mean. Father, let me tell you once for all, I think that was rather a hasty affair. I'm pretty sure now that we were not suited to each other. I was wretched when I got her letty at the Cape, but I believe it was for the best." "That's right. That's my own boy," said the squire, turning round and shaking hands with his son with vehemence. "And now I'll tell you what I heard the other day when I was at the magistrates' meeting. They were all saying she had jilted Preston. I don't want to hear anything against her. She may have her faults, but I can never forget how I once loved her." Well, perhaps it's right. I was not so bad about it, was I, Roger? Poor Osborne need not ha been so secret with me." I asked your Miss Cynthia out here and her mother, and all my bark is worse than my bite. For, if I had a wish on earth, it was to see Osborne. He saw in an instant that something had distressed Molly, and he longed to have the old friendly right of asking her what it was. But she had effectually kept him at too great a distance during the last few days for him to feel at liberty to speak to her in the old straightforward brotherly way. Especially now, when he perceived her efforts to conceal her feelings, and the way in which she drank her tea in feverish haste, and accepted bread only to crumble it about her plate, untouched. It was all that he could do to make talk under these circumstances, but he backed up her efforts as well as he could until Amy came down, grave and anxious. Her boy had not had a good night and did not seem well. He had fallen into a feverish sleep now, or she could not have left him. Immediately the whole table was in a ferment. The squire pushed away his plate and could eat no more. Roger was trying to extract a detail or a fact out of Amy, who began to give way to tears. Molly quickly proposed that the carriage, which had been ordered to take her home at 11, should come round immediately she had everything ready packed up, she said, and bring back her father at once. By leaving directly, she said, it was probable they might catch him after he had returned from his morning visits in the town, and before he had set off on his more distant round. Her proposal was agreed to, and she went upstairs to put on her things. She came down already into the drawing-room, expecting to find Amy and the squire there. But during her absence word had been brought to the anxious mother and grandfather that the child had wakened up in a panic, and both had rushed up to their darling. But Roger was in the drawing-room awaiting Molly, with a large bunch of the choicest flowers. "Look, Molly," said he, as she was on the point of leaving the room again, on finding him there alone. "I gathered these flowers for you before breakfast." He came to meet her reluctant advance. "Thank you," said she. "You are very kind. I am very much obliged to you." "Then you must do something for me," said he, determined not to notice the restraint of her manner, and making the rearrangement of the flowers which she held a sort of link between them, so that she could not follow her impulse and leave the room. "Tell me honestly, as I know you will if you speak at all, haven't I done something to vex you, since we were so happy at the Towers together?" His voice was so kind, and true his manner so winning yet wistful, that Molly would have been thankful to tell him all. She believed that he could have helped her more than anyone to understand how she ought to behave rightly. He would have disentangled her fancies if, only he himself, had not lain at the very core and center of all her perplexity and dismay. How could she tell him of Mrs. Goodenough's words troubling her maiden modesty? How could she ever repeat what his father had said that morning, and assure him that she, no more than he, wished that their old friendliness should be troubled by the thought of a nearer relationship? "No, you never vexed me in my whole life, Roger," said she, looking straight at him for the first time for many days. "I believe you, because you say so. I have no right to ask further." "Molly, will you give me back one of those flowers as a pledge of what you have said?" "Take whichever you like," said she, eagerly offering him the whole nosegay to choose from. "No, you must choose, and you must give it me." Just then the squire came in. Roger would have been glad if Molly had not gone on so eagerly to ransack the bunch for the choicest flower in his father's presence, but she exclaimed, "Oh, please, Mr. Hamley, do you know which is Roger's favorite flower?" "No, a rose, I dessay." "The carriage is at the door, and Molly, my dear, I don't want to hurry you, but I know. Here, Roger here is a rose, and red as a rose was she. I will find Papa as soon as ever I get home. How is the little boy? I'm afraid he's beginning of some kind of a fever." And the squire took her to the carriage, talking all the way of the little boy, Roger following, and hardly heeding what he was doing in the answer to the question he kept asking himself, too late or not. Can she ever forget that my first foolish love was given to one so different? While she, as the carriage rolled away, kept saying to herself, "We are friends again," I don't believe he will remember what the dear squire took it into his head to suggest for many days. It is so pleasant to be on the old terms again. And what lovely flowers. Chapter LX. Roger Hamley's confession. Roger had a great deal to think of, as he turned away from looking after the carriage, as long as it could be seen. The day before, he had believed that Molly had come to view all the symptoms of his growing love for her symptoms, which he thought had been so patent as disgusting inconstancy to the inconstant Cynthia, that she had felt that an attachment which could be so soon transferred to another was not worth having, and that she had desired to mock all this by her changed treatment of him, and so to nip it in the bud. But this morning, her old sweet, frank manner had returned in their last interview, at any rate. He puzzled himself hard to find out what could have distressed her at breakfast time. He even went so far as to ask Robinson whether Miss Gibson had received any letters that morning, and when he heard that she had had one, he tried to believe that the letter was in some way the cause of her sorrow. So far, so good. They were friends again after their unspoken difference, but that was not enough for Roger. He felt every day more and more certain that she, and she alone, could make him happy. He had felt this and had partly given up all hope, while his father had been urging upon him the very course he most desired to take. No need for trying to love her, he said to himself, that was already done. And yet he was very jealous on her behalf. Was that love worthy of her which had once been given to Cynthia? Was not this affair too much a mocking mimicry of the lost again, just on the point of leaving England for a considerable time if he followed her now to her own home in the very drawing-room where he had once offered to Cynthia? And then by a strong resolve he determined on this course. They were friends now, and he kissed the rose that was her pledge of friendship. If he went to Africa, he ran some deadly chances. He knew better what they were now than he had done when he went before. Until his return, he would not even attempt to win more of her love than he already had. But once safe home again, no weak fancies as to what might or might not be her answer should prevent his running all chances to gain the woman who was to him the one who excelled all. His was not the poor vanity that thinks more of the possible mortification of a refusal than of the precious jewel of a bride that may be won. Somehow or another, please God to send him back safe, he would put his fate to the touch. Until then, he would be patient. He was no longer a boy to rush at the coveted object. He was a man capable of judging and abiding. Molly sent her father, as soon as she could find him, to the hall, and then sate down to the old life in the home drawing-room, where she missed Cynthia's bright presence at every turn. Mrs. Gibson was in rather a querulous mood, which fastened itself upon the injury of Cynthia's letter being addressed to Molly, and not to herself. Considering all the trouble I had with her trousseau, I think she might have written to me. But she did. Her first letter was to you, mamma, said Molly, her real thoughts still intent upon the haul upon the sick child upon Roger, and his begging for the flour. Yes, just a first letter, 3 pages long, with an account of her crossing, while to you she can write about fashions, and how the bonnets are worn in Paris, and all sorts of interesting things. But poor mothers must never expect confidential letters, I have found that out. You may see my letter, mamma, said Molly. There is really nothing in it. And to think of her writing and crossing to you who don't value it, while my poor heart is yearning after my lost child. Really, life is somewhat hard to bear at times. Then there was silence for a while. Do tell me something about your visit, Molly. Is Roger very heartbroken? Does he talk much about Cynthia? No, he does not mention her often, hardly ever, I think. I never thought he had much feeling. If he had, he would not have let her go so easily. I don't see how he could help it. When he came to see her after his return, she was already engaged to Mr. Henderson. He had come down that very day, said Molly, with perhaps more heat than the occasion required. My poor head, said Mrs. Gibson, putting her hands up to her head. One may see you've been stopping with people of robust health, and excuse my saying it, Molly, of your friends of unrefined habits, you've got to talk in so loud a voice. But do remember my head, Molly. So Roger has quite forgotten Cynthia, has he? Oh, what inconstant creatures men are. He will be falling in love with some grandee next, mark my words. They are making a pet and a lion of him, and he's just the kind of weak young man to have his head turned by it all, and to propose to some fine lady of rank who would no more think of marrying him than of marrying her footman. I don't think it is likely, said Molly, stoutly. Roger is too sensible for anything of the kind. That's just the fault I always found with him, sensible and cold-hearted. Now, that's a kind of character which may be very valuable, but which revolts me. Give me warmth of heart, even with a little. For some days there was imminent danger to the little boy. For some weeks there was a more chronic form of illness to contend with. But when the immediate danger was over, and the warm daily interest was past, Molly began to realize that, from the strict quarantine her father evidently thought it necessary to establish between the two houses, she was not likely to see Roger again before his departure for Africa. Oh, if she had but made more of the uncared-for days that she had passed with him at the Hall. Worse than uncared-for, days on which she had avoided him, refused to converse freely with him, given him pain by her change of manner. For she had read in his eyes, heard in his voice, that he had been perplexed and pained, and now her imagination dwelt on and exaggerated the expression of his tones and looks. One evening after dinner, her father said, as the country people say, I've done a stroke of work today. Roger Hamley and I have laid our heads together, and we've made a plan by which Mrs. Osborne and her boy will leave the Hall. What did I say the other day, Molly? Said Mrs. Gibson, interrupting and giving Molly a look of extreme intelligence. "And go into lodgings at Jennings Farm, not 400 yards from the Parkfield gate," continued Mr. Gibson. "The squire and his daughter-in-law have got to be much better friends over the little fellow's sickbed, and I think he sees now how impossible it would be for the mother to leave her child and go and be happy in France, which has been the notion running in his head all this time. To buy her off, in fact. But that one night, when I was very uncertain whether I could bring him through, they took to crying together and condoling with each other, and it was just like tearing down a curtain that had been between them. They have been rather friends than otherwise ever since. Still, Roger." Molly's cheeks grew warm and her eyes soft and bright. It was such a pleasure to hear his name. "And I both agree that his mother knows much better how to manage the boy than his grandfather does. I suppose that was the one good thing she got from that hard-hearted mistress of hers. She certainly has been well trained in the management of children, and it makes her impatient and annoyed and unhappy when she sees the squire giving the child nuts and ale and all sorts of silly indulgences and spoiling him in every possible way. Yet she's a coward and doesn't speak out her mind. Now by being in lodgings and having her own servants' nice pretty rooms they are, too. We went to see them, and Mrs. Jennings promises to attend well to Mrs. Osborne Hamley, and is very much honoured, and all that sort of thing, not 10 minutes' walk from the hall, too, so that she and the little chap may easily go backwards and forwards as often as they like, and yet she may keep the control over the child's discipline and diet. In short, I think I've done a good day's work," he continued, stretching himself a little, and then with a shake rousing himself and making ready to go out again to see a patient who had sent for him in his absence. "A good day's work," he repeated to himself as he ran downstairs. "I don't know when I have been so happy," for he had not told Molly all that had passed between him and Roger. Roger had begun a fresh subject of conversation just as Mr. Gibson was hastening away from the hall, after completing the new arrangement for Amy and her child. "You know that I set off next Tuesday, Mr. Gibson, don't you?" said Roger, a little abruptly. "To be sure. I hope you'll be as successful in all your scientific objects as you were the last time, and have no sorrows awaiting you when you come back." "Thank you. Yes, I hope so." "You don't think there's any danger of infection now, do you?" "No. If the disease were to spread through the household, I think we should have had some signs of it before now. One is never sure, remember, with scarlet fever." Roger was silent for a minute or two. "Should you be afraid," he said at length, "of seeing me at your house?" "Thank you, but I think I would rather decline the pleasure of your society there at present. It's only 3 weeks or a month since the child began. Besides, I shall be over here again before you go. I'm always on my guard against symptoms of dropsy. I have known it supervene." "Then I shall not see Molly again?" said Roger, in a tone and with a look of great disappointment. Mr. Gibson turned his keen, observant eyes upon the young man and looked at him in as penetrating a manner as if he had been beginning with an unknown illness. Then the doctor and the father compressed his lips and gave vent to a long, intelligent whistle. "Hugh," said he. Roger's bronzed cheeks took a deeper shade. "You will take a message to her for me, won't you? A message of farewell?" he pleaded. "Not I. I'm not going to be a message carrier between any young man and young woman. I'll tell my womenkind I forbade you to come near the house, and that you're sorry to go away without bidding goodbye. That's all I shall say. But you do not disapprove. I see you guess why. Oh. Mr. Gibson, just speak to me one word of what must be in your heart, though you are pretending not to understand why I would give worlds to see Molly again before I go." "My dear boy," said Mr. Gibson, more affected than he liked to show, and laying his hand on Roger's shoulder. Then he pulled himself up and said gravely enough, "Mind, Molly is not Cynthia. If she were to care for you, she is not one who could transfer her love to the next comer." "You mean not as readily as I have done," replied Roger. "I only wish you could know what a different feeling this is to my boyish love for Cynthia. I wasn't thinking of you when I spoke, but however, as I might have remembered afterwards that you were not a model of constancy, let us hear what you have to say for yourself." "Not much. I did love Cynthia very much. Her manners and her beauty bewitched me, but her letters hurried letters sometimes showing that she really hadn't taken the trouble to read mine through, I cannot tell you the pain they gave me. 12 months' solitude, in frequent danger of one's life face to face with death sometimes ages a man like many years' experience. Still, I longed for the time when I should see her sweet face again and hear her speak. Then the letter at the Cape, and still I hoped. But you know how I found her, when I went to have the interview which I trusted might end in the renewal of our relations engaged to Mr. Henderson. I saw her walking with him in your garden, coquetting with him about a flower, just as she used to do with me. I can see the pitying look in Molly's eyes as she watched me. I can see it now. And I could beat myself for being such a blind fool as to what must she think of me? How she must despise me, choosing the false Dusa. Come, come, Cynthia isn't so bad as that. She's a very fascinating, faulty creature. I know, I will never allow anyone to say a word against her. If I called her the false Dusa, it was because I wanted to express my sense of the difference between her and Molly as strongly as I could. You must allow for a lover's exaggeration. Besides, all I wanted to say was, do you think that Molly, after seeing and knowing that I had loved a person so inferior to herself, could ever be brought to listen to me? I don't know, I can't tell, and even if I could, I wouldn't. Only if it's any comfort to you, I may say what my experience has taught me. Women are queer, unreasoning creatures, and are just as likely as not to love a man who has been throwing away his affection. Thank you, sir, said Roger, interrupting him. I see you mean to give me encouragement, and I had resolved never to give Molly a hint of what I felt till I returned, and then to try and win her by every means in my power. I determined not to repeat the former scene in the former place in your drawing-room, however I might be tempted, and perhaps, after all, she avoided me when she was here last. Now, Roger, I've listened to you long enough. If you've nothing better to do with your time than to talk about my daughter, I have. When you come back, it will be time enough to inquire how far your father would approve of such an engagement. He himself urged it upon me the other day, but then I was in despair. I thought it was too late. And what means you are likely to have of maintaining a wife? I always thought that point was passed too lightly over when you formed your hurried engagement to Cynthia. I'm not mercenary. Molly has some money independently of me that she, by the way, knows nothing of, not much, and I can allow her something. But all these things must be left till your return. Then you sanction my attachment? I don't know what you mean by sanctioning it. I can't help it. I suppose losing one's daughter is a necessary evil. Still, seeing the disappointed expression on Roger's face, it is but fair to you to say, I'd rather give my child, my only child, remember, to you than to any man in the world. Thank you, said Roger, shaking hands with Mr. Gibson, almost against the will of the latter. And I may see her just once before I go? Decidedly not. There I come in as doctor as well as father. No, but you will take a message, at any rate, to my wife and to her conjointly. I will not separate them. I will not in the slightest way be a go-between. Very well, said Roger. Tell them both as strongly as you can how I regret your prohibition. I see I must submit, but if I don't come back, I'll haunt you for having been so cruel. Come, I like that. Give me a while. He, too, knew where the last glimpse of Mr. Gibson's house was to be obtained, and once more he turned, and his white handkerchief floated in the air. Molly waved hers high up, with eager longing that it should be seen. And then he was gone, and Molly returned to her worsted work, happy, glowing, sad, content, and thinking to herself how sweet is friendship. When she came to a sense of the present, Mrs. Gibson was saying, upon my word, though Roger Hamley has never been a great favourite of mine, this little attention of his has reminded me very forcibly of a very charming young man, a superint, as the French would call him. Lieutenant Hop, you must have heard me speak of him, Molly. I think I have, said Molly, absently. Well, you remember how devoted he was to me when I was at Mrs. Duncombe's, my first situation, and I only 17. And when the recruiting party was ordered to another town, poor Mr. Hopper came and stood opposite the schoolroom window for nearly an hour, and I know it was his doing that the band played The Girl I Left Behind Me when they marched out the next day. Poor Mr. Hopper, it was before I knew dear Mr. Kirkpatrick. Dear me, how often my poor heart has had to bleed in this life of mine. Not but what dear papa is a very worthy man and makes me very happy. He would spoil me indeed if I would let him. Still, he is not as rich as Mr. Henderson. That last sentence contained the germ of Mrs. Gibson's present grievance. Having married Cynthia, as her mother put it, taking credit to herself, as if she had had the principal part in the achievement, she now became a little envious of her daughter's good fortune in being the wife of a young, handsome, rich, and moderately fashionable man who lived in London. She novelly expressed her feelings on this subject to her husband one day when she was really not feeling quite well, and when consequently her annoyances were much more present to her mind than her sources of happiness. It is such a pity, said she, that I was born when I was. I should so have liked to belong to this generation. That's sometimes my own feeling, said he. So many new views seem to be opened in science that I should like, if it were possible, to live till their reality was ascertained and one saw what they led to. But I don't suppose that's your reason, my dear. for wishing to be 20 or 30 years younger. No, indeed, and I did not put it in that hard, unpleasant way. I only said I should like to belong to this generation. To tell the truth, I was thinking of Cynthia. Without vanity, I believe I was as pretty as she is when I was a girl, I mean. I had not her dark eyelashes, but then my nose was straighter. And now look at the difference. I have to live in a little country town with 3 servants and no carriage, and she with her inferior good looks will live in Sussex Place and keep a man and a brougham, and I don't know what. But the fact is, in this generation there are so many more rich young men than there were when I was a girl. Oh, ho. So that's your reason, is it, my dear? If you had been young now, you might have married somebody as well off as Walter. Yes, said she. I think that was my idea. Of course I should have liked him to be you. I always think if you had gone to the bar you might have succeeded better, and lived in London too. I don't think Cynthia cares much where she lives, yet you see it has come to her. What has London? Oh, you dear, facetious man. Now that's just the thing to have captivated a jury. I don't believe Walter will ever be so clever as you are, yet he can take Cynthia to Paris and abroad and everywhere. I only hope all this indulgence won't develop the faults in Cynthia's character. It's a week since we heard from her, and I did write so particularly to ask her for the autumn fashions before I bought my new bonnet. But riches are a great snare. Be thankful you are spared temptation, my dear. No, I'm not. Everybody likes to be tempted. And after all, it's very easy to resist temptation if one wishes. I don't find it so easy, said her husband. Here's medicine for you, Mamma, said Molly, entering with a letter held up in her hand. A letter from Cynthia. Oh, you dear little messenger of good news. There was one of the heathen deities in Mangnall's questions whose office it was to bring news. The letter is dated from Calais. They're coming home. She's bought me a shawl and a bonnet, the dear creature. Always thinking of others before herself. Good fortune cannot spoil her. They've a fortnight left of their holiday. Their house is not quite ready. They're coming here. Oh, now, Mr. Gibson, we must have the new dinner service at Watts's I've set my heart on so long. Home, Cynthia calls this house. I'm sure it has been a home to her, poor darling. I doubt if there is another man in the world who would have treated his stepdaughter like dear papa. And Molly, you must have a new gown. Come, come. Remember I belong to the lost generation, said Mr. Gibson. And Cynthia will not notice what I wear, said Molly, bright with pleasure at the thought of seeing her again. No, but Walter will. He has such a quick eye for dress, and I think I rival papa. If he's a good stepfather, I'm a good stepmother, and I could not bear to see my Molly shabby and not looking her best. I must have a new gown too. It won't do to look as if we had nothing but the dresses which we wore at the wedding. But Molly stood out against the new gown for herself, and urged that if Cynthia and Walter were to come to visit them often, they had better see them as they really were, in dress, habits, and appointments. When Mr. Gibson had left the room, Mrs. Gibson softly reproached Molly for her obstinacy. You might have allowed me to beg for a new gown for you, Molly, when you knew how much I had admired that figured silk at Brown's the other day. And now, of course, I can't be so selfish as to get it for myself, and you to have nothing. You should learn to understand the wishes of other people. Still, on the whole, you are a dear, sweet girl, and I only wish well. I know what I wish. Only dear papa does not like it to be talked about. And now cover me up close and let me go to sleep and dream about my dear Cynthia and my new shawl. Concluding remarks, by the editor of the Cornhill magazine. Here the story is broken off, and it can never be finished. What promised to be the crowning work of a life is a memorial of death. A few days longer, and it would have been a triumphal column, crowned with a capital of festal leaves and flowers. Now it is another sort of column, one of those sad white pillars which stand broken in the churchyard. But if the work is not quite complete, little remains to be added to it, and that little has been distinctly reflected into our minds. We know that Roger Hamley will marry Molly, and that is what we are most concerned about. Indeed, there was little else to tell. Had the writer lived, she would have sent her hero back to Africa forthwith, and those scientific parts of Africa are a long way from Hamley, and there is not much to choose between a long distance and a long time. How many hours are there in 24 when you are all alone in a desert place, 1,000 miles from the happiness which might be yours to take if you were there to take it? How many, when from the sources of the Topinambo your heart flies back 10 times a day, like a carrier pigeon, to the one only source of future good for you, and 10 times a day returns with its message undelivered, many more than are counted on the calendar. So Roger found. The days were weeks that separated him from the time when Molly gave him a certain little flower, and months from the time which divorced him from Cynthia, whom he had begun to doubt before he knew for certain that she was never much worth hoping for. And if such were his days, What was the slow procession of actual weeks and months in those remote and solitary places? They were like years of a stay-at-home life, with liberty and leisure to see that nobody was courting Molly meanwhile. The effect of this was that long before the term of his engagement was ended, all that Cynthia had been to him was departed from Roger's mind, and all that Molly was and might be to him filled it full. He returned. But when he saw Molly again, he remembered that to her the time of his absence might not have seemed so long, and was oppressed with the old dread that she would think him fickle. Therefore this young gentleman, so self-reliant and so lucid in scientific matters, found it difficult after all to tell Molly how much he hoped she loved him, and might have blundered if he had not thought of beginning by showing her the flower that was plucked from the nosegay. How charmingly that scene would have been drawn, had Mrs. Gaskell lived to depict it, we can only imagine, that it would have been charming especially in what Molly did and looked and said we know. Roger and Molly are married, and if one of them is happier than the other, it is Molly. Her husband has no need to draw upon the little fortune which is to go to Pa Osborne's boy, for he becomes professor at some great scientific institution and wins his way in the world handsomely. The squire is almost as happy in this marriage as his son. If anyone suffers for it, it is Mr. Gibson. But he takes a partner, so as to get a chance of running up to London to stay with Molly for a few days now and then, and to get a little rest from Mrs. Gibson. Of what was to happen to Cynthia after her marriage, the author was not heard to say much, and indeed, it does not seem that, to be sure, Cynthia was not so difficult, nor is it nearly so great a creation as that splendid achievement of art and thought of the rarest art, of the profoundest thought. But she also belongs to the kind of characters which are conceived only in minds large, clear, harmonious, and just, and which can be portrayed fully and without flaw only by hands obedient to the finest motions of the mind. Viewed in this light, Cynthia is a more important piece of work even than Molly, delicately as she is drawn, and true and harmonious as that picture is also. And what we have said of Cynthia may be said with equal truth of Osborne Hamley. The true delineation of a character like that is as fine a test of art as the painting of a foot or a hand, which also seems so easy and in which perfection is most rare. In this case, the work is perfect. Mrs. Gaskell has drawn a dozen characters more striking than Osborne since she wrote Mary Barton, but not one which shows more exquisite finish. Another thing we may be permitted to notice, because it has a great and general significance. It may be true that this is not exactly the place for criticism, but since we are writing of Osborne Hamley, we cannot resist pointing out a peculiar instance of the subtler conceptions which underlie all really considerable works. Here are Osborne and Roger, two men who, in every particular that can be seized for description, are totally different creatures. Body and mind they are quite unlike. They have different tastes, they take different ways, they are men of two sorts which, in the society sense, never know each other, and yet never did brotherly blood run more manifest than in the veins of those two. To make that manifest without allowing the effort to peep out for a single moment would be a triumph of art. But it is a touch beyond the reach of art to make their likeness in unlikeness so natural a thing that we no more wonder about it than we wonder at seeing the fruit and the bloom on the same bramble. We have always seen them there together in blackberry season, and do not wonder about it nor think about it at all. Inferior writers, even some writers who are highly accounted, would have reveled in the contrast, persuaded that they were doing a fine anatomical dramatic thing by bringing it out at every opportunity. To the author of Wives and Daughters, this sort of anatomy was mere dislocation. She began by having the people of her story born in the usual way and not built up like the Frankenstein monster. And thus, when Squire Hamley took a wife, it was then provided that his two boys should be as naturally one and diverse as the fruit and the bloom on the bramble. It goes without speaking. These differences are precisely what might have been expected from the union of Squire Hamley with the town-bred, refined, delicate-minded woman whom he married. And the affection of the young men, their kindness, to use the word in its old and new meanings at once, is nothing but a reproduction of those impalpable threads of love which bound the equally diverse father and mother in bonds faster than the ties of blood. But we will not permit ourselves to write any more in this vein. It is unnecessary to demonstrate to those who know what is and what is not true literature that Mrs. Gaskell was gifted with some of the choicest faculties bestowed upon mankind, that these grew into greater strength and ripened into greater beauty in the decline of her days, and that she has gifted us with some of the truest, purest works of fiction in the language. And she was herself what her works show her to have been a wise, good woman.